Reborn in Konoha as the Anbu torturer, Chapter 251. Within the borders of the Country of Fire, Kumigakure Outpost. This was an outpost that was temporarily built during a period of war. The goal was to maintain a state of war against Konohagakure. There were about 3 to 4 Kumigakure ninja teams inside the outpost. Most of them were chunin. There are only 5 or 6 people in the Nin rank. These people were the Kumigakure ninjas who had been in a deadlock with Konohagakure in the past half-month. At this time, there were more people in the outpost. It was last night. Country of Lightning had sent a team of 8 people. The leader was Country of Lightning's staff officer, and at the same time, he was also Kumigakure's advisor. He was in charge of this negotiation with Konohagakure. Following him were the other 3 staff officers and the 4 guards of Country of Lightning. These people had just arrived at Kumigakure's outpost for one night. They needed to stay here for a short rest. Tomorrow, they would go to Konohagakure to participate in the negotiation with Konohagakure. It was already early in the morning. The ninjas in Kumigakure's camp, whether it was Jonin, who was originally in charge of guarding here, or Kumigakure's envoy group who had just arrived the night before, all of them had just eaten and were in a state of mental fatigue. Jonin Bray, who was in charge of Kumigakure's outpost, was yawning. The probing and truce during this period of time made him unable to bring up any interest. Especially tomorrow, these envoys would have to go and negotiate with Konohagakure again. This was for him. He was even more bored. He didn't know how to pass the time. If only I could have a great battle to my heart's content. Bray belonged to the kind that was loyal to Kumigakure. However, there was really nothing in his head. All he could do was obey his orders. Compared to negotiation, what he wanted to do more in his heart was to fight. Of course. He had no idea what the envoy group was going to do this time. It was not that he did not have the authority to know about this kind of secret. It was just that it was useless for him to know. To his knowledge, waiting for these staff officers to go to Konohagakure, and after a few days of long negotiations, he would have an extremely boring life in the future. Boom! 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 All of a sudden, a change occurred. Bray instantly felt the ground shake. He was not the only one who felt it. Everyone in Kumigakure's outpost felt it. What's going on? Bray was slightly puzzled. He suddenly felt that there were traces of water vapor in the air. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the water vapor. When he looks at it, the scene in front of him shocked him. Not only was he shocked, but even the other people in Kumigakure's outpost also looked in that direction. Only to see waves of turbulent water swept out in the direction of their outpost, like a flood, looking like it was going to break them down. This kind of terrifying water current directly made them all dumbfounded. They had never seen such a scene. What is going on? How is this possible? Isn't this inland forest? Where did all this water come from? Is this a tsunami? This isn't a genjutsu, right? When Kumigakure ninjas saw this scene, their eyes widened. They didn't even know how to run. The surging water in front of them was more than 40 meters high. It directly swept up the trees in front of it and swept toward their encampment with unstoppable momentum. The speed of the water current was extremely fast, as if it were going to devour this forest. Almost in an instant, the entire Kumigakure outpost was immersed in the turbulent water. All the people in Kumigakure's outpost, including Bray, were swept out by the water at this time. In an instant, they were stirred up by the water, as if they had fallen into a huge whirlpool. At the same time, the outpost was directly swept by the violent water current. The wood and cloth flew wildly with the water current, and the military supplies inside were all washed away. Everything happened so suddenly that the people in Kumigakure's outpost did not even have time to react before they were washed away by the water current. This made the Kumagakure ninjas who were constantly being swept by the water current around the outpost feel puzzled. They suddenly felt like they were at the bottom of the sea. This was not a scene that could be seen in the country of fire. Suddenly, Bray and a few other Jonin's eyes fell on Aoba and his shadow clone through the water current. They clearly saw a Kirigakure ninja uniform on Aoba and his shadow clone. Kirigakure's ninja. At this time, Bray and the others widened their eyes. They did not know why Kirigakure's ninja suddenly attacked them. However, they knew that now was not the time to think about why Kirigakure's ninjas had come here, but they were deeply aware that war had arrived. Enemy attack! Bray immediately roared. When he roared, his mouth was still bubbling, and he drank a lot of water. The turbulent water wrapped around his body and directly flowed into his stomach through his throat. Damn it! These Kumagakure ninjas all heard Bray's words, but they had no way to fight back. Everyone could feel a suffocating feeling. Now they were in this current. It was like being put into a fish tank. No. The water in the fish tank was still gentle. It was as if they had been stuffed into a toilet that had already been flushed. They were being twisted by a strong vortex. Bray looked at his companions around him with wide eyes. He found that this thing was like a giant suir. No jutsu, water prison technique. It had an extremely strong restraining ability, causing him to be greatly troubled. His movements were completely restricted. There was no way to fight freely. You have to know. Kumagakure ninjas were not suitable for long-range ninjutsu battles. They preferred to compete in close combat. Bray was the best in ninjutsu. But he could not display any advantages in the surging water. This situation was not the fighting style he and Kumagakure ninjas were used to. You are in charge of protecting the envoy group, Bray said to another Jonin in Kumagakure's outpost. Then, his eyes were focused on Kirigakure ninjas outside the turbulent water. His eyes flashed with killing intent. I'll go out and meet the enemy. Bray glared at Aoba and charged straight toward him. His battle thoughts were still very clear. He knew very well that as long as he dealt with these Kirigakure ninjas who were maintaining this huge suir, no jutsu, water prison technique, he would be able to solve the crisis he was facing. For a moment, Bray swam madly in the direction of Aoba. He was not good at swimming. He relied on brute force to push the water behind him and push himself out. Only, what he didn't expect was the impact of the water in this huge suir. No jutsu, water prison technique, was extremely strong. The currents surged onto his body wave after wave, continuously attacking his body. Bray used almost all his strength to charge forward, but he still felt a terrifying resistance. This strong resistance made him stay where he was, and it was difficult for him to move forward even a meter. What a fierce water current! Bray could not help but exclaim in his heart. He had always believed in his own strength, but at this moment, he found that his strength could not rush against this counter-rotating current. What is going on? The other Kumagakure ninjas saw that Bray was swimming with all his strength, and they all realized that there was something wrong with the current. Suddenly, Bray stopped swimming. At this time, he was surprised to find out he was not taken away by this current. Instead, he remained where he was. This shock appeared in Bray's eyes. He vaguely discovered something unbelievable. The more he swam, the greater the resistance of the water. However, when he stopped moving, the resistance of the water also disappeared. Bray stayed in the water and felt the surging water around him. It did not rush toward him and only circled around him. But if he charged forward, he would be pushed back by the water current that was stronger than his charging strength. The power of this water current was extremely strong and filled with flexibility, making it impossible for him to use his strength too easily and making them feel uncomfortable all over. What is going on? Why do I feel like they only want to trap us? Why are they doing this? Is there anything else? What are these Kirigakure ninjas trying to do? The Jonins also discovered the same thing. They felt as if their bodies were tied up by a rope formed by water. They could neither advance nor retreat. They could only stay where they were, and the scene was very awkward. This made it impossible for them to help the staff officer. Not good. Bray was shocked. He suddenly realized that the other party's target was likely to be the staff officer in the envoy group. Kirigakure wanted to stop the peace talks between Kumigakure and Konohagakure by attacking the staff officer. Bray felt that he had seen through the real purpose of those Kirigakure ninjas. However, something that even Bray did not understand happened. The staff officers and the Kumigakure ninjas stayed in this giant suir no jutsu, water prison technique, for a while. During the whole process, Kirigakure's ninjas did not attack at all. Those Kirigakure ninjas only stood at the edge of the huge water prison to maintain this suir no jutsu, water prison technique. Such a scene. It caused a deep sense of confusion to arise in Bray's heart. What did these Kirigakure ninjas mean? Are they going to fight or not? He knew that if Kirigakure ninjas wanted to attack them, they would have to dive into this stream of water. At that time, he would be able to attack. However, the current situation. It looked like they only wanted to trap them. For a moment, a lot of question marks appeared in the minds of Kumigakure ninjas, and they could not understand what kind of battle method this was. They wanted to break free from these powerful water currents. But this feeling was like sailing against the current. It was completely difficult to break free. Under such circumstances, Bray felt that he had nothing but strength, but he could not use it at all. The outer circle of the huge suir no jutsu, water prison technique. Aoba and the 9 transformed Kirigakure ninjas stood in a row and maintained this huge suir no jutsu, water prison technique. This kind of control consumed a lot of chakra. It could not be maintained for long at all. However, he didn't intend to maintain it for too long. He only needed to trap them for a while. Aoba was not here to fight at all. Otherwise, he might as well go to the battlefield directly. Right now, he was just doing something special. Gradually, time passed by. This huge water prison trapped the Kumigakure ninja for nearly 10 minutes. The staff officers of Kumigakure's envoy group felt like they were suffocating and were about to suffocate in the water. Whether it was their stomachs or lungs, they were all filled with water. They were just ordinary people. They did not have the ability to hold their breath for too long in this turbulent water. If they choked on the water for a while longer, these weak staff officers might really have died. Right at this moment, with a thought, a nearby advanced paper clone rushed toward them. Gasui, am here. Which of you dares to attack us, Kumigakure? A heaven-shaking roar rang out, and the owner of the voice was Gasui. This voice directly penetrated the suir no jutsu, water prison technique, clearly entering the ears of every Kumigakure ninja, and immediately shook everyone's spirit. It was not that they had never come into contact with this kind of suir no jutsu, water prison technique. But such a big suir no jutsu, water prison technique. They had never come into contact with it before. However, the reasoning was the same. They all understood very well that the best way to break suir no jutsu, water prison technique, was to attack the caster. Gasui's appearance could be said to be a very timely rescue, which immediately brought great psychological comfort to them. That's great! Bray shouted excitedly toward the outside. Gasui, quickly interrupt their state of continuous casting. When Kumigakure ninjas heard Bray's words, they also became excited. Outside the huge water current whirlpool, a flash of lightning instantly flashed. Gasui's figure rushed over at an extremely fast speed, his entire body was suffused with lightning chakra, and he directly charged toward Kirigakure's ninjas. In an instant, the Kumigakure ninjas, who were in the huge water prison, only saw a figure of lightning rushing into the crowd. As for other things, however, they could not see clearly. The lightning on Goswi's body was already very eye-catching. Combined with the refraction in the water, it looked like rays of light shining in the water. "Who are you?" Goswi shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice was full of questions, and at the same time, it affected the mood of Kumagakure ninjas in Suir. "No jutsu, water prison technique." Bang! 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 After Goswi shouted, there were continuous collisions outside, showing a feeling of fighting. This kind of collision sound was exactly what Kirigakure ninjas longed for and could not ask for. They all hoped that they could fight the enemy head-on outside, instead of being trapped in the water. "Satsuma Rentaro." Aoba directly reported his name. His voice was not soft at all and he deliberately said to those Kumagakure ninjas, "Believe it or not, he doesn't care. Anyway, that's all he has to say. As for how it develops in the future, that was up to them. As long as it becomes chaotic, it will be enough." Aoba's idea was very simple. As long as the Third Ninja World War went smoothly, the ninja world could complete a natural revolution. When that time came, the forces of the ninja world would be redivided. There would be some changes in Konohagakure's regime. This would do. After Aoba shouted this, he immediately released the huge Suir no Jutsu, water prison technique, who has trapped the Kumagakure ninjas, and shouted at the advanced paper clones, "Retreat! Chase!" Goswi shouted in response. After that, these people all disappeared from the sight of Kumagakure's ninja. This huge water-like Suir no Jutsu, water prison technique, broke. After losing the support of Aoba's chakra, it instantly lost the binding force of the water current and swept out toward the surroundings, soaking the surrounding ground as if there was a flood. The Kumagakure ninjas were already able to move freely in the water current. Instantly, they immediately rescued the staff officers. Then, they placed them on the ground one after another. As the water gradually dispersed, the collapsed Kumagakure outpost was once again exposed to the air. Whether it was the Kumagakure ninjas or the staff officer that came from the country of lightning, they all looked like drenched chickens and their bodies covered in water. However, none of them were in danger. Cough, cough, cough. A staff officer coughed heavily. A lot of water was choked in his lungs and he felt extremely suffocated. This situation could be said to have only caused some trouble for his body and did not endanger his life, but it was enough to cause him great pain, making the staff officer feel extremely uncomfortable. Blurg. Cough cough. Pft. The other staff officers of the Kumagakure envoy group also vomited. They had been rushing through the night and had not rested well. Now, they had almost drowned. This made them feel as if their heads were filled with water. They were in a bad mood. Their hearts were filled with endless anguish. As for Kumagakure ninjas, they felt slightly better. They were not that uncomfortable. They were just transitioning from exhaustion. "What are Kirigakure ninjas doing?" Bray frowned and said discontentedly. His body did not suffer any damage. He just felt that this kind of thing was too humiliating. At this time, he could not see any enemy, as if they had disappeared into thin air. "What is Goswi doing?" Bray's face was full of black lines. He had a vague feeling that there was a hand behind everything, controlling all of this, but he could not explain it clearly. "What are you doing?" Bray spat fiercely. It was as if he had been attacked by someone and had been slapped on the head with a stone. Then, he was blinded. When he woke up, he did not see anyone. He had no way to vent the depression and anger in his heart. There was an only endless grievance. Chapter 252. Bray stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. He stared blankly at the place where the battle had just happened. He did not know how to describe his feelings. It was over just like that? All of them ran away? Bray was baffled. He had no idea why Kirigakure ninjas wanted to attack them, nor did he know what kind of performance Gosui was doing, who had yet to return. Throughout the entire process, everything was strange. Even now, he still wasn't clear about what had just happened. Bray-sama, now that the outpost has been destroyed, what should we do? A Kumigakure ninja came over and asked Bray. We must rebuild one as soon as possible. Bray said in a deep voice. If only ninjas were here there were no problems, they could live anywhere at any time. However, the staff officers of the envoy group were not like them. They still needed a place to rest. Yes. After hearing Bray's explanation, this ninja immediately nodded, turned around, and returned in the direction of the other Kumigakure ninjas. They join forces and go together to the woods to collect wood and stone, and rebuild the outpost. Bray-sama. Right at this moment, another Kumigakure ninja ran over to Bray with a bewildered expression on his face. What happened? Bray asked with a slight frown. He discovered that after the attack earlier, these subordinates all seemed to be in a rush. They looked like fools and only knew how to shout. We found 2 Konoha-gakure ninjas in the forest over there. The ninja immediately said. Konoha-gakure ninja. Bray narrowed his eyes slightly. He suddenly felt very strange. Are you sure it's Konoha-gakure ninja and not Kirigakures? Bray asked the ninja again. He felt that either the ninja in front of him had said something wrong or this thing had become even more complicated. Yes, Bray-sama, it is a Konoha-gakure ninja. Their foreheads are all wearing Konoha-gakure forehead protectors. From their dressing, they should be Konoha-gakure Anbu, the ninja said. Konoha-gakure Anbu. After hearing this, the doubts in Bray's heart became even stronger. He immediately nodded and said, take me to have a look. Yes. This Kumigakure ninja immediately nodded and took the lead to walk to the side. Bray followed behind this Kumigakure ninja. A few minutes later, the two of them arrived under a tree. There were already people guarding this place. Everyone was waiting for Bray to come and make a decision. Bray-sama, they are on the tree. The ninja who led Bray over raised his hand and pointed directly at the top of the tree. Instantly, Bray followed the direction of the ninja's finger and looked toward the treetop. Hiss! Bray immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. It was not important if he did not take a look. He was shocked when he saw that the two of them were covered in all kinds of paper tags. There were all kinds of different symbols on the paper tags. What the hell is this? Bray's eyes became cautious. From his perspective, the 2 Konoha-gakure ninjas on the tree looked like they were stuck to the tree by these paper tags. Most importantly, Bray discovered something that shocked him the most. The chests of the 2 Konoha-gakure ninjas rose and fell according to a fixed rhythm. They still had heartbeats. They didn't look like they were unconscious, but more like they were asleep. There's a problem. Bray immediately realized that there was a problem. Normally, such a phenomenon would not happen. Wait a minute. No one should act rashly. I'll ask the staff officer to come over and take a look. I can't decide about this kind of thing. Bray had not recovered from the sneak attack just now. Now that something like this had happened, he felt that his brain was a little insufficient. He needed someone to help him out. Right now, he had no way to make a decision, let alone give them instructions. Instantly, Bray immediately walked in the direction of the envoy group at the Kumigakure outpost. Not long after, Bray walked to the position of Kumigakure envoy group. The staff officers in the envoy group were all wrapped in towels and gathered in front of a bonfire, warming themselves up together. Their clothes were hung on a rack and placed beside the bonfire to be dried. It was obvious that they wanted to quickly evaporate the water on it and recover to a dry state as soon as possible. Bray walked to the edge of the bonfire. He could clearly see that the faces of these staff officers were not very good. Their face was pale and their cheeks were red. It seemed that they were about to catch a cold. Through the changes in their expressions, Bray faintly felt that these staff officers were experiencing some pain and suffering. Advisor Sama. Bray immediately braced himself and looked at the leader of Kumagakure's envoy group. His tone was full of respect. We found 2 Konohagakure ninjas hanging on the trees near the outpost. Now they are still alive. Things are relatively difficult to deal with. Please decide for us, Advisor Sama. Bray was well aware of his own problem. It was reasonable to ask if he understood or not. Therefore, in this special situation, he immediately found the Kumagakure advisor who had just come here with the other staff officer. What do you mean? The leader of this envoy group, the Kumagakure advisor, stared at Bray with a puzzled face. There was a hint of impatience between his eyebrows. He did not understand what Bray meant. Why are you talking about 2 Konohagakure ninjas? What do you mean? This Kumagakure advisor was extremely depressed. He had just come here when he suddenly choked on a stomach full of water. Now that he had just recovered a little, his body was still in a state of discomfort. Something already happened? That's right. Bray scratched his head. He also found that there might be something wrong with his expression. The Kumagakure advisor in front of him did not understand what was going on, so he continued, Advisor Sama, come with me to take a look and you will know. You want me to go over like this? The advisor looked down at the towel wrapped around his body and said grumpily as he glared at Bray. Yes. Bray did not get the advisor's dissatisfaction. He immediately nodded. He really did not feel that there was any problem with it. After all, the people in this outpost were all men, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Besides, you are wrapped up here. Go over there and still wrapped. What's the difference? Come with me. Bray directly waved to the advisor. Now he was still thinking about the matter of the 2 Konohagakure ninjas. He felt that there was something wrong with it, but he could not tell exactly where the problem was. He needed someone who could speak and could think of a way to help him think about it. When Kumagakure advisor saw that Bray seemed to be leading the way, a lot of question marks appeared in his head. What the hell? Can't understand what you're talking about? For a moment, he had a feeling that a scholar would not be able to reason when he met a soldier. Forget it. This advisor knew that he could not hide anymore. He could not help but grab the towel on his body with both hands and wrap it around his waist tightly, afraid that it would be awkward if a gust of wind blew. Then, he strode forward and caught up with Bray. The two of them walked in the direction of the tree one after the other. No one spoke. Bray did not speak because he was still thinking about this matter in his heart. His brain could not imagine why hung a Konohagakure ninja on the tree. And who did it? His head was full of question marks. So much so that he did not even bother to think about Kumagakure advisor behind him. As for the Kumagakure advisor, he did not speak at all and completely ignore this rough person in front of him. A moment later, Bray brought the Kumagakure advisor to the side of the tree. Then, like the ninja who found him just now, he led the advisor beside him and pointed at the 2 Konohagakure Anbu on the tree. Advisor Sama, look. It's these 2 Anbu. They are obviously breathing, but they are asleep. What should we do now? Bray said in a deep voice. There really are 2 people hanging on the tree. This Kumagakure advisor widened his eyes and stared at the 2 Konohagakure Anbu on the tree in shock. After a short period of shock, his face began to return to normal. He frowned slightly and his eyes flashed with thoughts. According to the current information, these 2 people hanging on the tree are Konohagakure Anbu. Then the person who did this behind the scenes must not be Konohagakure's people. The advisor's eyes flashed with wisdom. He first eliminated the correct answer and then began to make follow-up judgments based on the premise that there was no correct answer. According to the location of this tree, tomorrow is the time when our envoy group entered Konohagakure. It is obvious that someone is maliciously framing us, Kumagakure. Now, once this tree is discovered by Konohagakure's people, it will definitely be blamed on us, Kumagakure. The advisor's thoughts began to become clear. As long as the first step was determined, the following matter would become clearer and clearer. That's right. That's right. That must be it. They are trying to frame us. Bray nodded repeatedly. He felt that it was indeed the right choice to ask the advisor to come and see this situation. Now, the situation had been analyzed by a few words from the advisor. According to the situation of the huge water just now, I feel that the force behind this matter is Kirigakure. The advisor said fiercely. He already held a grudge against that water that almost choked him to death. This really made him very unhappy. Kirigakure ninja. Thinking of this, Bray nodded and felt that this matter was very likely this. He said, I think so too. The problem now is, the advisor stared at the two Konohagakure Anbu hanging on the tree and said, how should we deal with these two people? There are many paper tags that I can't understand on their bodies. There are also some explosive tags. If we are not careful, we might explode the explosive tag here. Bray said cautiously, at that time, not only will these two people die, but even we might be affected. This is what the other party set up for us. The advisor took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with thoughts. If we don't save them, there must be a backup plan waiting for us to lure us into conflict with Konohagakure. The advisor analyzed in a low voice. At this moment, his head was spinning rapidly. After all, he was the person that Country of Lightning had arranged to negotiate with. His thinking was extremely flexible. However, if we save them, we need to deal with them well. But if we don't deal with them well and detonate the explosive tags, it will become the two Anbu that we killed with our own hands. When the advisor analyzed this, his pale face turned black, and the anger between his eyebrows became clearer and thicker. This is hooliganism. TL notes, hooliganism rowdy, violent, or destructive behavior. What kind of bastard could think of such a dog idea? Right now, our Kumagakure and Konohagakure are about to have a peace talk. These two Anbu are completely two-time bombs. It makes us so passive. The envoy group led by Harry killed the Konohagakure people by accident, causing the situation to become out of control. If these two Anbu died during the peace talk, the negotiation would not be able to continue. This is simply forcing our Kumagakure to fight with Konohagakure. This advisor widened his eyes. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the person who could come up with this idea was too wicked. He couldn't even think of anything more to ridicule. Now, his eyes were fixed on the two Konohagakure Anbu hanging on the tree. He didn't care about the rude behavior that Bray showed when he looked for him. To him, at most, Bray's brain was lacking. His heart was still pure. But the person who was able to plan this kind of thing in front of him, the brain was really enough. This was just too damaging. Advisor Sama, what should we do now? Bray took a deep breath and asked. After hearing the advisor's analysis, he already understood the seriousness of the matter and did not dare to act rashly. Let me think. The advisor's face was extremely gloomy. Even he did not know how to break this situation. The biggest problem at the moment is, we don't know what the paper tags on these two ninjas are. If we rashly touch them, it will inevitably cause the situation to be uncontrollable. The best way is to send these two back to Konohagakure. Act according to Konohagakure and Third Hokage's decision. Konohagakure still hopes that we can coexist peacefully. In other words, as long as Konohagakure's people know the truth of the matter, we won't be blamed for it. The advisor analyzed the situation one after another. The other ninjas, including Bray, were all listening to the advisor to analyze the problem. It was just. They understood it. However, they did not hear any solutions. They could only silently wait for the advisor Sama to finish his sentence. Advisor Sama, should I will call Konohagakure's ninjas over and let them claim it themselves. Bray suddenly thought of an idea. No. The advisor shook his head and rejected Bray's suggestion. He then explained, right now, the relationship between us and Konohagakure is still in a tense state. If we bring Konohagakure's ninjas here, it will only make things worse. If we are not careful, it may cause the incident to worsen further and lead to war. Then what should we do? Bray spread out his hands and made a helpless gesture. He was completely at his wits' end. Cut down the tree. The advisor's eyes sparkled. At that moment just now, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. Now you cut down this tree, pay attention, and cut it slowly, then cut off the part of the tree trunk where the two Konohagakure ninjas are hanging, cut the part above their head and the part below their feet, keep their state and absolutely don't touch those paper tags. This consultant immediately thought of this perfect method. Not only could he take these two ninjas away, but he would also not touch the paper tags on them. Good idea. Bray's eyes immediately lit up. He nodded to the surrounding ninjas and immediately began to move. You must be careful. Do not touch any of these two people. Tomorrow, carry this tree trunk and follow me to Konohagakure, said the advisor. Yes. The Kumigakure ninjas led by Bray began to get busy. About half an hour later, the tree trunks where the two Konohagakure ninjas were located were cut off. Then they were carried away by Kumigakure ninjas. At this point, the people here had already left. Swish swish. Right at this moment, on the tree trunk, pieces of paper ripped apart from the trunk. It felt like crossing the dimensional wall. After that, Aoba walked out from the tree trunk. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes flashed with pride. It seems that this leader of Kumigakure's envoy group still has some things. If he doesn't think of taking them away, I might have to come personally to lead the rhythm. Aoba smiled with satisfaction. He immediately used Hirai no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and left this place, returning to the tower. Now, all the arrangements had been completed. To him, there was nothing left to do. The chessboard was already set up. As for how to place the pieces, that was their problem. Chapter 253. Aoba stood on the observation platform on the third floor of the tower. Now that all his plans had been completed, he was very satisfied with the overall plan. Tomorrow is the day when the Kumigakure envoy group will enter Konohagakure. Aoba looked at the green trees outside and relaxed a lot. I have already done what I should do. What will happen next depends on the butterfly effect of the ninja world. Aoba looked at the observation platform that was already empty. He walked toward the bottom of the tower and directly arrived at the dojo. At this time, there were many shadow clones in the dojo drawing up explosive tags. Aoba's gaze swept over these shadow clones and did not say a word. These explosive tags were important things to him. Konohagakure, root base. Danzo stood in the destroyed stone room with a dark face. He quietly watched the root ninjas clean up the mess, showing an extremely strong sense of oppression. The root ninjas present were busy with their work. No one dared to stop for a moment. No one could escape responsibility for such a thing, and no one dared escape responsibility. At this moment, the stone door in this stone room was gone, and the broken stones on the ground had been collected. The root ninjas who died here had also been cleaned up. Other than some bloodstains on the ground that had not been wiped clean, there were no signs of any battle here. Danzo-sama. At this time, a root ninja wearing a mask walked to Danzo's side. His voice was low, and from the eyes of the mask, there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Speak. Danzo nodded silently. He still maintained this low pressure. He never thought that his base would be infiltrated. How could he not be angry? According to the overall investigation results, there are no problems at the base entrance. The defense is very tight. Not even a fly has entered, said the root ninja. How did Gosui get in? Danzo asked coldly. He had already deeply remembered Gosui's name. During this period of time, he had heard this person's name many times. The person who killed Uchiha Sekai was Gosui. The person who ran out from Konohagakure was Gosui. The person who had sneaked into his base to save Harry was still Gosui. What kind of monster was this person? Why did he give off a feeling that he was everywhere? Right now, Danzo wanted to figure out what exactly was going on with Gosui. When Danzo asked the root ninja such a critical question, he suddenly fell silent. I didn't find out how he came in, but I can be sure that there were no problems with the first, second, and third underground defense. We definitely didn't let anyone in. It was as if he had been here for a long time, this root ninja said in a low voice. This is not the answer I want to hear, Danzo said indifferently. Understood. I will continue to investigate this matter until I get a definite result. This ninja hurriedly said. He did not dare to disobey Danzo. In that case, not to mention that this matter had not been investigated thoroughly, even his head would be gone. How did Gosui escape? Danzo's tone was still very cold. According to the eyewitness, Gosui left through the reverse summoning technique. The root ninja said. Okay. Danzo nodded. There was no change in expression on his calm face, but his tone made people feel as if their hairs were standing on end. Reverse summoning technique. This technique requires someone to cast it somewhere else. Such precise timing. It seems that they are very accurate in the calculation of their own time. Did you get the map of my route? When Danzo said the last sentence, his eyes, which were exposed outside, suddenly shone with anger. This was no longer just an issue of unhappiness. One had to know. The route was his base camp. It was hidden deep under Konohagakure, just like the root of a big tree in the village. Except for himself. No one knew the route complete map. Even root ninjas only knew the part they were responsible for. Moreover, the tongue of every root ninja has a cursed tongue eradication seal in them, so it was impossible to tell the information they had. The map of the root base. Even Hiruzen didn't know about it. How did Kumagakure know? The matter of touching the root had already touched Danzo's reverse scale. He couldn't just let it go. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. The root ninja immediately lowered his head and said. How are you going to investigate this? Danzo shook his head and took a deep breath. He then slowly exhaled and coldly said, I will investigate this matter. As long as we capture Gosui, everything will be fine. Yes. After hearing Danzo's words, this root ninja silently breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He had to do his best to investigate what Danzo had instructed him to do. However, he had no idea how to investigate it. Have the number of casualties been checked? Danzo asked again. Yes. The root ninja nodded and stared at Danzo as he spoke carefully. There are a total of 5 people who died this time. They are all root ninjas who are responsible for guarding the stone room. It's just that. After I counted the number of people, I found that there should be 7 of them. There are 2 other people missing. They are. This root ninja told Danzo the code names of the 2 root ninjas that Aoba's advanced paper clone had transformed into. In a split second, Danzo's eyes were filled with thoughts. What if the 2 of them are in cahoots with Kumagakure? Danzo immediately began to think. He had always liked to speculate about others with the greatest malice. He was cautious and careful. He would rather kill them wrongly than let them go. This is true for the people in the village, and the same is true for the people at root. According to Yamanaka Akira, there is no problem with the memories of these 2 people. He thinks that Kumagakure might have controlled them. This root ninja said. Find them, Danzo said coldly. Yes. This root ninja immediately nodded. He understood that what Danzo said was the best solution. As long as he found these 2 root ninjas, he would be able to solve these mysteries. Otherwise, it would be useless to continue guessing. How is Harry? Danzo asked the root ninja again. He did not care about the 5 root ninjas who died at all. This kind of thing did not even stir up any waves in his heart. Harry has suffered a very serious injury, but it is very coincidental that he did not suffer any fatal injuries. According to the feedback from the medical team, there were 37 wounds that were slightly heavier and he should have died. It is really a miracle that he is still alive. The root ninja said with a shocked expression. When he heard this feedback information, he was very shocked. This kind of thing could actually happen. Good. Very good. Danzo nodded repeatedly, his single eye flashing with satisfaction. As long as Harry is still alive, we will still have the initiative in this matter. Danzo was very satisfied with this. He was very clear about the current situation. Tomorrow morning, the Kumagakure envoy group would arrive. Regardless of whether the final result was a battle or peace. As long as he still held the card Harry in his hand, then Kumagakure would still be afraid. This was also why he had to fight for Harry to be locked up at root. This card was for Konoha to deal with Kumagakure. If it were in someone else's hands, he wouldn't be at ease. Especially Hiruzen. Danzo even felt that if Hiruzen were to obtain Harry, it was very likely that he would directly send Harry back. This was not a good thing. The same logic. If the Uchiha clan were to obtain Harry, he might be killed in a few days. Send someone to keep an eye on Harry. I feel that Kumagakure has been divided into 2 factions. One faction wants to save Harry, and the other wants to kill Harry. Gosui should be the latter. If they know that Harry is still alive, they will definitely come again. Danzo said to this root ninja. Now he could not release the smoke bomb, and tomorrow was the time for the Kumagakure envoy group to come. If he declared that Harry was dead at this time, the Kumagakure envoy group would not come. Although Danzo preferred to fight and did not like the soft appearance of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. But at this time, he did not want to fight in this way. Even if they wanted to fight, he should use the card, Harry, well. Yes. This root ninja immediately nodded in response. After these words just now, they have already arranged all their recent plans. Go do it now. Danzo nodded at this root ninja, then turned and walked out of root base. He still needed to tell Hiruzen about what had happened at root. As Danzo left, the ninjas at root base heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts, but they still continued to do their respective tasks. They were truly afraid of the pressure they felt when Danzo was here. The pressure was too strong, and it made them feel like they could not breathe. A day passed quickly. Aoba stood in the dojo on the first floor of the tower. The shadow clones here had already been taken back. There were also many explosive tags in his hands. These were the gains these shadow clones had obtained in the past few days. I won't be coming for the time being. Aoba's gaze swept over the first floor of the tower and determined that there were no traces left aside from a bit of cleanliness. After that, he went up the stairs. He arrived at a room on the second floor of the tower. Only one room was furnished, with a desk, scrolls, and some blank paper tags. Apart from that, there was also a box with a seal on it. It was just that this box would soon be taken away by a summoning technique on the other side. There is nothing wrong with the things here. Even if they are discovered, they may think that they are things that exist in the tower. Aoba carefully checked every room on the second floor of the tower and confirmed that there was no clue that could point to him. Tomorrow, Konoha would enter the Third Ninja World War. Aoba understood the seriousness of this matter. The more guarded the village was, the more serious and cautious he had to be. Not to mention whether someone could find this tower. Even if someone came in, at most, they could find traces of someone coming. But that person, it will never be associated with him. Right at this moment, information and memories were transmitted into Aoba's mind. Instantly, Aoba closed his eyes. He carefully checks these memories and information. These pieces of information belonged to the memories of the shadow clone who replaced him to go to the Konohagakure Intelligence Division compartment to act as the cat-faced demon for a day, as well as the memories of the person who was waiting to be interrogated. There was nothing too special about it. It belonged to a normal day of interrogation. However, during this process, Aoba's shadow clone had appeared many times in the eyes of the prison guard leader. It could be said that it had already created a perfect alibi. Even if someone thought about Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, they would not set their suspicions on a ninja hiding in Konohagakure Intelligence Division. Time to go back. Aoba stood on the third floor of the tower and looked down at the forest outside. There were no more problems on the tower now, and he had to stay inside Konohagakure Intelligence Division for a while. In a split second, Aoba's perception spread out, directly connecting with the Flying Thunder God formula in the Anbu dormitory. Swish! Aoba's figure flashed and disappeared, and then he appeared in Anbu's dormitory. At this moment, Aoba returned to Anbu's dormitory and stared at the book on the table. Tomorrow is really an interesting day. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly. After sighing, he directly lay on the iron bed, closed his eyes, and prepared to fall asleep. He had done a lot of things during this period of time. He had consumed a lot of energy. Now, he could calm down and rest. In a certain place within the borders of the country of fire, black shadows shuttled through the forest quickly. Their target was Konohagakure, who was not far away. As the sky gradually darkened, the entire forest became gloomy. From time to time, the sound of wild beasts roaring and the rustling sound of the night wind blowing through the leaves could be heard. These black shadows ran for a period of time before finally stopping on a tree. Not far in front of them, a bright village could be seen. It was especially clear in the dark night. This is Konohagakure. A low and excited voice sounded. The owner of the voice was the leader of these people, the third Kazekage. This was the first time the third Kazekage had come to Konohagakure. In the past, he had heard of this relatively prosperous village, but he had never had the opportunity to come over. This was a rare opportunity. Besides, the third Kazekage was all Tsunagakure's elite jonins. They only had a small team of fewer than 10 people, but they were all elites. All of Tsunagakure's elite jonin stood on the branches and looked in the same direction as third Kazekage. They were all staring at Konohagakure, who was not far away. Tomorrow is the day when Konohagakure plotted against Kumigakure. They will send all their elites to attack Kumigakure's base camp directly. At that time, Konohagakure will be empty. It is a rare opportunity for us, Tsunagakure. The third Kazekage said in a low voice. His voice was not loud. In the quiet night sky, it clearly entered the ears of the surrounding Tsunagakure's elite jonin. For a moment, every Tsunagakure's elite jonin had a very serious expression on their face, and their eyes shone with a strong yearning. Brothers! We have lived in the desert for too long. Now we finally have a chance to change this situation. This time, let us fight for Tsunagakure. In order to let our village escape from the harsh environment and live in a better place. In order to let our family and friends live a better life. In order to let our descendants experience the richness of life in the dense forest. Let us use this battle to change Tsunagakure's fate. The third Kazekage said enthusiastically. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. This was the ideal that has been buried in his heart for many years. This could also be said to be the dream of every generation of Kazekage. If not for helplessness, who would be willing to build a village in a desert that only had hot wind and sand? The third Kazekage's emotions instantly infected the jonin who followed him here. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes shone with fighting spirit. Yes! These Tsunagakure's elite jonin responded in unison. Their eyes were fixed on Konohagakure, wishing they could lead their family to move into Konohagakure and embrace this green land with dense forests. Tonight, we will set up camp here. Tomorrow, we will wait for an opportunity to make a move and directly deal a fatal blow to Konoha. We must not let them have any room to breathe. The third Kazekage said in a deep voice. He had only used a few words to drive up the emotions of these Tsunagakure's elite jonin. There was a deliberate factor in this. But most of it was the same feeling in their hearts. They wanted to come to a green place to live. They wanted their lives to be immersed in green. This was the usual pursuit of Tsunagakure, and also the pursuit of third Kazekage. Yes. When Tsunagakure's elite jonin heard the third Kazekage's words, they immediately agreed. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. They almost all thought of creating history for Tsunagakure. Everyone, rest well now. Tomorrow, let's go all out and fight for Tsunagakure. After third Kazekage gave another order, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes flashed with confidence. He believed that with their elite team, they would definitely do something big. Chapter 254. Just as the third Kazekage was hiding not far away from Konoha, waiting for an opportunity to move. A few thousand meters away from Tsunagakure. The Omegakure ninjas wearing special sun protective clothing were hiding in the desert. The ones leading them were. It was the two Omegakure ninjas that Aoba saw outside Hanzo's residence that day. These two Omegakure ninjas were both Omegakure jonin. Apart from them, most of these people were chunin. As for Omegakure's leader, Hanzo, he did not come personally. Overall, the combat effectiveness of this Omegakure squad was not too strong. Stop! The jonin, who was walking at the front, raised his hand. After his order came out, all the ninjas stopped. We will set up camp here. The jonin immediately said. His eyes saw Tsunagakure, which was made of sand and tall rock walls from the horizon of the desert. If they continued to walk forward, they were bound to be discovered. After all, the ground was full of yellow sand. There was not even a little cactus, and there was almost no shelter. Once someone appeared in the vicinity of Tsunagakure, they would immediately be discovered by the sentries. Yes. The ninjas took out dim yellow tents from their military bags and began to build here. The weather in the desert was hot during the day and cold at night. The temperature difference between day and night was great. This brought great trouble to the Omegakure ninjas. They had consumed a lot of energy. They had almost been roasted to death during the day, and now they had to feel that cold feeling again. I really don't know why Hanzo-sama listened to Danzo and attacked this Tsunagakure. This kind of broken place is not as good as our country of rain. The two jonin complained about country of wind's harsh climate along the way. That's right, I also feel that country of wind is inferior to our country of rain. Even if our country of rain is covered in rain all year round, at least we do not lack water. This dry land can be said to be even worse than our country of rain. The leading jonin nodded in agreement. I feel that the main reason why Hanzo-sama did not come personally was that he did not fancy this crappy place like Tsunagakure. If the target of the sneak attack was Konoha, Hanzo-sama would definitely come personally. The jonin continued. It's not like that. The leading jonin obviously knew more inside information. He turned to look at the Omegakure ninjas who were busy building tents behind him. After making sure that no one could hear their conversation, he turned his head and stared at Jonin's companion beside him. Hanzo-sama didn't come here because he didn't value Tsunagakure. The leading jonin shook his head, his face serious as if he had some inside story. What is the reason for that? The other jonin became even more curious. Because the interior of our country of rain is not peaceful. There is a new strength that is rapidly developing. Although it is still in the budding state, it has already made Hanzo-sama feel threatened. The leading jonin lowered his voice. You're talking about that organization? The other jonin immediately widened his eyes. He had also heard of this matter. Not long ago, an organization that hoped to establish a bridge of hope that led to world peace through communication between people appeared in the country of rain. It sounded like a group of naive children gathering together to do something, and he did not take it too seriously. He did not expect that Hanzo-sama would actually take it seriously. It's not like you don't know Hanzo-sama's character. The leading Jonin's voice became lower and lower. It was obvious that he had already touched upon a domain that was difficult to say. I know, Hanzo-sama is a cautious person. Otherwise, he would not have asked us to guard his residence 24 hours a day. In fact, I have no idea what this means. Hanzo-sama is far stronger than us, guards. The other Jonin continued. During this period of time, they had finally come out to do a mission. They were able to exchange some words with each other. If they were still outside Hanzo's residence, they would not dare to say such words. Hanzo-sama's caution is only a part of it. Other than this, Hanzo-sama still has some side that even he himself is not aware of, but I have been by Hanzo-sama's side for more than 10 years, so I can see more clearly. The leading Jonin took a deep breath and slowly said, Hanzo-sama is already a great elder in the ninja world. He has been conferred the title of demigod a long time ago. This makes him act like an elder when facing a young ninja. He will give pointers to a talented young ninja, but all of this has a premise. What premise? The other Jonin had already been guided to this side by the leading Jonin's words. A big question mark appeared in his head. That is that the other party will not threaten Hanzo-sama's position. The leading Jonin said in a deep voice. I understand. The other Jonin nodded. He stared at the leading Jonin with wide eyes and said, according to the information I received, in the organization known as Akatsuki, there is a person who has the Rinnegan that only the Sixth Path of the Sixth Path have. That's right. It's these eyes that make Hanzo-sama feel an unprecedented threat. You should know that Hanzo-sama is only known as demigod, not the true god like the sage of the Six Paths. The leading Jonin said. So that's how it is. When the other Jonin heard this, he was inexplicably glad. Fortunately, he did not have enough potential to be targeted by Hanzo-sama. Otherwise, he might not have lived to this day. Don't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, we will all be killed. The leading Jonin warned. Don't worry, I understand. You haven't said anything, and I haven't heard anything. Our purpose in coming here is to break through Tsunagakure's defense. We will launch a surprise attack tomorrow morning. The other Jonin said. We can't do it tomorrow morning. The leading Jonin shook his head. He immediately stood up and looked at the Omegakure ninjas behind him. After you build the tent, immediately rest. When it is midnight, we will immediately launch a sneak attack on Tsunagakure, taking advantage of the time when the enemy's defense is the weakest. The leading Jonin immediately instructed. His voice was unquestionable and firm. He already had a very serious idea about the sneak attack. Yes. The ninjas immediately nodded in agreement, indicating that they had received the order. On the other side. Outside Kumagakure outpost. In a direction very close to Kirigakure. 7 figures quickly shuttled through the forest. Their speed was extremely fast. It was as if the entire forest was retreating. These 7 people were the 7 ninja swordsmen. Along the way, they had been inquiring about news about Satsuma Rentaro. However, they had not received any information about this. Just as night was about to fall, they came to the rear of the Kumagakure outpost. They did not get too close to the Kumagakure outpost. Instead, they watched the Kumagakure outpost from afar and hid their bodies in the woods. Boss, I think we should catch someone to ask about the situation. Rentaro was taken away by Gasui. Now that we don't have any information about him, it means that he must be in Kumagakure's camp. Sukazan Fugyuki said to Biwache, Z. From the side. Well, let's see. Find a chance to catch someone and ask. The kind that is best not to be discovered. Biwache, Z. Pinched his chin and thought. His sight could see the lively crowd outside of the outpost not far away, but he had not thought of what kind of person to catch and ask. Boss, I have an idea. Don't you think that Kyumagakure is fighting with Konohagakure? If we catch a ninja, they will probably find out immediately. Maybe it will affect Rentaro. Why don't we catch a normal person at the outpost? Maybe they won't notice it at all. As Munashi Jinpachi spoke, he rubbed his hand against Shivuki. I think what Jinpachi said makes sense. Kyumagakure is here to fight. The ordinary people in the outpost should be people who came with Harry in the past. If they go missing, it will definitely not attract any attention. Kurosuke Reiga nodded in agreement. I also think that it makes sense. In this forest, even if ordinary people go missing, it is possible that they will be taken away by beasts. They may not attract any attention at all. Akabino Jinan pandered. Okay, then let's catch an ordinary person. Biwache, Z? Immediately felt that the words of these teammates were very reasonable, so he focused his eyes on the Kyumagakure outpost and instantly noticed two ordinary people who were not wearing ninja clothes. The two ordinary people were discussing something in front of the Kyumagakure outpost. From the clothes they were wearing, it looked like the regular clothes prepared for Kyumagakure ninjas. They were not their own clothes. Biwache, Z? Nodded and immediately set the two people as targets. Finding ordinary people in this stronghold is really troublesome. It's them. Biwache, Z? Felt that if he took away an ordinary person, the ninjas in the Kyumagakure outpost might not only not look for them, but might also be grateful to them. Just as he made his decision, the ordinary person in the Kyumagakure outpost took a step forward and walked into the forest not far away. There was no one else around him. The opportunity has come. Biwache, Z. S eyes lit up and his figure suddenly flashed. He rushed in the direction of the ordinary person. The other people among the 7 ninjas smiled when they saw this scene. No one cared. They all knew Biwache, Z. S strength. It was just capturing an ordinary person. There wouldn't be any problems at all. A few minutes ago, at Kyumagakure outpost, the leader of the Kyumagakure envoy group was also the Kyumagakure advisor. He was wearing Bray's regular clothes. After all, his staff officer uniform had not been dry yet, so he needed to dry it for more time. He had to wear it tomorrow when he went to Konohagakure. In front of him was a staff officer from the Kyumagakure envoy group. This staff officer was borrowed from the country of lightning. Negotiations were known for being tough. This staff officer's ability would be of great help to their Kyumagakure emissary delegation. It was just. This staff officer actually had a cold after the big spray in the day, and he was not feeling good. This is what happened. The Kyumagakure advisor was explaining to the staff officer what he had discovered. Then, he said, I suspect that those two Konohagakure's Anbu were an arrangement of Kirigakure ninjas. Moreover, the person who did it should be Satsuma Rentaro who drowned us today. I just don't know whether he was caught by Gasui or not. Humph. It would be better if Gasui killed this kind of person. Advisor Sama, I agree with your judgment. I also think that the matter of Konohagakure Anbu was done by Kirigakure's ninja. Now, I will go take a look at the situation of the tree. Maybe I can find some clues. This way, I will be able to report to the country of lightning daimyo and ask him to pressure the country of water. The anger in his heart had reached an extreme level. He had followed the envoy once, but he did not expect that the biggest enemy was not Konohagakure, but Kirigakure. It is in the front direction. I will let Bray escort you there. The Kyumagakure advisor said. I won't trouble Bray with such a small matter. I'll be back soon. There won't be any problems. The staff officer waved his hand and walked directly toward the direction of the broken tree. Just as his figure walked into the forest, a figure appeared behind him and grabbed him directly. Who? Before the staff officer could see what was happening, he felt his body lighten. Then, with a wave of dizziness, he directly appeared in another forest. bang! His body was rudely thrown out and heavily fell to the ground, making his already cold and feverish body even more unbearable. "Who are you people?" the staff officer said coldly. When he was in the country of lightning, he was known for daring to say anything, and he didn't even know what fear was. Suddenly, he looked at the people around him. Each and every one of them had a strange appearance. There weren't many people around. They seemed to be fiendish, but he wasn't afraid at all. "So it's Kirigakure ninjas." The staff officer's gaze fell on the foreheads of the 7 ninjas. His tone suddenly became strange. He had just suspected that all of this was done by Kirigakure ninjas. Now, these Kirigakure ninjas appeared. This was simply a confession without a fight. In the face of such a situation, this staff officer was even more confident in his heart. In his opinion, he has mastered the handle of Kirigakure. He stood on the side of reason. As a person who worked in a daimyo mansion all year round, he did not realize that his words and actions would anger the ninjas who had killed countless people and had blood on their hands. "I invited you here just to ask you something. If you know, just say it. If you don't know, just say you don't know." BYJ-Z still carried out the idea of not easily making enemies with others. This was taught to him by Rentaro. As long as he completed his goal, it would be fine. Everything else was secondary. "Do you know where Satsuma Rentaro is?" BYJ-Z asked directly, his eyes burning as he stared at the staff officer. "Oh? You are looking for Satsuma Rentaro? Why do you ask me about the matter of your Kirigakure?" The staff officer's lips curled into a mocking smile. When he heard the name Satsuma Rentaro, the anger in his heart reached another height. After all, in his opinion, these things were all done by Satsuma Rentaro. Because Satsuma Rentaro was taken away by your Kumigakure ninja, Gasui. BYJ-Z maintained his most basic rationality as he spoke to this staff officer. Ha 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 ha. When this staff officer heard this, he immediately raised his head and laughed out loud. He looked extremely comfortable. So Satsuma Rentaro was captured by Gasui. The staff officer stared at BYJ-Z coldly and said word by word, "I can tell you responsibly that Gasui will definitely kill him." As soon as this staff officer finished speaking, the faces of the 7 ninjas turned cold, and their bodies were filled with dense killing intent. "Everyone, calm down." BYJ-Z forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and suddenly raised his right hand. He pulled out the Kyubikaribasho from his back and instantly swung it in front of the staff officer. "I advise you to think carefully about what you should say. I'll ask you one last time, where is Satsuma Rentaro?" BYJ-Z's tone became colder and colder. He had been thinking about Satsuma Rentaro all this time and chose to believe in Satsuma Rentaro. He did not offend Kumigakure in order to save Satsuma Rentaro. However, if Satsuma Rentaro died just like that, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Now his original personality had returned. As long as he was given a little more chance, as long as Satsuma Rentaro was still alive, he would do his best to save Satsuma Rentaro. "Ha ha 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 ha, are you threatening me?" The staff officer straightened his neck. He had seen all kinds of evil people in the daimyo mansion. He had heard all kinds of threats. These harsh words were not even worth mentioning to him. "I saw with my own eyes that Satsuma Rentaro was taken away by Gasui. As long as he was taken away by Gasui, he would undoubtedly die." When the staff officer said this, his tone paused for a moment. Then, he put on an extremely irritating look and said a sentence that made the 7 ninja swordsmen collectively angry. "However, even if Gasui did not kill that kid, I will definitely not let him go." Chapter 255. When the 7 ninjas heard this staff officer's words, everyone's expression changed. He actually dared to be so arrogant. He wasn't even afraid of the aura of the 7 of them. Most importantly, the words of this staff officer have completely offended them. Then go to hell. BYJ-Z directly raised the broadsword in his hand and directly slashed at the head of this staff officer. His speed was extremely fast, and the sharp blade directly cut toward the neck of this staff officer. At this time, BYJ-Z was already very angry. He understood Kumagakure's attitude through this person, and that was Kumagakure would not let Rentaro go. Then there was no need to reason with them anymore. For the 7 of them, if they couldn't use reason to explain, then there was no need to waste their breath. It was better to directly attack. Do you know who I am? The staff officer looked at the broadsword that BYJ-Z was waving and suddenly felt that this person was really going to slash at him. There was a hint of panic in his tone. I don't care who you are. BYJ-Z said coldly. Just as he finished speaking, the broadsword in his hand fell and heavily slashed the staff officer's head. Puchi! In a split second, blood flew everywhere. A head rolled out from the spray of blood and fell directly at the feet of the other 6 ninjas. Boss, what should we do now? Sukazan Fugyuki said coldly. As he spoke, he had already taken out the same hata wrapped in bandages from his back. He used his hand to tear off the bandage, revealing same hata's original appearance. Although the entire process seemed to be asking BYJ-Z. However, everyone understood the meaning of Sukazan Fugyuki by his appearance. That was to start fighting. I think this is a problem. Kumagakure first came to rob us and then took away Rentaro, who can change our future. If we don't respond, does Kumagakure think that we, Kirigakure, are particularly easy to bully? Kurosuke Reiga's eyes also became cold. He took out 2 swords from his waist. They were his weapons, Kaiba. After holding the 2 swords in both hands, the momentum of his body suddenly changed. I understand what everyone means. BYJ-Z picked up Kobikaribasho, turned his eyes to look at the Kumagakure outpost, and his whole body became fierce. It's getting late. The ninjas in the Kumagakure outpost have not rested yet. It is not a good time to make a move. BYJ-Z immediately began to arrange. As the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen, his words still carried a lot of weight, but he could not go against everyone's thoughts too much. When night falls, we will launch a surprise attack on Kumagakure outpost. The main purpose is to save Rentaro. Once we save Rentaro, we will immediately take him away and never fight. BYJ-Z said coldly. What if there is no Rentaro there? Sukazan Fugyuki immediately asked. Kumagakure is going to war with Konohagakure. Kumagakure outpost was attacked by Konohagakure ninja, causing Kumagakure outpost to be completely destroyed. It has nothing to do with us, Kirigakure. We can't let Kumagakure know that we attacked their outpost, which will affect Rentaro. BYJ-Z's voice became colder. Although he did not speak too clearly, no one was a fool. Everyone understood what was going on. Understood. The eyes of the other 6 people became bloodthirsty, and their bodies were suffused with dense killing intent. Ever since they met Rentaro, they had been restrained when doing things. They haven't eaten meat in a long time. This time, they can completely release it. During this period of time, it really suffocated them. At this moment, Aoba was sleeping on the iron bed of Anbu's dormitory. He had no idea about what had happened between Kirigakure and Kumagakure. These things were not part of his plan. He did not even think about it. However, if he were to find out about this matter, he would definitely sigh with emotion before returning to normal. He felt that this matter was very unexpected, but it was also reasonable. After all, his butterfly had already flapped the wings of history. With his arrival, it had changed many things. He had made the best arrangements for these things. As for what would happen after that, it was completely unpredictable. At least, Aoba knew. The Third Ninja World War was already unavoidable. Moreover, the war this time was far more than the Third Ninja World War than the original work. A new chaotic situation would occur. Gradually. As time passed. It was already midnight. Country of Fire. Outside Kumagakure Outpost. In the woods. The 7 ninja swordsmen stood in the woods, hiding among the leaves. Everyone was like a bloodthirsty beast. Let's go. Biwaje, Z. Waved Kobikaribasho in his hand. During this period of time, he also had the same feeling, as if he was abstaining from lust and completely suppressing his nature. He looked at the blood flowing down from the broadsword. He was in a state of extreme killing. After hearing the words about Rentaro in the staff officer's mouth, he was even more sure that he would deal a devastating blow to Kumagakure. He had to let these people know clearly that Kirigakure's ninja was not so easy to deal with. Okay. The other 6 people responded in unison. They all knew that it was their turn to start a massacre. Instantly. The figures of the 7 ninjas flashed out one after another, rushing towards the direction of the Kumagakure outpost. Among the 7 people, each of them held a special sword in their hands. Before the moonlight shrouded, they sneaked into the branch next to the Kumagakure outpost. The 7 people directly stood in a row and began to quickly make a series of hand seals. The hand seals each of them made were exactly the same. Kirigakure no Jutsu, hiding in mist technique. The 7 of them used ninjutsu together. In an instant, the Kumagakure outpost, which was already in a dark environment, was shrouded in mist and the visibility directly dropped to the maximum. Let's go. Biwaje, Z. said coldly. Following his words, the 7 of them charged into the outpost. Such a scene. It was like a hungry wolf entering a flock of sheep. Even the leader, Biwaje, Z, had forgotten what he had just told them. He had already forgotten his purpose. He directly started a massacre and entered killing mode. Kill 1 when you see 1. Kill 2 when you see 2. They started killing without any scruples. Chi chi chi. At this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed across the night sky and instantly appeared in the eyes of the 7 ninjas. With its powerful aura and might, it instantly attracted the attention of the 7 ninjas and made them stop. The terrifying electric light has an extremely fast speed, pulling the surrounding wind and dispersing in mist, causing the 7 ninjas to emerge from the mist. Kirigakure people. This person was the leader of the outpost, Bray. His eyes were cold as he looked at the 7 ninjas who had just entered the outpost and began to kill indiscriminately. His eyes had already turned red. You guys are really insatiable. Bray never thought that he would encounter a sneak attack from Kumagakure ninjas in the morning and would again encounter another sneak attack from Kirigakure ninjas at night. Did you, Kirigakure, grow up eating sneak attacks? Don't you dare to fight head-on? You don't let people sleep well at all? What Bray was most angry about was, it was precisely because Kirigakure ninjas had attacked them in the morning that they did not think that Kirigakure ninjas would launch another attack in such a short period of time. This was no longer just the term excessive. Simply insane. You guys are going too far. Bray said coldly. From the beginning, he did not take Kirigakure's ninjas seriously. After all, Kirigakure's current strength was not comparable to Kumagakure at all. But it was because of this matter. He instinctively ignored the possibility that Kirigakure might attack them, Kumagakure. It turned out to be Bray-sama. Biwaje, Z, stared at Bray with a smile that was not a smile. He did not feel afraid at all because of the other party's imposing manner. He knew that if he were to fight alone, none of the 7 of them was a match for Bray. But they were 7 people. In his opinion, as long as the 7 of them worked together, looking at the entire ninja world, No one could challenge the 7 of them. Not even the Reikage. Now we only have one request. Hand over our Kirigakure ninja Satsuma Rentaro. If Bray-sama can fulfill this small request of ours, then we will leave immediately. We will absolutely not kill anyone else. Biwache, Z? Said slowly. From the way he spoke, it seemed like he was trying to reason with Kumagakure. Biwache, Z, you still have the nerve to negotiate with me. Bray was so angry that he didn't even have the mood to argue. According to the incomplete statistics he had made along the way, at least 20 Kumagakure ninjas had died. Even several of the guards and staff officers of the envoy group had died. Fortunately, the Kumagakure advisor did not have any problems. It was just that. This was not a scene that Bray could accept. I will never forgive you for what you Kirigakure ninjas did. The 7 of you are the same, Satsuma Rentaro is the same. I will fight to the end with you. Bray said coldly. His hands were clenched into fists, and the muscles on his arms bulged. He looked particularly strong and full of explosive power. So Satsuma Rentaro is no longer in your hands? Biwache, Z? Asked indifferently. He was sharp enough to gather useful information from Bray. Although Biwache, Z? was not a particularly smart person, Bray was still far inferior to him. He simply said something harsh. It could be said that he directly told them that there was no Satsuma Rentaro in this Kumagakure outpost. As a result, all 7 of them, including Biwache, Z, had a meaningful smile on their faces. It felt like they were relieved. This is good. Biwache, Z? opened his mouth again. His words now seemed to be for Bray and also for the other 6 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. It was more like it was for himself. This way, we can all fight to our heart's content. After Biwache, Z? finished speaking, he waved to the 6 people beside him. Go. As soon as Biwache, Z? finished speaking, the 7 people attacked Bray together. I couldn't ask for more. Bray sneered, the corners of his mouth curled up in a mocking arc. What he was least afraid of was a frontal battle. If the 7 ninja swordsmen only hit in the side like they did in the morning and did not fight to trap people, then it might be a bit troublesome. After all, they had the advantage in numbers. As long as he could fight head-on. Let alone 7 people. Even if there were 10 people on the other side. Bray was not afraid at all. He was not afraid of such a head-on battle. What he was more worried about was that these 7 people were crazy enough to kill the others here besides him. Let me see how powerful the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist are. Instantly, Bray was clad in armor created by the Raiden Chakra M.Do, lightning release chakra mode. He charged toward the 7 of them. If it were said that just now, the 7 ninja swordsmen had charged into the Kumagakure outpost like hungry wolves entering a flock of sheep. Then, Bray was like a fierce tiger in a wolf pack. The 2 sides instantly engaged in battle. On the other side, Country of Wind, Tsunagakure. On top of the wall, 2 of Tsunagakure's ninjas were keeping watch. They stood together, yawning and chatting to relieve boredom. Do you think 3rd Kazekage-sama and the others have a chance to succeed? A Tsunagakure sentry guard said casually. I hope we can succeed. This time, we, Tsunagakure, have sent out all our elites, and 3rd Kazekage-sama has personally led the team. This can be said to be our strongest force. We can definitely succeed. The other Tsunagakure sentry guard said with a nod. But why do I feel uneasy? Sentry guard A was worried. We launch a sneak attack. What's so scary about that? If it really doesn't work, we can retreat. After all, 3rd Kazekage-sama is personally in charge. Sentry guard B said with a smile. However, don't you think that our Tsunagakure is even more empty right now? What should we do if someone sneak attacks us? Sentry guard A took a deep breath and said helplessly. No way. Our intelligence is completely sealed. Who can accurately see such an opportunity? Sentry Guard B shook his head and said. He did not take such words seriously. He did not think that Tsunagakure would have any problems. I hope so. Ever since 3rd Kazekage-sama left, I felt a deep sense of uneasiness. I always felt that something might happen to our Tsunagakure. Sentry Guard A said with a bitter face. As he spoke, he couldn't help but pick up the binoculars and look outside Tsunagakure. You are too nervous. Relax a little. Maybe after a while, we will be able to move into the woods to live. Sentry Guard B shook his head and said. He looked at the appearance of Sentry Guard A holding the binoculars and looking around. He couldn't help but feel that it was quite ridiculous. Right now, there was only sand outside. He couldn't see anything at all. Hey! When Sentry Guard A was scanning the yellow sand outside the village with a binocular, he suddenly found that there was something dark on the side of the village. Something was wrong. The moon was in the front. The smooth sand was like a natural reflective mirror. Although there was not much reflection, it could still be seen that it was bright. However, it was on this bright surface. There were a few shadows. This was something that had never existed before. There seems to be a situation. Sentry Guard A suddenly became serious. He held the binoculars and stared at the desert outside. When he saw the shadow, he immediately felt that there was something wrong and immediately fixed his eyes on the shadows. As he looked deeper and more carefully, he suddenly found a problem with the sand. Those shadows. They were moving. There's a situation. Sentry Guard A stared at the shadow over the binoculars with wide eyes. He was surprised to find that the shadows were quickly rushing toward Tsunagakure. Aren't you being too sensitive? Sentry Guard B didn't seem to take it seriously, but he still picked up the binoculars and looked in the direction where Sentry Guard A was looking. Immediately, Sentry Guard B also saw the moving shadow. All of a sudden, Sentry Guard B was dumbfounded. There is an enemy attack. Sentry Guard B immediately shouted. Then he looked deeply at Sentry Guard A and warned, continue to keep an eye on them. I will report to Cho-sama. Sentry Guard B immediately ran down the village wall after saying this. As he ran, he was cursing in his heart. What kind of crow mouth was this? The first second he said he was worried, the next second they were attacked. This was too accurate. Sentry Guard B only complained in his heart and threw away all the question marks in his heart. There was no way. In this situation, 3rd Kazekage just left the village. He could only report the information to Cho and Ibiz, who were temporarily managing the village. Outside of Tsunagakure, the Omegakure ninjas quickly rushed in the direction of Tsunagakure. Tsunagakure was currently in the middle of the night. Most of the people had already fallen asleep. It was the best time to launch a sneak attack. Go! The leading Omegakure Jonin ordered the ninjas behind him, because he had already let them sleep in advance. The mental state of these ninjas was still very good. Yes. The ninjas responded in unison and began the mission of attacking Tsunagakure. In the Anbu dormitory, Aoba lay on the bed and fell asleep. He had already begun to dream. At this time, most of the people in the ninja world also fell asleep. Among the various forces in the ninja world, many people knew that the Kumigakure envoy group was going to enter Konohagakure tomorrow morning, which may lead to the planning of a new force in the ninja world. But many of them did not expect this. This sudden sneak attack. Or a fight. To be more precise, that was the prelude to the Third Ninja World War. The night before the Kumigakure envoy group was about to head to Konohagakure, a big scene happened. Chapter 256. Midnight. A battle was taking place in Kumigakure outpost. A battle was also taking place in Tsunagakure. This made Konohagakure, who was supposed to be the focus of the Third Ninja World War, appear to be in a peaceful state. It was impossible to see any intention of starting a war. This was also related to Konohagakure's current environment. According to the knowledge of the villagers, the war had already begun half a month ago. The Jonin and Chunin in the village all headed in the direction of the battlefield one after another and fight with Kumagakure ninjas. As time passed, the battle began. The people in the village had already accepted this matter and did not have any thoughts about it. In their opinion, war was already a part of life. It was just that the flames of war had not spread to Konohagakure. It was precisely because this news had not been updated that it did not cause the people in Konohagakure to panic. The village was already in a war, why should they worry about the possible war? Because this was already a fact for Konohagakure's people. In addition, the third Hokage hid the information very well, so that the people in the village did not know that tomorrow was the day of the arrival of the Kumagakure envoy group. This created a very strange phenomenon. For the entire ninja world, tomorrow was a very important day, and it would decide the direction of the Third Ninja World War. But for Konohagakure's people, they had no idea what had happened. Tomorrow was just an ordinary day, and there was nothing different about it. This was the biggest reason. It was also because the third Hokage was afraid. He knew that Kumagakure's envoy had caused a very serious matter in the village the last time they came. Not only did it cause the Hyuga clan's dojo to be blown up, but it also caused the Uchiha clan to lose a person. This kind of thing had already caused the villagers to panic. If Kumagakure's envoy came to Konohagakure again, it would be very difficult for Konohagakure's people to easily accept it. Therefore, they directly chose not to say it and also avoided a lot of trouble for him. At this time, deep in the night, in a stone room in Root Base, 6 medical ninjas were treating a person lying on a stone bed. These medical ninjas were all using senjutsu, mystical palm technique, and they did not stop for a moment. After all, this person's identity was very unusual. After about half an hour, these medical ninjas seemed to have communicated with each other. They all put away the chakra in their hands and looked at one of the older medical ninjas. This medical ninja nodded and then walked towards the stone room door. He had just walked out of the stone room. He saw a figure waiting outside the stone room. This figure was wearing a dark green robe. His face was wrapped in bandages, giving off a very serious feeling. Danzo-sama. The medical ninja immediately bowed to the boss of Root in front of him and greeted Danzo. His expression was very cautious. The whole process was very careful. Even if he was a medical ninja, he had heard of Danzo's reputation. How is his injury? Danzo asked in a deep voice. The person lying in this stone room was Harry. After being attacked by Gasui, he was moved here for treatment. Danzo still cared about Hari's injury because it will affect many things. His life is fine, but the other places are not very good, the medical ninja said meaningfully. Tell me the details. Danzo's voice was still very low, and there were almost no emotional fluctuations. According to my experience, he will wake up in less than half an hour. However, the nerves in his spine are seriously damaged. His lower body has completely lost consciousness, and he can't move at all. The arms of his hands have also suffered a great impact. The injuries to his bones can be recovered, but the injuries in his chakra pathway are very serious. Even if his hands can recover, it will definitely be very difficult to control chakra. He won't be as free as before the injury. The medical ninja said seriously. When he said every word, he was seriously looking at the expression on Danzo's face, afraid that his words would cause Danzo to be disgusted or dissatisfied. In that case, does this mean that this person can't move his entire body? Danzo asked coldly. After hearing this news, he felt a very magical feeling. He did not know how to describe his current mood. Yes, he is already a cripple in action. Only his brain is still working flexibly. Unless he finds a medical ninja like Tsunade-sama to treat him, there is no way at all. The medical ninja nodded his head. His judgment of Hari's injury was very accurate. I understand. If there is nothing else, you can go back and rest. You have to come often to treat him during this period of time. Don't let him die. Danzo said in a low voice. After confirming that Hari would not die, he was relieved. Yes. The medical ninja immediately bowed and nodded. After he finished speaking, he turned around and returned to the stone room. After returning to the stone room, this medical ninja followed several other medical ninjas to deal with Hari's current situation. Then, these medical ninjas left the stone room together. Danzo stood outside the stone room. After the medical ninjas left, he walked in. At this time, there were only Danzo and Hari in the stone room. The latter was still in a coma. Gradually, time slowly passed. Not long after, Hari, who was lying on the stone bed, slowly blinked his eyes, and his body suddenly felt a strong pain. It was this feeling that directly stimulated him to open his eyes, and his eyes were filled with pain. Where is this place? Hari clenched his teeth tightly and did not cry out. His gaze was focused on the ceiling reflected by the weakest candle light. He looked like he was asking himself, but also like he was asking the person next to him. Only, he could not twist his neck at all and could not see the person next to him, but he felt that there was someone beside him. This is my lounge. Danzo's low voice sounded. He approached Hari step by step until he was next to Hari. Then, he looked down at Hari from a high place and directly appeared in Hari's line of sight. Shimura Danzo. There was a trace of surprise in Hari's voice. After he said these words, his tone changed. It seemed that his voice was a little too loud, which caused the nerves in his body to hurt. In short, he was not very good. Why are you here? Hari asked doubtfully. There was a strong caution in his voice. He had not figured out what had happened before he fainted, and he did not know who had harmed him. As he asked these questions, the scenes from before he passed out appeared in his dazed mind. It was as if he had suddenly regained his memories after temporarily losing his memory. He instantly realized what had happened earlier. Ga Sui. Hari suddenly widened his eyes and his pupils contracted. A name appeared in his head. It was Ga Sui. Through what Ga Sui said at the last moment, Ga Sui thought that he would definitely die. It was just that. Even he himself had not expected that he was still alive. All of a sudden, Hari wanted to reach out and try to support his body. He wanted to sit up and talk. However, before he could support his body, he found that his hands were trembling and he could not exert any strength. What shocked him even more was that he found that his body was completely out of control and his entire lower body had no feeling. It is already a blessing in the misfortune that you were able to save your life. As for the other parts of your body, they can no longer be used. Danzo lowered his head and looked at Hari, who was lying on the stone bed. He spoke in a very low voice. He had already seen through Hari's confusion and directly told the latter the situation. I understand. After a moment of surprise, Hari had already walked out from this sadness and grief. He was a very decisive person. After he understood his basic matters, it had become a fact. He could only accept it. After Hari said this, he no longer wanted to sit up. Instead, he wanted to raise his hands to try the feeling of his hands. No. Hari gave himself the answer in his heart. Right now, he couldn't even raise his hand. This kind of huge defect in his body brought him a huge gap in his heart. Even though he accepted this matter rationally, it didn't mean that he didn't feel uncomfortable in his heart. All of a sudden, Hari gave up all resistance and laid flat on the stone bed. He did not struggle at all. How is the negotiation between Kumagakure and Konoha? Hari asked slowly. His tone had calmed down. He was disheartened by many things, but he still wanted to know Kumagakure's final situation. It's only after dawn that the Kumagakure envoy group will arrive. It's not time yet, Danzo replied in a deep voice. If I'm not wrong, you don't want Konoha to negotiate with Kyumegakuer, right? Harry said indifferently. He had already begun to adapt to this feeling and understood the feelings inside. There is no absolute in everything. Danzo shook his head and did not give a clear answer. Can you help me investigate something? Harry stared at Danzo and asked. Go ahead. Danzo did not agree, nor did he object. Instead, he let Harry speak about the matter first. I want to know if Gosui's actions were arranged by Kyumegakuer, or if he made his own decision, Harry said in a low voice. He still had no way of completely suspecting Kyumegakuer. After all, it could be said that he had paid everything to Kyumegakuer. He was unable to accept such a thing suddenly happening. What benefits do I have? Danzo still did not say anything about agreeing or not. His exposed eyes stared indifferently at Harry, who was lying on the stone bed. If you can tell me the truth, I may join you Konoha, Harry said seriously. Maybe. Danzo shook his head. His exposed eyes seemed to have seen through everything. Harry. Let me guess your choice. If you are sure that Gosui was sent by Kyumegakuer to kill you on purpose, then you will pretend to stand on my side and use me to fight against Kyumegakuer to complete the task of revenge for you. But if you are sure that Gosui's action is just a personal behavior, then your target is only Gosui. So you will not deal with Kyumegakuer, no matter how I treat you. Am I right? We are all old foxes. There is no need to talk about these useless things with me. Danzo said coldly. The moment Harry spoke, he already understood what the latter was thinking. Wasn't it just to use him to investigate the results of this matter? Danzo could not help but sneer. If he could be used so easily, then he would not be Shimura Danzo. I really can't fool you at all. Harry smiled indifferently. He didn't have any expectations in the first place. He just wanted to give it a try. If he succeeded, that would be for the best. If he didn't succeed, it wouldn't be a loss to him. I think we are talking here tonight, and you are like this again. Let's be more sincere with each other. Otherwise, I can promise you that it was Kyumegakuer who asked Gosui to harm you. What can you do? Danzo stared at Harry, who was lying on the stone bed. When he knew that Gosui could leave through the reverse summoning technique, he understood that Gosui was not here to save Harry, but to assassinate Harry. It was because he knew this reason that he was waiting here to talk to Harry. At this time, the war between Konoha and Kyumegakuer was imminent. If Harry could give him some key information, things would become much simpler. Of course, Danzo did not place all his hopes on this. He was just testing it out. If he could succeed, it would be of great help to Konoha. But if he couldn't succeed, at the very least, it would be like this and wouldn't produce any negative effects. From a certain perspective, Harry's next attitude and choice would determine how Danzo would play this card. Ha 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 ha. When Harry heard Danzo's words, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Because his laughter affected the wounds on his body, he immediately felt a burst of pain from his body. This pain only caused him to grin, and it didn't cause too much of an impact. Danzo-sama, you are more shrewd than me. Harry sighed. They were all smart people. They understood each other's plans just by talking. Same to you, Danzo said in a deep voice. Then let's talk openly. I have forgotten that I haven't talked to others like this for a long time. Harry sighed. Then he looked at Danzo and asked, if I am willing to join your camp, how much help can you give me? You can ask such a question, which means you are still not honest enough. Danzo shook his head and walked directly to Harry, staring at Harry's face covered with gauze. Let me tell you what it means to be honest and open. After Danzo finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and reached toward Harry's mouth. What are you doing? Harry suddenly widened his eyes. He instinctively wanted to resist, but he could do nothing. His body was completely out of control. He could only watch as Danzo's hand reached toward him. This time, Danzo did not answer Hari's question. He slapped Hari's mouth with his right hand. Then, he grabbed Hari's tongue and pulled it out. Ah! Hari had not cried out before. No matter how painful it was, he was enduring it. However, the pain of pulling his tongue was really unbearable for him. At this time, Danzo lifted his right hand, which was holding Hari's tongue, and directly pressed his thumb against Hari's tongue. A dense chakra appeared between Danzo's fingers. This chakra instantly formed a black color seal on Hari's tongue. Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal. Danzo directly hit Hari's tongue with Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal. After that, he released his hand. Hari's tongue instinctively shrank back. He felt that his entire tongue was numb and even slightly trembling. You. What are you doing? There was a trace of anger in Hari's puzzled tone. He felt that Danzo's actions were really too excessive. It was simply disrespectful to him. But he had no other way. His whole body can't move on the stone bed. It was like a piece of meat lying on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Everything seemed so powerless and helpless. I gave you Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal. From today onwards, as long as you say anything about me, your entire body will go numb. You can neither speak nor move. You will be in a completely bound state. Danzo could not tolerate betrayal. The current Hari was a battle uniform for him. Since he did not plan to kill Hari for the time being, then he could only put a Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal on him. Hari was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had heard of this seal. He had never known about it before. Now we can speak freely. Danzo's expression gradually changed. This change made Hari, the leader of Kumigakure Anbu, feel a little creepy. Chapter 257. Early morning. Aoba stretched on the iron bed in Anbu's dormitory and slowly opened his eyes. It's finally time for Kumigakure's envoy group to come. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly. He was quite looking forward to this matter. After all, he had done so much work before. Now that the day had come, he had thought that he could ignore everything and continue to hang around in Konohagakure Intelligence Division. But now he still wanted to go and take a look. Instantly, Aoba formed a seal with both hands and used Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Aoba slowly said. As his voice rang out, a person who looked exactly like Aoba appeared in his dormitory. This person was Aoba's shadow clone. Today, the cat-faced demon's mission will be handed over to you, Aoba said to the shadow clone beside him. In fact, according to his original ways, he would usually send his shadow clone to look at these things. His main body would stay with Konohagakure Intelligence Division, which would be safer. He just needed to wait for the shadow clone to bring back the information. However, today was different. He just wanted to personally go and see what was happening in real time instead of looking back at the information brought back by the shadow clone. Yes. The shadow clone immediately nodded, then prepared to change into Anbu's ninja clothes and wear the cat face mask. After Aoba gave his instructions, he immediately used Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. His figure flashed and he directly appeared in a certain forest in Konohagakure. Swish swish. The moment Aoba appeared on the branch, the paper on his body flew up and down. Through Kami no Shishin no Jutsu, Paper Person of God technique, S imitation, Aoba changed his appearance into a different one. Now, he only looked like an ordinary person. According to the memories he obtained, he randomly selected a face. After completing the change in appearance, after ensuring that he would not attract anyone's attention, Aoba walked in the direction of Konohagakure's main entrance. At this time, he was also very curious. He wanted to see what Kumigakure's envoy group looked like when they came. He had left a big gift package for Kumigakure's envoy group. Not only had he drenched them into a drenched chicken, but he had also left 2 ninjas from route. Aoba still did not know how they were going to deal with it. When Aoba arrived near Konohagakure's main entrance, he was stopped by the ninjas guarding here. There is danger ahead. You can't leave for now. Please go back. Just as Aoba approached Konohagakure's main entrance, he was stopped by a ninja wearing a mask. What happened? Aoba asked in confusion. Don't ask anything you shouldn't know. This has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and leave this place. The Anbu said coldly. Their mission was to intercept these ordinary people who might come over and keep them away from the village's main entrance. All right. Aoba helplessly turned around and returned. When he saw Anbu guarding this place, he understood the third Hokage's intentions. All of these things that were said by the Anbu were quite nice for the villager. It was really dangerous ahead. It looked like he was thinking about the people in the village. But, in fact, the higher UPS of the village just wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble as much as possible. Kumigakure's envoy group came to the village once. At that time, it was not very pleasant. They blew up the Hyuga clan's dojo, destroyed several streets and alleys, and finally killed Uchiha Sekai. Of course. These things were all done by Aoba. Aoba was very clear about this, but the other ordinary people did not know at all. If the ordinary people knew that the village still had to meet with Kumigakure's envoy group under such circumstances, it would definitely cause some public dissatisfaction. From this point of view, it could also be seen. The third Hokage was actually panicking in his heart. He could not calmly face these things. After Aoba turned around and left this place, he did not directly return. Instead, he went in another direction. In the end, he was once again stopped by an Anbu. At this time, Aoba had probably already figured out the area where Konohagakure's Anbu defense was. As long as he entered that area, he might be noticed by others, and it would be very disadvantageous for him. For a moment, Aoba found a bench by the tree and sat down. On the surface, he was sitting here to rest, but in fact, he had expanded his perception to the maximum. Suddenly, a map seemed to appear in Aoba's mind. The map was what Konohagakure looks like. There were blue dots on the surface, which corresponded to the people's chakra. Some people had stronger chakra, some had weaker chakra, and each had its own differences. Aoba could excessively distinguish the strength of chakra, but he could not distinguish the chakra, which meant that there was no way to judge to who each ball of chakra belonged, and he could not judge whether there was hostility from these chakras. These special abilities still needed to have different states to support them. It was just an instinctive perception state, and he could only know if there were people around, which was a simple radar. However, although Aoba's perception didn't seem to be that developed. However, only the top sensor ninja in the ninja world could do this. Moreover, the range of perception was not as wide as Aoba's. There were some lightning chakras that appear in Aoba's consciousness, but he was sure that these people were Konohagakure's ninjas. Kumigakure was not here yet. At this time, at the main entrance of Konohagakure, there were already quite a few ninjas waiting here. Standing at the front was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was wearing the Hokage robe. It was obvious how much importance he attached to this negotiation. He directly stood at Konohagakure's main entrance and personally met the approaching Kumigakure's envoy. He didn't care about the difference in status between the two sides. Standing behind Hiruzen were Danzo and Konohagakure's 2 advisors. Further back were the middle and high-level ninjas in the village. Among them were the people of Hyuga and the people of Uchiha. However, Fugaku of the Uchiha clan was not among them. At this moment, Fugaku was lying on his bed at home. He stared at the ceiling with his eyes wide open. He had no intention of coming to see Kumagakure ninja come to do these things, and he didn't even dare to have any interest. How about watching? So what? Sekai was already dead. There was no way to reverse these past events. Of course. What made him feel like his belief had collapsed the most was what he felt recently. It was as if the entire world had changed. It was to the extent that Akira had specifically emphasized that he should not come to receive Kumagakure's envoy to prevent him from doing anything special. This decision seemed to be protecting him. In fact, Fugaku knew very well that this was not to protect him at all, but to deliberately provoke him. Akira was precisely using the reverse psychology of his desire for revenge, and after Fugaku recovered his calm, he had already seen through the matters of the Uchiha clan more and more thoroughly. The current clan head of the Uchiha clan and Konoha military police force captain was not as perfect and fair as he had imagined. They were also doing this for the sake of being able to sit on their seats for a period of time, not hesitating to suppress the outstanding figures in the Uchiha clan's younger generation. Such a measure. It made Fugaku feel ashamed to be with him. However, Fugaku learned not to easily express these things. Instead, he silently endured these things. The recent events. On the contrary, it made him even calmer. Get out of your existing perspective and see the world more clearly and intuitively. This made him gradually understand. This world was far from being as beautiful as he had imagined. It was more like a nightmare that he could not wake up from. The real way to save the world and the Uchiha clan was. Thinking of this, Fugaku's face became gloomy. He had already seen the revelation left behind by the sage of the sixth path on the Uchiha clan stone tablet. He already had some thoughts in his mind. However, these thoughts were only in the budding stage and had not been carried out according to this method. The middle and high-level people of Konohagakure were all waiting at the village's main entrance. Everyone's thoughts were different. Some people were looking forward to the coming of war, and some people do not want the war to come. Gradually, time ticked by. As time went on, the sun continued to rise and began to shine on the earth, but Kumagakure's envoy group had yet to arrive. The middle and high-level people in the village couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. They had been waiting for so long, but no one had come at all. This kind of thing stunned everyone. What's going on? Why hasn't Kumagakure's envoy group come yet? Did something happen? Koharu muttered doubtfully. What kind of accident could happen to Kumagakure? Homura shook his head helplessly. His face revealed a self-mocking smile. From the beginning, he had never agreed with Kumagakure's ninja request for peace. This battle that needed to be fought had to be fought. They might not come. Danzo sighed. In the conversation he had with Harry last night, he had felt that Kumagakure had no intention of making peace at all just to save Harry. And what Gosui did would make Kumagakure mistakenly think that Harry was dead. In this case, then there was no need to save him anymore. Naturally, there was no need to come again. This was what Danzo was thinking. When he came out today, he had already faintly felt that Kumagakure's envoy might not come. Let's wait a little longer, Hiruzen said in a deep voice. His eyes were fixed on Konohagakure's main entrance, expecting a figure to appear the next moment. It was not only them who were discussing these things. Even the clan head of the major clans who had arrived at the scene were all discussing this matter. No one had expected that Kumagakure would back down on such an important occasion. Not far away, Aoba sat on a bench near the edge of the forest. He had been feeling the situation here. A lot of small question marks appeared in his head. He was as shocked as everyone else. What's the situation? The range of Aoba's perception covered the outside of Konohagakure. He had been feeling what was happening outside the village. During this period of time, no chakra was passing by. No one had come at all. Kumagakure's envoy group is not coming. Aoba was stunned. He recalled what he had done. Wasn't it just spitting a few mouthfuls of water on these envoys? He hadn't done anything else. They weren't coming just like that? It can't be. Aoba vaguely felt that something might have happened to Kumagakure, but he could not tell what had happened. What could it be? Aoba quickly thought about it in his mind. He increasingly felt that the matter was very strange. Can the butterfly effect be so strong? Aoba couldn't help but sigh. He knew that such a thing must have happened because his little butterfly had flapped its wings, which caused the situation to change. But he had no idea what the change was. Had Kumagakure been attacked? Or had something happened to Kumagakure? Or had Kumagakure changed the negotiation strategy? Aoba did not know exactly what had happened. According to the existing information he had guided, he could deduce many different paths. These paths led to different paths of development. It was very difficult to guess blindly. Forget it, don't think about it. I don't care if they come or not. Aoba was ready to retract his thoughts. He originally wanted to watch the fun, but he didn't expect to watch a lonely show. After waiting for half a day, it was almost noon, but Kumagakure's envoy group still hadn't come. Just when he was about to leave, he discovered several other chakra groups rapidly moving toward Konohagakure. The strength of these chakra groups seemed to be very strong, and they appeared on the other side of Konohagakure, still some distance away from the main entrance. This is... When Aoba felt this, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, and his face revealed a proud expression. Tsunagakure ninja is here. Aoba could clearly feel that among these chakras, there was one that was particularly outstanding compared to other chakras. If there was no accident, the owner of that chakra should be the third Kazekage. This Kazekage is really bold. A simple secret letter, he directly brought all his elites over. If you dare to charge in like this, there will be new opportunities and possibilities. You won't be turned into a puppet this time, will you? Aoba silently calculated in his heart. According to the normal process of history, Sasori would turn the third Kazekage into a puppet. After the third Kazekage was killed by Sasori, Tsunagakure began to become a dragon without a head, which caused the Third Ninja World War to ignite. But now everything was different. According to the current timing, Sasori should not have graduated from the ninja school yet. The real igniting point of the Third Ninja World War had completely changed. After Kumagakure's envoy group deceived Konohagakure, Konohagakure was attacked by Tsunagakure. This kind of thing was enough to trigger the Third Ninja World War. Instantly, Aoba immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. His figure flashed and disappeared. He directly appeared in the forest. Then, he quickly looked in the direction of Tsunagakure's ninja's invasion. He was not going to participate in the battle. He just wanted to see how things would develop. West of Konohagakure, Tsunagakure ninjas, led by the third Kazekage, arrived at the outer wall of Konohagakure one after another. After that, the third Kazekage stopped. Tsunagakure's elite ninjas who followed behind him also stopped. At this time, they still did not know that their Tsunagakure hometown had been attacked. They were still thinking about Konohagakure in front of them. Everyone. The third Kazekage looked at the wall in front of him, and his eyes were full of fighting intent. Konohagakure's barrier is in front. Once we cross Konohagakure's barrier, there is no way to turn back. According to the current time node, Konohagakure has sent all their elites to attack Kumagakure. This is the best time for us. Let's have a good fight with Konohagakure. The third Kazekage said one sentence after another. His tone was getting more and more excited, mobilizing the fighting spirit of Tsunagakure elite ninjas here. Yes. After hearing the third Kazekage's words, the ninja's eyes burst out with a burning passion. Charge! The third Kazekage's eyes became fierce, and then he took the lead to rush in the direction of Konohagakure. Charge! Tsunagakuer elite ninjas followed behind the third Kazekage and rushed in the direction of Konohagakuer one by one. Soon, Tsunagakuer's ninjas passed through Konohagakuer's barrier one after another, crossed the outer wall, and entered the interior of Konohagakuer. Almost at the same time, in the barrier team inside Konohagakuer, an old man wearing a helmet in charge of sensing the barrier suddenly opened his eyes full of shock. Quickly report to 3rd Hokage-sama, there are intruders in the west of the village. The old man's anxious voice echoed in the hall of the barrier team. He had just felt several people entering the barrier, and each of them was not weak. Yes. The people in charge of sending information from the barrier team immediately responded, and then quickly left, running toward the direction of Hokage building. Intruder. This kind of thing was rarely seen, but once it appeared, it was often a big matter. Other than the people from the barrier team, Aoba stood on the top of a tree in the west of Konohagakuer, feeling the chakra of Tsunagakuer's intruders. Next is the time to watch a good show. Aoba did not expect that Kumagakuer's envoy group would not come, instead, the Tsunagakuer's intruders came. Chapter 258. The western part of Konohagakuer. One figure after another quickly shuttled through the forest, quickly moving toward the center of Konohagakuer. These people moved very quickly. There was no time to stop. Their goal was very clear, it was Hokage building. 10 minutes later, these people passed through more than half of the forest, stood in a specific formation, and quickly ran forward. In the formation, the 3rd Kazekage stood in the middle, surrounded by Tsunagakuer elite jonin. Konohagakuer has a barrier. Now they must have discovered our invasion. We must reach the Hokage building as fast as possible to avoid wasting time on the road, whispered 3rd Kazekage. As they moved forward, they felt the movement around them, trying to make sure that they were not followed by anyone, so that they could sneak in quickly. Yes. The ninjas responded one after another. They all understood what the 3rd Kazekage meant. When they charged forward, they maintained their keen perception of the surroundings. Only. Despite this, none of them noticed. In the woods thousands of meters away from them, a figure was maintaining the same speed as them, heading toward the Hokage building. On the other side, at Konohagakuer main entrance, a ninja from the barrier team used all the strength in his body and rushed over as fast as he could. Just as he approached Konohagakuer's main entrance, suddenly, he was stopped by a few ninjas that appeared. There is danger ahead. You can't leave for the time being. Go back. These few Anbu rudely stopped the barrier team ninja who was rushing over to report. I have something important to tell 3rd Hokage-sama. This ninja said in a hurry. After he finished speaking, he wanted to forcefully break through. Please leave this place. These few Anbu did not make way but coldly looked at the ninjas from the barrier team. In their opinion, this person was just looking for an excuse. Nothing happened at all. They wanted to use this method of making up lies to sneak in and achieve their goal of spying. This was an action that was not allowed. These Anbu had already received the notice of the 3rd Hokage beforehand. No one could come to the area near Konohagakuer's main entrance while waiting for Kumagakuer's envoy group to appear. I am a ninja from the barrier team. I have an important matter to see 3rd Hokage-sama. It's very, very important. The muscles on the faces of this ninja from the barrier team twisted. His heart was already anxious to a certain extent, but he held the most basic method of not letting others feel panic. He did not directly tell these Anbu about the arrival of the intruders. Sorry, I can't let you in. These Anbu still blocked the ninja from the barrier team. Are you crazy? The ninja from the barrier team stared at the few Anbu in front of him with wide eyes, not knowing what to say. What kind of critical juncture was this? Even meeting the 3rd Hokage was stopped. 3rd Hokage-sama, I have an important matter to see you. After the ninja knew that he could not reason with these Anbu, he immediately shouted. He hoped to use this method to attract the attention of the third Hokage. After all, with his strength, it was simply impossible for him to break through the protection of these Anbu. Stop shouting! In this place, even if you shout until your throat breaks, third Hokage-sama won't be able to hear you. You are just doing it in vain. Go back. Don't be so curious. Knowing so many things won't benefit you. These few Anbu shook their heads at the ninja from the barrier team. They were very clear about the defense situation here. They were surrounded by Anbu, and there was a long distance between them and Konohagakure's main entrance. If they wanted to shout at this place to let the third Hokage hear them, it was simply impossible. I have a very important matter. The ninja from the barrier team said this and could not help but take a deep breath. He knew that if he did not say it, it would be too late. Then, he stared at these Anbu and said seriously, an intruder has entered Konohagakure. We have to inform third Hokage-sama now. What? When these Anbu heard the words of this barrier team ninja, they first cried out in alarm, and then their eyes were filled with doubt. Really? Are you sure you're not lying? You can't say such things. Why didn't you tell us this earlier? As these ninjas spoke, they looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. I hope you know the price of saying this. If you are lying to us, then this matter will not end so easily. One of the Anbu took a step forward and slammed his hands on the shoulder of this barrier team ninja. He stared deeply into this barrier team ninja's eyes and confirmed the determination in his eyes. Come with me. Suddenly, this Anbu led the ninja from the barrier tram towards the direction of Konohagakure's main entrance. Both of them were very fast. Especially the ninja from the barrier team, his expression seemed to be in a hurry. Soon, the two arrived at the place where Hiruzen was. At this time, Hiruzen was staring at Konohagakure's main entrance, waiting for Kyumigakure's envoy group to arrive. Third Hokage-sama. When the ninja from the barrier team saw Hiruzen, he immediately ran toward him and suddenly shouted, instantly attracting the attention of the surrounding people. All of a sudden, the ninjas standing at the main entrance all looked at the ninja from the barrier team. Everyone's eyes flickered with doubt. None of them knew what this person wanted to do. At this time, the ninja from the barrier team also realized that he was too excited just now, so much so that he forgot that such a thing could not be made public. However, this could not be completely blamed on him. When he was stopped by those Anbu just now, he had already wasted a lot of time, making the situation very anxious. Moreover, when he walked in, he already told it to the few Anbu guarding the periphery. Since it had already come to this point, he decided not to hide anything anymore. Did something happen? After Hiruzen heard the voice of this barrier team ninja, he slowly turned his head and asked in confusion. Intruder! The ninja from the barrier team immediately roared. His voice clearly entered the ears of everyone around him, causing everyone present to be dumbfounded. They were shocked by what they heard. Intruder is here. They came from the west. They had already passed through the barrier. The situation is very dangerous. The ninja from the barrier team was already speaking incoherently. After he said these words, he was gasping for breath. After continuously running, he had already exhausted all of his strength. Intruder! After Hiruzen heard the words of this barrier team ninja, his brows immediately furrowed tightly, and his face revealed shock. Not good. Diversion. We've fallen into a trap. Hiruzen suddenly shouted. He instinctively regarded the intruders as Kyumigakure and felt that the whole thing was planned by Kyumigakure. Now, Kyumigakure's envoy group did not come, but attracted them to the main entrance, just to attack from the west. What a ruthless method! Hiruzen's face suddenly became ugly. He very sincerely wanted to have a discussion about peace with Kyumigakure, but they suffered such a thing. This made him angry from the bottom of his heart and he completely no longer wanted to talk with Kyumigakure. There was no need for any more peace talks. This matter had already become very big from that night's attack. However, after Harry was caught by them and the war broke out, things gradually calmed down a lot. Now, he was just thinking that if he could bring peace by not starting a war, he would try not to go to war. After all, the war would cause a lot of losses to the village. It would directly affect the strength of the village. These were things that Hiruzen had to consider and were also things that the village had to consider. Boom! 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 All of a sudden, a series of tremors rang out. It caused the entire Konohagakure to shake. Immediately after, iron sand gushed out from the ground in the distance like spring water. The place where such a scene happened just happened to be near the Hokage building. Fight! Hiruzen's face suddenly became cold. He suddenly pulled off his cloak and quickly rushed toward the Hokage building. His whole body showed a fighting posture. After this incident, Hiruzen no longer hesitated. The war this time had reached a point where they had no choice but to fight. Yes. The ninjas standing at the main entrance, after hearing Hiruzen's words, followed behind him one after another and rushed toward the direction of the Hokage building. Near the Hokage building, Aoba's figure appeared on top of the Hokage rock next to the Hokage building. He had just used Kij, Gan no Jutsu, ultra-lightweight rock technique, ticket to get up and landed here. He had not been exposed in front of Tsunagakure's ninjas at all. Aoba happened to be in a parallel position from a long distance. His position was just on the mountain wall on the edge of Konohagakure. He simply went up to the top of the cliff to overlook the war. The view here is not bad. Paper flew around Aoba's body, like a chameleon, his body changed the same color as a rock. Now, he looked up from the outside. As long as one's eyes were not very, very good, and if they carefully stared at the place to find something different, ordinary people would not notice this at all. Aoba sat directly on the edge of the cliff. This place was like a VIP special viewing seat. It overlooked Konohagakure below, and everything was particularly clear. He saw the third Kazekage directly jump onto the roof of the Hokage building. Tsunagakure's ninjas were all guarding around. This courage is really big. Aoba stood on top of the cliff and stared at the third Kazekage with a complicated feeling. In fact, I am not surprised that you can be defeated by Sasori. You are too impulsive. I just wrote a secret letter to you in the name of a spy. You actually believed it without any doubt. You even personally led Tsunagakure's elite ninjas to die together. What is your basic judgment? Aoba felt that the excuses he used to write back then were very lame. However, the third Kazekage believed it just like that. The trust between people was just that simple. What evil thoughts could a little spy who had been cuckolded have? At this time, on the roof of the Hokage building, a look of excitement appeared on the third Kazekage's face. Mani is right. Right now, Konohagakure is particularly empty. All the elites in the village have gone to ambush Kumagakure. This is really a rare opportunity. The third Kazekage said excitedly. Until now, he didn't even realize that he had been deceived. Moreover, he felt that the plan had gone smoothly. Now, let Konohagakure's ninjas take a look. The third Kazekage immediately laughed out loud and then formed a seal with his hands. Jitan, Seititsu, Magnet Release, Iron Sand. The third Kazekage's low voice rang out, and fine iron sand appeared between his hands. After these iron sand appeared, as if they had intelligence, they quickly twisted in the air and then bombarded the ground in front of the Hokage building. Boom! 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 One crashing sound after another rang out. After each collision, a part of the iron in the soil would be extracted. As the iron continued to hit the ground, the iron began to increase more and more. Who are you people? At this time, several ninjas quickly appeared and directly faced the third Kazekage. They were all holding kunao and other ninja tools in their hands. You think you are qualified to shout in front of me? The third Kazekage did not take these ninjas in front of him seriously. Especially when he saw the kunao in their hands. His face became even more indifferent. At this time, the third Kazekage suddenly raised his hands, and his palms were filled with magnetic release chakra, which instantly surged on the bodies of these ninjas in front of him. Hum. 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 Almost in an instant, the ninja toll on these ninjas vibrated violently as if they were crying out in sorrow. What's going on? The Konohagakure ninjas were all stunned. They found that the ninja bags in their body were about to fly out. The kunao in their hands kept flying in the direction of that person. They were almost unable to hold it. Swish! 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 At this moment, the ninjas' ninja tools flew out of their hands and directly flew toward the third Kazekage's hands. Until they were about to stab into the third Kazekage's hands. All of them stopped. The entire process seemed to have been remotely controlled. The Konohagakure's ninjas were dumbfounded. Magnet release bloodline limit. These few Konohagakure ninjas were shocked and their eyes were wide open. Just the scene just now was enough to let them judge that this was the magnet release bloodline limit. What was sucked away by that man was all made of metal. Kunao. Shuriken. The iron piece on the ninja bag. And metal products such as coins inside the bag. These things were all suspended in the palm of the man, floating in the air. You are Tsunagakure's third Kazekage. The Konohagakure ninjas were all dumbfounded. When they heard that there was movement here, they quickly ran over. Especially when they saw strangers, they immediately stood out to meet the enemy. But they never expected that. They were just a few genin. The opponent they met was actually Tsunagakure's third Kazekage. This was a completely different level of battle. Crack crack crack. Just as these Konohagakure ninjas were shocked, the metal in front of the third Kazekage's hands began to twist and distort, finally turning into black metal dust. These black metal dust were the iron sand that the third Kazekage had extracted from these metal objects. There was not much of this iron sand. However, it was enough to form a black needle. This needle was very slender. The pure black material caused the tip of the needle to shine with a sharp cold light. Jitan, Seitsuhari, magnet release, iron sand needle. Third Kazekage's indifferent voice sounded. Just as he said this, the black iron needle suspended in the air quickly flew toward the bodies of the ninjas in front of him. This iron needle was extremely fast. It was impossible to dodge. It was aimed at the hearts of these Konohagakure ninjas. Puchi! 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 One after another, piercing sounds rang out. Along with these sounds, this black iron needle quickly pierced through the hearts of these Konohagakure ninjas. In an instant, these genin, who had their eyes wide open and were in a state of shock, lost their young lives. Plop! 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 Konohagakure ninjas fell on the roof one after another. Then, because of the imbalance in their bodies, they rotated and rolled down one by one. Finally, they fell heavily to the ground, leaving pools of blood. Ha ha ha! The third Kazekage immediately raised his head and laughed. He felt that he saw the weakest Konohagakure. Now, he could do whatever he wanted here. Swish! However, at this time, a man in a combat uniform appeared on the roof of the building. Kazekage Dano, how have you been? The man's voice was low, his eyes were extremely cold as he stared at the third Kazekage, and his whole body was filled with anger. It was Konohagakure's third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, this man with the title of Hokage was completely angry. Now he deeply understood that there was no way for him to back down because behind him was the entire Konohagakure. Chapter 259. Aoba sat on the cliff next to Hokage Rock, staring at the cage battle in the Hokage building. He was quite carefree. After all, this kind of battle was not usually seen. He just didn't know how long they would fight. What kind of result would they end up in the end? The current Hiruzen was far younger than when he fought against Orochimaru in the later stages of the Chunin exam. His vitality was still at its peak. Even if he had to fight the third Kazekage for 300 rounds, or even 3 days and 3 nights, it would not be a problem. His physical strength was still at a very thick level, and he could completely do crazy output without exhaustion. Looking at the third Kazekage's posture again. Obviously, he was at his peak. Although his brain was not that good, he could still withstand a cage battle. Hey! At this moment, Aoba frowned slightly. He looked in the direction of Konohagakure's main entrance. He clearly felt several groups of chakra were rushing toward the direction of the main entrance. Some of these chakras were strong, some were in a very weak state, and there was an extremely weak-looking ordinary person among them. This is... Aoba's eyes turned, and he immediately made a judgment in his heart. However, he did not expect that after waiting for so long and not arriving, he thought that they would not come, but now they came. Kumigakure Envoy Group. Aoba immediately determined the identity of this group of people. After all, there was some very strong and weak chakra among them, and the group heading toward Konohagakure at this time node was only them. This is even more interesting. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly, his eyes flashing with excitement. In the morning, he thought that he would spend a boring time, but he did not expect that it would immediately change. How would third Hokage-sama deal with these? A meaningful smile appeared on Aoba's face. He had a deep sense of accomplishment about the Third Ninja World War he had personally ignited. This feeling suddenly made him feel very good and excited. He had done something. He had changed the history of the entire ninja world. However, no one knew what he had done. He was completely hidden in the dark. He laughed at the changes in the world due to his appearance. He has to say. This feeling was quite interesting. In Konohagakure's main entrance, all of Uchiha clan's Konoha military police force members were requested to stay here. This was an order given by Danzo. The reason was very simple. It was that Kumigakure's envoy group might come again at any time. They needed to have Konoha military police forces people guard this place, waiting for Kumigakure's envoy to arrive. This made many people very dissatisfied. Among them was Akaru. This Danzo is driving me mad. Akaru stood at the main entrance. He still wanted to perform as much as possible in front of the third Hokage by participating in the battle. His heart was very conflicted and complicated. He hoped that under the leadership of the third Hokage, he could show his very capable side and then continue to sit firmly in Konoha military police force captain's position. For this position, he was still very greedy. Only those who had experienced power could truly understand this feeling. If he had never had the right, he would not feel that there was anything wrong or that there was no success in pursuing power. Similarly, there would not be any problems, and there would not be a feeling of difference. Only those who truly possessed power would truly understand the beauty of power, and they would not be able to let go of the power in their hands. Right now, Akaru had already felt a threat from Fugaku. This sort of threat that came from within the Uchiha clan, in his eyes, far surpassed the threat that Konohagakure posed and surpassed the threat that came from outside the clan. To prevent foreigners, you must first be safe. Akaru knew very well that if he wanted to fight with Danzo, what he needed to do was to make the entire Uchiha clan stand behind him and support him with all their might. Only then would Uchiha clan be twisted into a single rope. However, right now, the hearts of Uchiha were not united within. Some people have already begun to think about the replacement of old and new, and even started to curry favor with Fugaku in advance. This kind of thing was something he could not accept. However, what made him very troubled was that he had finally asked Fugaku to stay in the clan, and then he had come out to fight for the opportunity to show off in front of the third Hokage, but Danzo had arranged for him to guard the main entrance in the same way. What the hell? Eikaru couldn't help but complain. However, his mood was much more stable than before. If it were before, he would definitely fight fiercely with Danzo. But now, he couldn't do it. There were many more worries in his heart. When it comes to doing things, it was not as free and easy as before. Just as Eikaru was silently complaining about these things in his heart, a Konoha military police force ninja guarding the main entrance suddenly saw a figure walking over in front of him. Eikaru-sama. The Konoha military police force ninja at the main entrance quickly looked at Eikaru and quickly waved at him. Someone is coming from outside. This ninja's voice was very loud. Not only did it reach Eikaru's ears, but it also made the others look outside the main entrance. Soon, their eyes were focused on the figures walking over on the main road. They looked over from afar. They immediately saw a figure. It was just that they were a little far away and they could not see clearly. Should we report this to Third Hokage-sama? A ninja asked. Don't worry, let's take a closer look and confirm that it is the envoy group. There are intruders in the village right now. If we are not sure, do not disturb Third Hokage-sama. Eikaru said in a deep voice. As he spoke, his eyes began to turn blood red. 3 tomo suddenly appeared in his eyes. He directly used Sharingan to increase the visibility of his vision. Understood. This ninja nodded. He completely understood what Eikaru meant. Then, he did not say anything else. He stood in place and waited for the order behind him. Outside Konohagakuer, the group of people walked in the direction of Konohagakuer's main entrance. They were Kumagakure's people. The one walking at the front was the leader of Kumagakure's outpost, Bray. Beside him was the Kumagakure advisor. Other than that, only some of the ninjas in Kumagakure's outpost were left. The few ninjas in Kumagakure's outpost who were walking at the back of the team were carrying a tree trunk together. On the tree trunk were 2 ninjas tied with paper tags. Apart from Kumagakure advisor, all of the people in Kumagakure's envoy group were killed by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. After all, no matter if it were the staff officers of the envoy group or the guards, their strength was the weakest among them. At such a critical period, a person's strength directly determined their survival ability. The survival ability of non-ninjas was far inferior to that of ninjas. However, there can still be any remnants of this temporarily formed messenger group, but it was all relying on Bray protecting him. Damn it! Those Kirigakure ninjas! I am not finished with them! Bray coldly rebuked. There were crisscrossing scars on his broad body. These scars were left by the 7 ninja swordsmen. With his strength alone, he could only barely resist the 7 ninjas. It was already very difficult for him to survive and protect Kumagakure advisor. There was no way to directly open the 8 gates like Dua and leave 4 of them behind. Moreover, if Byj, Z, and the others hadn't run fast, the 7 of them might have been left behind. Bray didn't leave a single one behind. Every time he used the lightning release, he would face 3 to 4 ninjas. This situation made him completely unable to occupy any advantageous position in a situation where he was outnumbered. After all, Bray's level can only reach that stage. He was only a Kumagakure elite jonin. Facing 7 elite jonin who were at the same level as him, and the 7 people who cooperated very well, it was already very difficult for them to escape unscathed. Advisor Sama, we should have directly gone back to Kumagakure. I don't know the attitude of Konohagakure when we go to them, let alone whether we might encounter an ambush from Kirigakure when we go back now. Gasui said to the Kumagakure advisor who was next to him. He did not understand why he still insisted on going to Konohagakure when they encountered such a thing, and barely maintained this already deformed envoy group. Bray, I can understand your feelings, but think about it carefully. Just yesterday, we experienced 2 consecutive attacks from Kirigakure, and the time they attacked us was just before we went to meet Konohagakure. What does this mean? The advisor stared at Bray and asked. This means that they want to launch a surprise attack on us while we are focused on Konohagakure. Bray said without hesitation. No. This Kumigakure advisor shook his head and said to Bray, this means that Kirigakure does not want us, Kumigakure, to contact Konohagakure. They want us to return to Kumigakure. In that case, the more they do not want to, the more we want to go. Why does Kirigakure not want us to contact Konohagakure? Bray asked doubtfully. He did not really understand the cause and effect of this matter. Logically speaking, no matter what one did, one must pay attention to a reason. However, he felt that this matter would not benefit Kirigakure at all. There are too many reasons for this. This Kumigakure advisor looked deeply at Bray. Then, he shook his head. With Bray's brain, these things had already surpassed his ability. This is a problem related to politics. It is no longer a personal loss, but a loss of the village and the country. Therefore, this time, I must go to Konohagakure and negotiate completely with them. I think that when I get to Konohagakure, I will know what Kirigakure means. This Kumigakure advisor said in a low voice. He had already seen through the problem. All right, I hope you are right. I don't understand too much. I just need to protect you. Bray spread out his hands and said helplessly. When the Kumigakure advisor said the second half of the sentence, he already began to not understand. Inside Konohagakure, on the roof of the Hokage building. Third Hokage. When the third Kazekage saw Hiruzen, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and his eyes were full of shock. What was going on? Wasn't Konohagakure still empty just now? Why did the third Hokage suddenly appear? This didn't make sense. All of a sudden, the third Kazekage was extremely shocked. The shock he felt when he saw the third Hokage was far greater than the shock he felt when the third Hokage saw him. However, the current situation made him dumbfounded. It was completely beyond his expectations. Didn't the intelligence say Konohagakure uses all their strength to attack Kumigakure? Swish! 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 Just as the third Kazekage was puzzled, one figure after another quickly appeared in his line of sight. Everyone was Konohagakure's ninja. These figures came one after another. All of them stood in front of Tsunagakure ninjas standing beside the third Kazekage. They stared at all the ninjas from Tsunagakure. Not only did the number not decrease, but it increased. On the contrary, it was even more than usual. One must know. These Konohagakure ninjas just waited at the main entrance for the envoy from Kumigakure to come. It was precisely because of this that Konohagakure could gather ninjas very fast and neatly. Then, after this unexpected situation occurred, these Konohagakure ninjas rushed over one after another. In terms of gathering speed, this situation was much faster than a normal surprise attack response. As a result, the matter of the third Kazekage sneak attacking Konohagakure this time happened to catch up to the time when Konohagakure was at their best, and it was during the period of truce with Kumigakure. I thought it would be Kumigakure who ambushed us. I didn't expect it to be the third Kazekage. Today, I will have to experience the third Kazekage's great skills. Third Hokage stared at the third Kazekage in front of him. At this time, he was fully prepared to fight. This was not only for the village but also for himself. The dignified third Kazekage had already stood on the roof of the Hokage building and publicly killed Konohagakure's ninja in front of the people of the village. If he did not do anything, then the position of the third Hokage might be lost. However, Hiruzen did not let his guard down. Kumigakure's envoy group had not appeared since just now. According to his judgment, It was very likely that Kumagakure had already joined forces with Tsunagakure. Kumagakure's mission was to pin down all of Konohagakure's ninjas, while Tsunagakure's ninjas would launch a large-scale attack on Konohagakure. In that case, Kumagakure could appear at any time. Hiruzen kept an eye on them in his heart, and now this situation has reached a critical moment. On the other side, Shimura Danzo brought Koharu and Homura to another place to hide. Danzo had no interest in this kind of war in the village. There was no benefit in him going. There was no harm in not going. Moreover, if there were any problems with Hiruzen's handling of this matter, perhaps it could also affect Hiruzen's third Hokage position. Everything was just right. It might also help him become the fourth Hokage. Danzo had his own plans in mind. Because of this, he brought the two advisors to hide in a safe place and transferred many Anbu to protect the people in the village. At this time, the third Hokage and third Kazekage looked at each other. There were some ninjas standing around them, but these ninjas were in a state of confrontation. On the roof of the Hokage building, it presents a one-on-one situation between Hokage and Kazekage. Third Kazekage Dano, the owner of the Magnet Bloodline Limit, against an expert like you, ninja tool can be said to be useless. Hiruzen stared at the third Kazekage in front of him with bloodshot eyes. He was very nervous about what happened now. As he spoke, he threw the ninja pouch at his waist far away. He casually took off the metal bracer on his arms and threw it out again. The only remaining metal object was his Konohagakure's ninja forehead protector. This was a very important sign for Hiruzen. He absolutely could not easily throw it away, nor could he casually take it off. This was the symbol of Konohagakure's ninja. Even if there would be some danger when he faced the third Kazekage with the forehead protector, he was willing to bear this danger. Let me see what kind of strength the legendary professor of ninjutsu is. The third Kazekage's messy mood gradually calmed down. Now he already knew that there was a problem with Mani's information. Either he sent him the wrong piece of information, or he was discovered and used Mani to deliver the wrong information to him. In short, this time, he had been deceived. The third Kazekage's expression became cautious. Now that they had entered deep into Konohagakure's heart, things had become troublesome all of a sudden. Not to mention attacking Konohagakure. Even if he wanted to get out alive, it would be a problem. Just as he was thinking, small grains of iron sand appeared around his body. These small grains of iron sand seemed to have a soul, it surrounding his body and ready to attack at any time. At the same time, Hiruzen raised his hands, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and quickly made hand seals. One hand seal after another came out from Hiruzen's hands. The speed of the hand seals was very fast, showing a dazzling feeling. Katon, carry. Indan, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. After Hiruzen finished forming the hand seals, his body slightly arched backward. He suddenly took a deep breath and concentrated all the chakra that contained fire attribute into his throat, instantly condensing a hot breath. After that, Hiruzen spat out the fire attribute chakra in his mouth. Waves of raging flames that were suffused with scorching heat directly burned toward the third Kazekage. Facing the surging flame, the third Kazekage still stood in place, not moving at all. His eyes flickered with an indifferent expression. The black iron sand around the third Kazekage quickly gathered in front of him, directly forming a black iron sand wall. The instant the black iron sand wall formed, the fiery flames of the Katon, carry. Indan, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet, smashed against the iron sand wall. The two ninjutsu collided together. It was as if a line was drawn between the Hokage and Kazekage, separating the position of the two, and directly forming a completely different area. Is this fire release ninjutsu? After the third Kazekage used the iron sand to completely block the flames spat out by the third Hokage, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up, looking a bit mocking. It's just so-so. The third Kazekage did not feel any threat from the fire release ninjutsu. The only difference was that the temperature of the iron sand was a bit higher, but as the flames went out, the temperature of the iron sand quickly dropped. The third Kazekage immediately began to form seals. His hand seals were very simple, and his eyes were always on the third Hokage. Jitan, Seiditsu Shiger, Magnet Release, Iron Sand Drizzle. Just as the third Kazekage finished speaking, the iron walls in front of him instantly scattered. The iron sand looked extremely soft. Compared to the solid wall just now, it looked different. Just as this iron sand looked like flowing water, the iron sand in front of the third Kazekage instantly turned into a fine iron needle. Each needle flashed with a cold light. The moment these iron needles appeared, the direction of the needles all turned toward the third Hokage. After that, these iron needles neatly flew in the direction of the third Hokage. Whoosh! 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 Each one of the iron needles was similar to the sharpness of the ones he used to kill the Konohagakure's ninjas. When the third Hokage saw the iron needles flying toward him, his face did not reveal the slightest hint of fear. He continued to calmly form seals with his hands. In a split second, one seal after another came out from the third Hokage's hand. Doton, Dori, Haki, Earth Release, Earth-style Wall. The third Hokage suddenly took a deep breath and then spat out dark brown soil from his mouth. This soil was directly spat on the roof of the Hokage building. Then, in the blink of an eye, these flowing soil formed an earth wall in front of the third Hokage. After the earth wall was formed, it directly solidified. Ding! 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 Those iron needles that flew out heavily stabbed into the earth wall, directly sinking into the earth wall, and drilling out a little needle tip on the other side. However, the tip of the needle had only just come out a little. Then, it lost all its momentum. The battle between the two of them directly attracted the attention of everyone around them, making the onlookers feel amazed. Was this a showdown between Kage? Whether it was Tsunagakure's people or Konohagakure's people, the way they looked at the two Kage all changed and became even more worshipful. This kind of confrontation between Kage level was very difficult to see, especially in this chaotic moment. Almost all the Kage of the villages had to stay in their villages and could not easily leave the base camp. Otherwise, there would be the danger of being assassinated. Chapter 260. Outside of Konohagakure, Bray led all the ninjas from Kumagakure's outpost and walked toward Konohagakure with Kumagakure's advisor. Now they had all decided. As long as the negotiation was over, no matter what the result was, they would return directly to Kumagakure and no longer stay in this place. After 2 consecutive attacks, Kumagakure's outpost had been completely destroyed. In addition, they had already been targeted by Kirigakure's ninjas. It was not suitable for them to stay here anymore. Gradually, as Kumagakure ninjas continued to approach Konohagakure, they appeared in Konohagakure's ninjas' line of sight. In fact, they could not be blamed for missing the appointment. Kumagakure's envoy group did not deliberately spend time and make Konohagakure's people wait. The battle on their side had just ended not long ago. The 7 ninja swordsmen were strong and had a lot of endurance. It had to be said. Bray's physical strength was really not bad. Under the continuous attacks of the 7 ninjas, he managed to survive this long. When the morning arrived, the 7 ninja swordsmen exchanged glances with each other and quickly left Kumagakure's outpost. Only Kumagakure's ninjas and a pile of debris were left at the scene. Even the 7 ninjas did not expect that they would actually wipe out the group of envoys that Kumagakure had sent to Konohagakure by accident. This was too strange. It was completely beyond their expectations. Just like the goal they had set when they first attacked Kumagakure's outpost, they just wanted to find the missing Satsuma Rentaro. But once the killing mode was activated, the eyes of the 7 people turned red. Like sharks smelling the blood in the water, everyone was in a state of madness. Unconsciously, they fought with Bray for a night. Until the end of the battle. Bray cleaned up a little bit of the mess. Just now, under Kumagakure advisor's strong request, the ninjas remaining in the outpost formed a new Kumagakure envoy group. Only then did they go to Konohagakure. When the third Hokage was waiting at the Konohagakure's main entrance, Bray and the others were still in Kumagakure's outpost in the 8P battle. As Kumagakure's envoy group got closer and closer to Konohagakure, their figures were reflected in Akaru's line of sight. At this moment, in the direction of Konohagakure's main entrance, Akaru saw the arrival of Kumagakure's envoy group from afar. Just as he saw the mark on Kumagakure's ninja forehead, a feeling of anger rose in his heart, and then he forcibly suppressed it. The last time Kumagakure's envoy came, they really made a scene in Konohagakure. Among them, they even killed Uchiha Sekai. According to normal logical thinking, Akaru should have launched an attack on Kumagakure's ninjas to avenge Sekai. But the plan changed quickly. If Kumagakure continued to fight with Konohagakure, then Akaru would not be stingy with his ability. He would definitely go to the battlefield to fight against Kumagakure's ninjas. However, when he knew that the third Hokage was going to negotiate with Kumagakure, he instantly understood what the third Hokage was thinking. If it were in the past, Akaru would never consider the feelings of the third Hokage. After all, it was not like he had never done anything that offended the third Hokage. It was just that time was different now. Now, Fugaku was already on the verge of rising. This made him have no choice but to obtain the support of the third Hokage to preserve his precarious position. Aoba knew that Konoha military police force was a hot potato, and it was also Konohagakure's strategy to cook frogs in warm water. As long as the people of the Uchiha clan continued to do things in Konoha military police force, over time, they would offend Konohagakure's people. However, Konoha military police force's people were not very clear about this matter. They still enjoyed the right that Konoha military police force gave them, allowing them to participate in all the big events in the village, and had the right to speak on many matters. Especially Konoha military police force's captain. That was simply the city enforcement team's captain. Not only could he manage the ordinary people in the village, but he could also even manage Konoha military police force's people together. This was an absolute position in power. It seemed that there were no higher authorities in the village who had more authority in the specific decision-making, and they were especially prominent in the village. Almost every ordinary person in the village knew how powerful they were. At this time, Akaru's eyes were fixed on those Kumagakure ninjas. He understood that now was not the time to avenge Sekai and obtain the support of his clansmen. The support of the clansmen could slowly change through follow-up matters. Even if he had no way of raising his prestige, he could still reduce Fugaku's prestige by smearing Fugaku's name. Right now, other than Fugaku, no one in the Uchiha clan could pose a threat to his position. As long as Fugaku's prestige was reduced, it was equivalent to his prestige increasing. The Kumagakure envoy group is here. Akaru's voice was low. He immediately looked at the Konoha military police force's ninja and said in a deep voice, "Quickly inform 3rd Hokage-sama and tell him that Kumagakure's envoy group has arrived. Let 3rd Hokage-sama make a decision." "Yes." This Konoha military police force ninja immediately responded, then his figure flashed and disappeared from his original place. After confirming the identity, Akaru's pair of bright red Sharingan had already become black again, completely returning to its usual quiet state. He did not make any decisions at all, only silently waiting for the arrival of Kumagakure ninjas. Now, Kumagakure ninjas also saw Konohagakure and the ninja waiting there. Their speed gradually decreased. It wasn't that they didn't dare to enter Konohagakure. Rather, they had been on tenterhooks the entire way, fearing that they would encounter Kirigakure's ninja attacks again. Their hearts had been tense the entire time. It was only when they arrived at Konohagakure's main entrance that they finally let go of the tension in their hearts. Knowing that everything was safe now, they simply began to slow down and rest. Q. Bray's voice suddenly rang out, clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Here. A ninja walked out. This ninja was wearing an ordinary ninja outfit and directly walked to Bray's side. Now go to Konohagakure and explain the situation of our attack. The most important thing is that we are deliberately not being punctual, but really encountered a situation. Bray said to the ninja. Although his brain was not so good, he was very clear about some basic situations. Yes. The ninja called Q immediately responded and ran quickly toward Konohagakure. After this ninja walked out. They no longer walked forward, but stayed in place, waiting for Q to bring back Konohagakure's reply. This Kumigakure ninja called Q quickly walked in the direction of Konohagakure's main entrance. After running for about 10 minutes, this Kumigakure ninja appeared in front of the eyes of the Konohagakure's defense division. Who are you? The people of Konohagakure's defense division stood at the village's main entrance and shouted to this Kumigakure ninja. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were attracted by this Kumigakure ninja, including the people who were also standing at the village's main entrance. Akaru stared at this Kumigakure ninja with a complicated expression in his dark eyes. Right now, even he himself did not know what he wanted this Kumigakure ninja to say. Was it better to seek peace? Or was it better to ask for battle? No matter which one it was, Akaru was able to accept it in his heart. However, he did not know which one he was more inclined to. I am Kumigakure ninja. Our Kumigakure envoy group encountered an accident on the way. We hope to enter Konohagakure and continue the peace talk. Q said loudly. Wait a moment. The patrol ninja who had just asked had heard Q's words. He immediately turned around and walked toward Akaru. Although Akaru was not in the same division as them. However, they had all heard the order that Danzo had asked Akaru to deal with this matter. Because of this, this ninja from the defense division immediately came to Akaru. Akaru-sama, this person is from Kumigakure's envoy group. Should we let them in? The ninja from the defense division asked. Tell them to wait. I have already sent someone to ask 3rd Hokage-sama. Akaru said in a deep voice. Yes. The ninja from the defense division immediately heard the order and quickly returned to where he was. Soon, the ninja from the defense division came back to his post and stared at Kumigakure ninja, who was waiting for news. Wait a minute, we are asking 3rd Hokage-sama for his opinion. We will give you an answer in the end. The ninja from the defense division said. How long do we have to wait? This Kumigakure ninja could not help but ask. How long do you Kumigakure let us, Konohagakure, wait? We did not say anything about that, so just wait. The ninja from the defense division said snappily. He was also a person with a temper, how could he let the other party provoke him like this? Alright. This Kumigakure ninja immediately lost his temper. His main purpose this time was to give an explanation that they were not deliberately late. Since they were already late, he had to allow the other party to think for a while. Both sides should wait for a moment. It could be considered even. Konohagakure, above the Hokage building. The 3rd Hokage was currently engaged in a battle with the 3rd Kazekage. The 3rd Hokage was worthy of being called the Professor of Ninjutsu. The number of ninjutsu in his hands was endless, and he constantly throwing them toward the 3rd Kazekage. The 3rd Kazekage, on the other hand, was completely controlling the iron sand in his hand. Through the iron sand, he attacked and defended. Overall, his battle style was similar to Gaara's. However, in terms of visual effects and impact, he was still a bit more powerful than Gaara. Rumble. In the confrontation between the 3rd Hokage and 3rd Kazekage, the collision between the two instantly caused the Hokage building to collapse. At this moment, The third Hokage and third Kazekage both took a step back, directly distancing themselves from each other. At this time, the thought of retreating had already sprouted in the third Kazekage's heart. He could see the determination and fighting spirit in the third Hokage's eyes from the probing exchange just now. Obviously, the matter of him killing Konohagakure ninja just now, it had already caused the third Hokage to become furious. If the battle continued like this, the final result was likely to end with both sides suffering. The third Kazekage suddenly realized that this might be what the third Hokage wanted to see, but it was not what he wanted to see. Let's think of a way to get out of here. The third Kazekage had already deeply realized that if he continued to stay here, the final result would not be what he wanted. From the moment he saw the third Hokage and so many other ninjas around him, he already knew that Mani had gotten the wrong information. However, he had no way to punish Mani now. That way, Mani's identity would be exposed. The third Kazekage still did not know that Mani had been exposed. He thought that Mani was still sneaking into Konohagakure's Anbu. So much so that the way he could think of punishing Mani was to help take care of Mani's wife. Damn it! The third Kazekage had already realized the seriousness of the matter. Right now, they were in Konohagakure. This was the home ground of the third Hokage, and the people around them were Konohagakure's people. Once the battle between the two ended with both sides being injured, then it was absolutely beneficial for the third Hokage. Not only did he get the good name of taking revenge for the village ninja, but he can also be taken away by Konohagakure's ninja if he loses his ability to fight. This was the treatment that the third Hokage could get. As for a third Kazekage, if he lost his fighting strength, he would also be taken away by Konohagakure's ninjas. However, the place he went to was completely different from the third Hokage. He would go to another place. Because of this, he was holding back against the third Hokage, and he never dared to go all out. He wanted to prevent himself from being in an awkward situation, and also to guard against the attacks of Konohagakure ninjas who might appear in the surroundings at any time. This made him feel uncomfortable all over. There was no way to use his own strength at all. Moreover, the Tsunagakure ninjas around him were also guarding him, and they did not dare to act rashly. Most importantly, he knew that his purpose for coming here had been ruined. He had no way of seizing Konohagakure under such circumstances. Just as the two of them were separated by a distance. In the direction of the third Hokage, there was a Konoha military police force ninja who quickly rushed over. In a few flashes, he landed beside the third Hokage. Third Hokage-sama, there is a situation at the main entrance. Kumagakure's envoy group is here. This Konoha military police force ninja immediately said. Kumagakure is also attacking Konohagakure. Hiruzen's face immediately became gloomy. The anger in his heart became even higher. At this moment, he had almost determined that all of this was because of the collusion between Tsunagakure and Kumagakure. Kumagakure first attracted their attention through the way of sending envoys, and then Tsunagakure attacked Konohagakure. Because of the appearance of the attack, their attention would be pulled back. At this time, Kumagakure would attack. Hiruzen's face became very ugly. If it were just the third Kazekage, he could still form a simple one-on-one exchange with the other party's arrowhead character by risking both sides. As long as he caught the third Kazekage, then the remaining Tsunagakure ninjas would not be able to make any waves. In the end, they would either escape or be caught. However, if Kumagakure's ninjas were to be forcefully inserted into this, the balance of this force would instantly tilt over. It's not like that. When Konoha military police forces ninja heard Hiruzen's question, he immediately shook his head and hurriedly explained, Kumagakure's ninja came to request for peace talks. They said that they encountered some problems on the way, so they came late. Do you see how many people they have? Hiruzen asked coldly. As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on the third Kazekage, who was not far away. He did not dare to relax in the slightest. Now he seriously suspected that Kumagakure's ninja words were to only make him careless. It was not the so-called problem at all. What problems could they, Kumagakure, encounter? Could it be that they would be attacked like Konohagakure? It was simply an excuse and a reason. I didn't see exactly how many people there were. They stopped at a relatively far distance and only sent a ninja over. The Konoha military police force ninja who was asked answered truthfully. Sure enough, there is a problem. Hiruzen silently nodded. Through Tsunagakure's attack, he had already assumed that Kumagakure's ninjas were doing this on purpose. Tell Akira to stall Kumagakure's people as much as possible. If they want to force an attack, please hold on. I will arrive as soon as possible. Hiruzen warned. Yes. This Konoha military police forces ninja immediately responded. Just as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. He returned in the direction of Konohagakure's main entrance at an extremely fast speed. After the third Hokage received the news just now, he no longer had any thoughts of wasting time with the third Kazekage. The present was different from the past. Now, Kumagakure was here. If he continued to waste his energy like this, then, even if he captures the third Kazekage, then, Konohagakure would also lose the person in power, and the negotiation would be decided by advisor or Danzo. As for Danzo, Hiruzen was still worried. It was fine to let Danzo play with the internal affairs of the village, but when it came to matters outside the village, he was still worried. After that, Hiruzen stared coldly at the third Kazekage in front of him. Third Kazekage Dano. Hiruzen's low voice echoed in the air, clearly transmitted into everyone's ears, and accurately drilled into the third Kazekage's ears. Do you want to start a war between two villages? Chapter 261. Hiruzen's voice was low and cold, revealing a strong threat. However, when this sentence entered the ears of third Kazekage, who had long been uninterested in fighting, it suddenly became a wonderful voice. Third Hokage Dano, do you mean that as long as I leave, there will be no war between our two villages? Third Kazekage stared at Hiruzen. He still pays more attention to this kind of thing. During the Second Ninja World War, Tsunagakure had once fought with Konohagakure. In comparison, Tsunagakure's strength was not Konohagakure's match. Third Kazekage was very clear on this point. This was also why he wanted to seize this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He knew that once he missed this opportunity, there would be no other chance. But if things could be reversed now, then he was still very willing. Leave now. I won't pursue what happened just now. Hiruzen said coldly. Are you serious? Third Kazekage showed a look of disbelief. This kind of thing was simply beyond his expectations. He had done such a thing to Konohagakure and killed a few of Konohagakure's ninjas. And he could go? Could it be a trap? The mind of the third Kazekage was still relatively slow and naive. He stared suspiciously at Hiruzen, his mind carefully thinking about this matter. I am serious. Hiruzen nodded again. He was very clear about the current situation. There were many things that he could not be willful about. Now, there was Tsunagakure's third Kazekage in the village, and there was Kumagakure outside. He vaguely felt that there was a connection between the two. But he did not see any complicated connection in third Kazekage's eyes. He felt strange in his heart. However, now was not the time to think about these things carefully. Kumagakure's envoy group was outside Konohagakure's door. This matter was more important at the moment, but he had to ensure that the third Kazekage left. If you don't want to, then I will accompany you to the end and officially declare war on you, Tsunagakure. Hiruzen said in a deep voice. His words were threatening the third Kazekage to make him submit. I understand. Third Kazekage nodded and stared deeply at Hiruzen. He said, we will leave now. After the third Kazekage said this, he looked at the Tsunagakure ninjas around him. He exchanged glances with everyone. Everyone understood what the third Kazekage meant. Now the mission had failed. There was no need to continue. It was time to leave. Let's go. The third Kazekage shouted in a low voice. Then, he immediately brought the Tsunagakure ninjas around him and quickly ran toward the west side of the village. It was the direction they came from. Hiruzen looked at the scene in front of him and stared at the back of third Kazekage who left. Until he confirmed that the third Kazekage had left. Phew! Hiruzen could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. His eyes shone with a solemn light. Hitaki Sakumo, Hiruzen shouted. Swish! All of a sudden, a figure seemed to appear out of thin air. He appeared in front of Hiruzen at an extremely fast speed. It was the Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo. You are more familiar with Tsunagakure's fighting style. You will lead a team to follow them from a distance. If they really leave Konohagakure, then this matter will be forgotten for the time being. But if they don't leave Konohagakure, immediately report the information to me. Hiruzen instructed Sakumo. He was still worried about the third Kazekage. After all, the other side came here from a distance to sneak attack. Would they really leave so easily? Yes. After hearing Hiruzen's instruction, Sakumo immediately responded. Then, with a few ninjas, his figure flashed and disappeared, chasing in the direction where the third Kazekage had left. Sakumo's figure was extremely fast. In a few flashes, he caught up with the Tsunagakure ninjas who were shuttling in the forest of Konohagakure. However, he kept a distance from them and did not follow them completely. As Sakumo left, Hiruzen could be said to have temporarily solved the crisis here. He immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of Konohagakure's main entrance. Kumagakure's envoy. Hiruzen's mind had already become a little chaotic. Even he himself was not very clear whether there was any connection between Kumagakure and Tsunagakure. If there was, then why did Tsunagakure's people really leave just like that? But if he said it didn't, it was too much of a coincidence for the people of these two villages to come one after the other. Most importantly, the third Kazekage had actually come personally. How could he not pay attention to these things? I hope that Tsunagakure's people will not come back. Hiruzen took a deep breath. It was not that he did not want to fight with Tsunagakure, but he had no way to do so now. If Kumagakure and Tsunagakure's people attacked Konohagakure together at this time, then things will become very difficult. You go and inform the two advisors. Hiruzen looked at the ninja next to him and immediately said. Yes. The ninja immediately responded, then his figures flashed and left this place. The rest of you, follow me to the main entrance to welcome Kumagakure's envoy group. Hiruzen instructed again and then walked in the direction of the main entrance. Whoosh! However, at this moment, the onlookers in the village immediately burst into an uproar. Everyone began to discuss with each other. Kumagakure's envoy actually came again. Why did a Kumagakure envoy come to our Konohagakure? What exactly is going on? Third Hokage-sama, we need your explanation. Yes. We need an explanation. Shouts erupted from the crowd one after another. These people were attracted by the sounds of battle, but before they could see much of the battle had already ended. However, the third Hokage's decision. This caused many people in the village to question him. For example, why did he let the third Kazekage go? From the perspective of the people in the village just now, they could still trap third Kazekage to death. They did not understand the balance between forces. They only knew that the third Hokage released the person who killed Konohagakure ninja. This kind of thing. They could not accept it in their hearts. However, this feeling was not completely over yet. They heard that the third Hokage was going to meet Kumagakure's envoy group. Voices of doubt followed. They had no intention of stopping at all. Everyone, listen to me. I will give everyone a reasonable explanation after this matter, but I have to go see Kumigakure's envoy group now. Hiruzen swept his gaze over everyone. His face was full of helplessness. This kind of thing was completely unexpected to him, but it was he who leaked it. He could only smash his teeth and swallow them down. After Hiruzen finished saying these words, his figure flashed and disappeared. The people of Konohagakure, who were in an uproar, continued to discuss what had just happened. Aoba sat on the cliff next to Hokage Rock. He saw everything that had happened here. It's over. Aoba was stunned. He was a little dumbfounded. One had to know that he had personally sent the secret message to welcome Tsunagakure people here. They had come all the way to Konohagakure. They would make some waves. But there was actually nothing. Outrageous. Extremely outrageous. Aoba continuously complained in his heart. He still wanted to watch a good show. Who would have thought that this Tsunagakure's third Kazekage looked quite brave, but he was a coward in essence. Kumigakure's envoy group had arrived. He actually didn't dare to fight at this time. And he even left with his men. Forget it. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly. He looked in the direction of Konohagakure's main entrance, and a meaningful look appeared in his eyes. This time, I have left a lot of backups. Third Kazekage killed Konohagakure's ninja so impulsively. The war between Konohagakure and Tsunagakure must be unavoidable. Aoba's eyes were still staring in the direction of Konohagakure's main entrance as if his vision could travel through space and directly focus on Kumigakure's envoy group. I still have a backup plan on Kumigakure's side. This time, it should not be a question of whether Kumigakure wants to make peace or not. I'm afraid that Konohagakure will not allow such a thing to happen. In addition, there is also the arrangement in the country of rain. The world is already in chaos. Aoba felt that he was like a director of a variety show. He brought a general direction of the plot to the show and let the people who participated in the show act according to the plot. However, the subtle process could be decided by the actors. Then, Aoba withdrew his gaze from the distance and turned to look in the direction that Tsunagakure's ninja left. All of a sudden, Aoba directly stood up from the cliff. The current situation is: Third Kazekage killed Konohagakure's ninja. Konohagakure's people are already complaining. This matter must not be over. But in Third Kazekage's heart, Tsunagakure has already forgiven Konohagakure. Then we have to give Tsunagakure a little something that he can't forgive. Otherwise, what happened earlier might have been for nothing. Aoba's head spun quickly. He had already realized in his heart that as long as Tsunagakure didn't want to have a war with Konohagakure, then when the time came, he would only have to say something nice to Hiruzen and pay some compensation. The matter might end up like that. This was something that Aoba didn't want to see. Tsunagakure's surprise attack team actually came to Konohagakure. That meant Third Kazekage had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. In this case, this time, the opportunity did not exist. If the opportunity existed, wouldn't he really steal Konohagakure? Thinking of this, Aoba's figure was like a ghost. He quickly chased in the direction that Tsunagakure's ninja left. Third Kazekage ran in front, his speed getting faster and faster. He did not want to continue this battle for a long time. From the beginning, he did not define this as a battle. This was a sneak attack. It was completely based on the fact that Konohagakure's elites went out to attack Kumigakure. If he knew that this was how Konohagakure was doing right now, he definitely wouldn't have come. Right now, he was constantly cursing Mani in his heart. What the hell? It was sent back without even knowing if the information is true or not. Isn't this a mistake? Third Kazekage-sama, we have a tail behind us. One of the Tsunagakure ninjas said to the third Kazekage. So be it. They just want to see if we really leave. This is very normal. If they did nothing, then it is not right. The third Kazekage said indifferently. Should we? This Tsunagakure ninja made a gesture of a hand knife cutting his neck. The implication was very obvious. He wanted to cut off the tail behind them. There's no need. Third Kazekage shook his head. As he spoke, his speed did not slow down in the slightest. It's normal for Konohagakure to send people to keep an eye on us now. We don't need to cause unnecessary trouble for this kind of matter. But if we leave the range of Konohagakure, if they continue to follow. Third Kazekage did not finish his sentence. There was a killing intent contained in his words. All the Tsunagakure ninjas who followed him understood his meaning. As Tsunagakure Third Kazekage, he could bring these Tsunagakure elite jonin to force his way into Konohagakure. One could see his character. Riches were sought in danger. He was willing to try and seize the small opportunity to fight, which was also his strong point. Now they left Konohagakure. It was just a tactical avoidance. Because he found that the intelligence was completely different from what he had obtained. They were just a surprise attack team. If they were suddenly discovered, they would directly be in a passive situation. This was not to say that he was terrified. As long as these Konohagakure ninjas dared to continue chasing after them after they left Konohagakure, he did not mind killing them at all. After all, inside Konohagakure was one thing. Outside Konohagakure was another matter. Third Kazekage was only afraid that something would happen inside Konohagakure. Once they left the village, there would be nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, the person following them was not the third Hokage. Swish! 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 All of a sudden, Tsunagakure's ninjas increased their speed of departure. They did not want to stay too long in Konohagakure. After all, there were too many possibilities of accidents in staying here and they did not want to happen this at the current stage. More than 10 minutes later, the Tsunagakure ninjas led by the third Kazekage had already arrived at the wall to the west of Konohagakure. They came in from this side. Next, they passed through Konohagakure's barrier one after the other. They walked out of the village. Swish! 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 Just after Tsunagakure ninjas left, Sakumo and the others stopped on the branch next to Konohagakure and watched Kumagakure's team leave, but no one chased after them. Sakumo-sama, are we going to let them go just like that? One of the ninjas asked unwillingly. This kind of thing is not up to us to decide. Sakumo shook his head and said. Damn it, these Tsunagakure ninjas took advantage of the time when we were receiving Kumagakure's envoy group to attack us and even killed Konohagakure's ninja. How could we let them leave like this? A ninja said indignantly. Our mission is to confirm that Tsunagakure ninja has left. The other things are not under our control. We just need to complete the mission. Now retreat. Sakumo glanced at the ninjas around him, and then directly said the order in an unquestionable tone. Yes. The surrounding ninjas immediately responded. After that, Sakumo's figure flashed out, quickly shuttling through the woods, taking the lead in the return journey. The rest of the ninjas followed behind Sakumo after completely watching Tsunagakure ninjas leave. Only none of them noticed. In the forest thousands of meters away from them, a figure chased in the direction of Tsunagakure ninjas at an even faster speed. Outside Konohagakure, the third Kazekage brought Tsunagakure ninjas and quickly returned to the country of wind's direction. They jumped between the branches. Their figures shuttled through the forest. Everyone, including the third Kazekage, had complicated feelings. They had come with the mission to revive Tsunagakure, but the result had ended in failure. Is Konohagakure's tail still following? The third Kazekage asked in a low voice. He was very unhappy now. He just wanted to return to Tsunagakure quickly and then make plans for these things again. He was almost sure that the third Hokage letting them go was a delaying tactic. He was definitely fighting with Kumagakure. It was just that they hit the nail on the head. After we leave the village, they don't follow us, said the ninja who was in charge of sensing the surrounding. Very good, keep your guard up. I feel that there is no reason for the third Hokage to let us go so directly. If there is any sneak attack later, I am not surprised at all. The third Kazekage said in a low voice. Understood. Tsunagakure ninja still maintained his perception, carefully sensing the surrounding chakra. Gradually, time slowly passed by. Unknowingly, it had been half an hour since the Tsunagakure ninja team had left Konohagakure. They were now a long distance away from Konohagakure. After all, their speed of travel was still very fast. However, they were still in the territory of the country of fire, still shuttling between the woods. All of a sudden, the ninja, who was in charge of sensing in the Tsunagakure ninja team, was suddenly stunned. Hey! This sensor ninja made a sound of a surprise because he discovered that not far behind them, a ball of chakra was chasing after them. This ball of chakra was faster than them, and it could be said that it would catch up to them very soon. Third Kazekage-sama, there is a tail behind, and it is very fast. It wants to attack. This ninja hurriedly reported. Why are you only saying it now? The third Kazekage frowned and said with dissatisfaction. This tail just came out. The sensor ninja explained, feeling wronged. Generally, when the tail is about to make a move, it has been tailing us for a long time. How can he directly make a move as soon as the tail appears? The third Kazekage said snappily. In his opinion, this sensor ninja was just looking for an excuse. After that, he slowed down his pace. The Tsunagakure ninjas who followed him also slowed down. Since the other party has caught up, instead of waiting for him to launch a sneak attack, why don't we wait here and wait for him to come? Chapter 262. The third Kazekage's voice sounded indifferent. His body leaned back slightly and leaned against the tree, putting on a cover. At the same time, the Tsunagakure ninjas imitated the third Kazekage. One after another, they stood at the side. Everyone had a serious look in their eyes. Coming! All of a sudden, the sensor ninja said in a low voice. Now, he could feel that the chakra was near them. Hey! The Tsunagakure ninjas calmly looked around. They did not see any figure. There was no one at all. Only, they all faintly felt like they were being watched by a wild beast. This was an indescribable feeling of danger. It was extremely intense. It seems to be. The sensor ninja carefully sensed the situation around him. He suddenly raised his head and stared in the direction of the top of the tree with his eyes wide open. It's up there! This sensor ninja suddenly exclaimed because the moment he raised his head, he saw a pair of black eyes that were suffused with killing intent. Not good. Tsunagakure's sensor ninja was shocked. He could clearly feel the strong killing intent from the other party. This was not to scare them but to really deal with them. Not only that. That face. They all recognized it. It was the very famous Konoha White Fang Hotaki Sakumo. How was that possible? This sensor ninja was stunned for a moment. He clearly sensed that Konohagakure's ninja did not chase them. Why did he suddenly appear? Most importantly, how did this person appear from the sky? Swish! At this time, Konoha White Fang Hotaki Sakumo held the white light chakra saber and slashed the Tsunagakure's sensor ninja. Danger! This sensor ninja immediately sensed the sharp white light chakra saber and then suddenly retreated. He wanted to create a bit of space, not daring to meet this person who fell from the sky head-on. The moment he dodged, a sharp white light chakra saber directly fell from the sky, cutting the position in front of him. Puchi! A stream of blood sprayed out from the body of this sensor ninja. After the blood sprayed out, the sensor ninja's arm was directly cut off. The forearm part of his right arm was completely cut off. Ah! This censor ninja immediately roared in pain. When he saw the falling figure, he had no time to dodge. He had thought about this earlier. His eyes saw it and his chakra sensed it, but his body had no way to avoid it. As his arm fell down, the appearance of the sneak attacker was reflected in the eyes of Tsunagakuer ninjas. Konoha White Fang. The third Kazekage stared at the figure not far away. From the appearance, it was exactly the same as Konohagakuer's famous elite jonin, Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo. In addition, they all knew that Konohagakuer's ninja was following them. Suddenly, everyone's expression became cold. "You actually attacked us," the third Kazekage said coldly. He saw that a Tsunagakuer ninja was bleeding after losing his right arm. He was extremely unhappy. "It's impolite not to reciprocate," Konoha White Fang said indifferently. There was no emotion on his face at all. He stared at the third Kazekage in front of him and said, "Third Kazekage-sama killed 3 ninjas in our village. Now, I'm just getting this place back." Swish swish swish. At this time, terrifying black iron sand appeared on the third Kazekage's body. These iron sand instantly surrounded his body. From this posture, it was obvious. He was ready to fight this White Fang in front of him. "I'm not interested in you." Konoha White Fang shook his head. He turned his head and looked at the Tsunagakuer ninja, who had already lost his hand. Suddenly, Konoha White Fang flashed out and directly rushed toward this censor ninja. This person was not the real Konoha White Fang, but Aoba. Through Kami no Shishin no Jutsu, paper person of God technique, and Shikigami no Mai, dance of the Shikigami, he changed himself into the appearance of Konoha White Tooth Hitaki Sakumo. The reason why he had not been discovered just now was that the sage body had completely restrained the chakra in his body and completely concealed his aura. This was something that Aoba had always done in Konohagakuer. He made himself look no different from an ordinary person. It was because of this. Aoba was floating in the air through Kij, Gan no Jutsu, ultra-lightweight rock technique, following Tsunagakuer's ninjas at an extremely fast speed. Of course. There was one more thing. The moment Aoba fell from the sky, he could have killed this censor ninja. However, he did not do so. The main reason was that he wanted to show his face. He wanted to kill that censor ninja in front of the third Kazekage. To let the third Kazekage know that he had to pay a price for what he had done. Give him a little bit of pain. Suddenly, after Aoba finished speaking, he suddenly shot toward the direction of the third Kazekage. His hands quickly formed seals, as if he was going to use ninjutsu. After hearing Aoba's words, the third Kazekage was completely dumbfounded. "What the hell? Didn't you just say that you were not interested in me? Why are you still attacking me now? What kind of logic is this?" However, although the third Kazekage was retorting this matter in his heart, the movements of his hands did not weaken in the slightest. The iron sand surrounding his body quickly rushed in the direction of Aoba, directly forming a large hand in the air as if it wanted to directly grab Aoba. Not only did the third Kazekage control the surrounding iron sand to attack Aoba, even the Tsunagakuer ninjas all surrounded Aoba, blocking all the paths that Aoba could leave in all directions. According to normal thinking, the current Aoba, who was Konoha White Fang, had no way to leave. He had to bite the bullet and fight the enemy to the end. Moreover, he had to fight one against many. However, at this time, Aoba's pitch-black eyes slightly flashed, and the corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. The next moment, Aoba's hands that were forming seals stopped, and the restless chakra in his body also disappeared, as if he had never used it at all. This kind of change. It fell into the eyes of Tsunagakuer ninjas. Suddenly, a big question mark appeared on the head of everyone including the third Kazekage. No one knew what Konoha White Fang was doing. However, Such a phenomenon. It only happened in a moment. Before everyone could react, Aoba imitated Konoha White Fang's voice and said something that puzzled everyone. I said I'm not interested in you. Just as Aoba finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared, as if he had disappeared into thin air. Hey! All the Tsunagakure ninjas, including the third Kazekage, widened their eyes when they saw this scene. They could not believe what they saw. How was this possible? How could Konoha White Fang disappear into thin air? Swish! Just as Tsunagakure's ninjas were confused, Aoba, who was transformed into Konoha White Fang through Kami no Shishin no Jutsu, paper person of God technique, suddenly appeared above the head of the Tsunagakure sensor ninja with a broken arm. This unforeseen event happened so suddenly. It was to the extent that none of Tsunagakure ninjas had expected it. It completely exceeded everyone's expectations. In an instant, Aoba's body fell from the sky and directly cut off the neck of this Tsunagakure ninja. Puff! This Tsunagakure ninja sensed that his neck was constantly bleeding, and he instantly lost his life. Just as Aoba finished all this, he stood behind this sensor ninja, his left hand on the latter's shoulder, and his right hand on this person's head. Ding Fong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, F, Ton, Shink, Ha, Wind Release, Vacuum Wave. A crisp electronic prompt immediately sounded in Aoba's mind, and then a series of memories were transmitted into his mind. Goodbye. Aoba looked meaningfully at the third Kazekage, who was still in a dumbfounded state not far away. Suddenly, his figure flashed and disappeared, as if he had never been there. Space-time ninjutsu. The third Kazekage immediately recognized the ninjutsu that Aoba used, and his face suddenly became serious. I didn't expect that the famous Konoha White Fang actually mastered space-time ninjutsu. This is really a tricky enemy. The third Kazekage's eyes became cold and indifferent. At this moment, he thought about a lot of things, and his mood became a lot heavier. As Tsunagakure third Kazekage, he knew more than anyone about Konoha White Fang Hotaki Sakumo's ability. After all, Konoha White Fang had a large part of his fame built during the Second Ninja World War against their Tsunagakure. However, third Kazekage was very sure. In the Second Ninja World War, Konoha White Fang Hotaki Sakumo never uses a space-time ninjutsu. Otherwise, Tsunagakure's casualty number would definitely not be the number that could be seen now. After all, there was no need for anyone to keep anything during a war. This meant that the space-time ninjutsu was developed by Hotaki Sakumo recently. This super genius was still improving at a terrifying speed. Terrifying! The third Kazekage couldn't help but mutter. He knew that Konoha White Fang didn't want to fight to the death with them. He just wanted to kill one of them and make it even in him killing Konohagakure's ninja. This way, the two sides didn't owe each other anything. It seemed like they didn't want to fight to the death with them. Otherwise, if Konoha White Fang were to fight to the death, the third Kazekage was very clear that among the Tsunagakure ninjas he brought out, there would be a group of people who would die at the hands of Konoha White Fang. Let's hurry back to Tsunagakure. This time, the third Kazekage was really a bit panicked. He had the magnet release bloodline limit, so he was not afraid of Konoha White Fang. However, even though he was not afraid, but the Konoha White Fang, who had mastered space-time ninjutsu, was too strong. If he wanted to kill someone, it was simply impossible to defend. Yes. The Tsunagakure ninjas immediately responded. They could clearly feel the seriousness of the third Kazekage, and they could also understand the horror of Konoha White Fang when he mastered space-time ninjutsu. Swish! 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 In a short time, these Tsunagakure ninjas brought along the corpses of their companions and quickly ran in the direction of Tsunagakure. Everyone's speed had increased a lot, and they did not dare to be lazy like before. Outside Konohagakure, There is still some distance from these intruders from Tsunagakuer. The pieces of paper on Aoba's body flew up and down. His image changed. From Konohagakuer ninja Hitaki Sakamoto to Kumagakuer ninja Gasui. Recently, in this period of time, Aoba often played the role of Gasui. He was already very familiar with him. As the pieces of paper on his body churned, Aoba's body looked a lot bigger than his size. His whole body was filled with strong muscles. One Gasui is not enough. Aoba's eyes flashed, and his hands quickly formed seals. It was Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. Swish! Another Aoba appeared beside Aoba. It was Aoba's shadow clone. There was no need to speak. This shadow clone knew what Aoba wanted to do. Swish! In an instant, the pieces of paper on Aoba's shadow clone flew through the air and formed an advanced paper clone through the use of Shikigami no Mai, Dance of the Shikigami, and Kami no Shishin no Jutsu, Paper Person of God technique. In the blink of an eye, Aoba's advanced paper clone had changed from his appearance to the appearance of Bray, the leader of Kumagakure's outpost. After Aoba's advanced paper clone had completed his transformation, two burly Kumagakure men appeared. One was Gasui. The other was Bray. Konohagakure is finish. Now it's Kumagakure's turn to attack, Aoba said indifferently. As he spoke, he glanced at the advanced paper clone beside him. At the same time, Aoba's advanced paper clone was also looking at him. From the outside, this was like the gaze between Gasui and Bray. Then, Aoba and Aoba's advanced paper clone shot out together, rushing in the direction of Tsunagakuer ninjas. This was the last ambush he had arranged for Tsunagakuer. After all, as a ninja of Konohagakuer, he will still have constraints in doing some things. He wants to provoke a war in the ninja world, but he was not willing to pull all the hatred on Konohagakuer. If he didn't do well, Konohagakuer will become the target of public criticism, and will directly become the target that was stared at by the whole ninja world. In fact, in Aoba's opinion, he really needs such a target. To make the entire ninja world have a consciousness similar to that of a public enemy. To make the various forces subconsciously treat that force as an opponent and have a faint tendency to unite, it was the kind of force that would target each other without revealing their intentions. This target could not be Konohagakuer. Aoba was trying hard to turn this target into Kumagakuer. In this way, Kumagakuer would be targeted by the other major forces. The Third Ninja World War would be unstoppable. The main goal of this was to get Konohagakuer out of the main battlefield of the war. That was to say, if you want to fight, then fight. But don't fight with Konohagakuer. This way, it would be fine. This was what Aoba was thinking right now. As long as these matters were arranged out, the various powers would be fighting each other, but none of them would be fighting among Konohagakuer. This way, he could live in Konohagakuer with peace of mind. Third Kazekage. Aoba's eyes flashed with a cold light. This time, he was going to focus on the idea of creating trouble for the Third Kazekage. He absolutely could not let the Third Kazekage come from Tsunagakuer to Konohagakuer so easily, then launch an attack on Konohagakuer, and then return to Tsunagakuer so casually. In this case, he might come to visit when he was bored in the future. He had to hit him painfully for him to learn a lesson. Aoba had already thought about what Third Kazekage was going to experience. After they come out of Konohagakuer, they first suffered an attack from Konoha White Fang, and then they were ambushed by Kumagakuer ninjas. Finally, when they returned to the village, their village was robbed by Omegakure. This was really, very painful. Half an hour later, under the leadership of the Third Kazekage, the Tsunagakuer ninja team had been traveling for a long time, and everyone more or less felt a trace of exhaustion. This was mainly because they had just rushed over from Tsunagakuer, and now they had to hurry back. One came and one went. It was a completely different mood. They were completely exhausted. Let's rest here for a while, eat some military ration pills and drink some water. We will set off again in 10 minutes. The third Kazekage immediately gave orders, but he did not notice that when he spoke, there were already two figures approaching them. This was also why Aoba used Konoha White Fang stance to kill that Tsunagakure sensor ninja. He wanted to remove the radar of this Tsunagakure ninja team. He wanted them to be in a state of anxiety. Through this method, when they were most exhausted, he would launch a surprise attack. As a result, it would be able to deal the most profound blow to Tsunagakure ninjas. Chi 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 chi. Just as the Tsunagakure ninjas were leaning against the tree trunk and sitting down, the noisy and chaotic sound of electric current suddenly rang out. It was surging toward them at an extremely fast speed. Enemy attack. These Tsunagakure ninjas were not sensor-type ninjas, but they were all elite jonin. When the other side had already charged to this extent, no matter how slow their reactions were, they would still be able to understand what was going on. Swish! Swish! Just as the voices of Tsunagakure ninjas fell, two strong men surrounded by lightning appeared in their line of sight. The two of them raised their fists, as if they did not see the people around them, and directly rushed toward the third Kazekage. Kumigakure. The third Kazekage's face became extremely cold, and black iron sand continuously emerged around him. When he saw the two Kumigakure ninjas, he was already prepared to fight. Chapter 263. After seeing the scene in front of him, third Kazekage became extremely calm. His body was surrounded by black iron sand, and he had already focused his attention to the extreme. The current situation was far worse than he had imagined. Kumigakure ninja had actually come. This was something he had never thought of before. The third Kazekage did not have time to think about it. He knew very well that the target of these two Kumigakure ninjas was him. He controlled the iron sand to circle around his body, forming a pure natural protective layer. Jiten, Seititsu no Kabe, Magnet Release, Iron Sand Wall. Third Kazekage controlled the iron sand that appeared around his body, directly forming two extremely thick iron walls around him. After these two iron walls appeared, they immediately gathered in the middle, appearing like an eggshell. Anyone could feel the powerful defense contained in them. Swish! Swish! Just as the iron sand wall appeared, two figures surrounded by lightning appeared on the left and right sides of the third Kazekage. The moment these two figures appeared, they attracted the attention of Tsunagakure ninjas. Everyone's eyes were focused on these two people. The problem now was that their eyes could see, but their bodies could not keep up. They could not help the third Kazekage because the two figures glowing with lightning were too fast. These two people were Aoba and his advanced paper clone. The two of them had different appearances. One was Gasui, and the other was Bray. Raiden, Rariato, Lightning Release, Lariat. Gasui and Bray shouted at the same time. Their voices were like a loud bell, like a thunderclap, which shook the eardrums of several people around them. Just as the two of them shouted, the two of them raised their arms and rushed toward the third Kazekage. In a split second, everyone just felt like two meteors fell, directly hitting the third Kazekage. Rumble! The two Kumigakure ninjas collided with the two pieces of iron wall, and a deafening sound rang out. At the same time, a terrifying and violent impact force contained a strong lightning wave. It directly swept onto the iron wall next to the third Kazekage. The collision instantly caused the two iron walls protecting the third Kazekage to explode. Crash! The iron wall shattered, directly turning into iron sand that filled the sky. At the same time, the two figures that came rushing in were also blocked and stood on either side of the third Kazekage. Hiss! The scene in front of them immediately made the surrounding Tsunagakure ninja gasp. It was too terrifying. It was simply terrifying. They had followed the third Kazekage for a period of time, but they had never seen someone who could directly shatter the iron wall with such strong force. Third Kazekage looked at the scattered iron sand around him, his eyes flashing with caution. What a strong impact! Third Kazekage couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He also didn't expect that his iron wall would be directly smashed by the arm of these two Kumegakure ninjas. It actually only played an obstruction role. Hum. The third Kazekage immediately mobilized the chakra in his body at this moment and then used the magnetic force to quickly attract the scattered iron sand. Jiten, Kurogain no Tsubasa, magnet release, black iron wings. The third Kazekage coldly said. The iron sand that was absorbed by the magnetic force quickly gathered behind him and instantly formed a pair of big iron wings. This pair of huge iron wings looked like paper wings formed by Konoha through Shikigami no Mai, dance of the Shikigami. After the iron wings appeared, they immediately flapped and fly up into the sky. At this moment, with the iron wings, the third Kazekage directly flew into the air. His body floated above the two Kumegakure ninjas, and his eyes looked coldly down at the scenery below. Hum. After the third Kazekage floated in the air, the remaining iron sand on both sides of his body became two huge piles of sand iron. One was a triangular pyramid. The other was a cylinder. After these two huge pieces appeared, the density of the iron became more and more concentrated, becoming extremely hard. Go! With a thought, the third Kazekage immediately controlled these two huge pieces of iron to combine and smash them toward Aoba and his advanced paper clone, who had transformed into Kumegakure ninja form. Among them, the triangular pyramid pierced toward Aoba's main body, while the cylinder shot toward Aoba's advanced paper clone. Aoba stared at the incoming triangular pyramid. If not for the fact that he had to maintain his identity as Kumegakure ninja, he would have many ways to get rid of this thing. However, right now, his identity was Kumegakure ninja Gasui. In that case, then it was still mainly about lightning ninjutsu. Instantly, Aoba punched out with both fists. His fist contained a terrifying lightning radiance as it directly struck the surface of this triangular pyramid. As for the advanced paper clone, in order to avoid the unnecessary collision, the advanced paper clone was mainly focused on dodging, relying on the speed brought by the lightning chakra to instantly dodge the attack of that huge iron cylinder. Boom! Along with the collision of Aoba's fist and the iron triangular pyramid, an explosion sound instantly resounded, and the iron triangular pyramid was directly knocked back. Ha. When third Kazekage saw this scene, he immediately raised his head and laughed. His laughter was filled with a carefree feeling. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Now, you are all finished. The third Kazekage looked at the iron triangular pyramid that flew back at an extremely fast speed and immediately controlled the iron cylinder to collide with the iron triangular pyramid. I still have to thank you for helping me increase my strength. The third Kazekage said with a cold smile. As his voice fell, the iron triangular pyramid and iron cylinder directly collided. Boom! After the two huge pieces of iron collided, a deafening explosion sounded. After the iron triangular pyramid collided with the iron cylinder causing a powerful collision, it spread out at a terrifying speed. Whoosh! 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 The iron sands that filled the sky were like droplets of water that splashed out, directly scattering into a semicircular space around them, turning this place into a world of iron sand. Jiten, Seitsukai, Magnet Release, Iron Sand World Method. The third Kazekage said in a low voice. His whole body controlled the magnet release chakra to form a special magnetic field. Swish! 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 The iron sand that filled the sky instantly became spikes and pierced the ground from the sky. It went straight toward the two Kumegakure ninjas on the ground. It seemed as if they were attacking indiscriminately. These iron sand spikes were not shot out but stabbed out, and they looked like branches. There were irregular branches on each of the iron spikes. Those branches were equally sharp, like sharp bayonets. For a moment, iron sand-like blades pierced from all directions toward Gosui and Bray. The speed of these spikes was extremely fast, and they were very dense. They almost left no space and wanted to directly pierce through them. Retreat. Aoba's real body looked at the advanced paper clone and instantly understood what he meant. Then, the two of them retreated at an extremely fast speed. Aoba had watched Naruto anime and knew that he could not stay too long in this area of the Iron Sand World method, otherwise, he would only be skewered to death by the endless iron sand. Swish swish swish. Just as Aoba and his advanced paper clone quickly retreated, those iron spikes seemed to have a life of their own. One by one, they shot out from the sky and directly pierced into the ground. Even if they did not stab Aoba and his advanced paper clone, they could still come back from the ground, just like iron thorns growing from the ground. These iron were completely controlled by Third Kazekage, who was flying in the air using Magnet Bloodline Limit. Is this Magnet Bloodline Limit? As Aoba and his advanced paper clone retreated, they avoided the iron spikes that flew over from the sky and the iron thorns that grew from the ground. To a certain extent, the Third Kazekage's current posture. It could be regarded as an armed helicopter that kept shooting down from the sky. Every time the iron spikes shot out, not only did they have extremely sharp penetrating power, but they also had a speed that was difficult for ordinary people to dodge. Most importantly, they were extremely dense. It could be said that even flies could not fly out. If not for Aoba's fast speed. If it were someone else, they would have already been shot to death with these iron sand. At this time, Aoba and his advanced paper clone could only retreat and not move forward. Otherwise, they would immediately be skewered by the iron spike. It was not that Aoba had no way to deal with such a situation, but because he maintained a Kumagakure ninja identity, it was difficult to deal with such a situation. Kumagakure actually dared to assassinate me. The Third Kazekage floated in the air. His body continued to move forward, always keeping his Iron Sand World method in a tracking state. His eyes stared sharply at Gosui and Bray. His eyes flickered with a cold light, containing a strong killing intent. If it were Konohagakure or Iwagakure ninja, he would not be so confident. However, it was Kumagakure ninja. The Third Kazekage was the least afraid of people who needed to fight in close combat. He, who had the magnet bloodline limit, was essentially a mage who controlled magnetic forces. When he was in close range, he could use the magnet release to create an absolute defense. But the long-distance attack was his world. Especially when he could create wings through iron sand, and fly in the air by flapping his wings. You have to know. In this ninja world, there were only a handful of ninjas who could fly. In the 5 major ninja village, Kumagakure ninjas were not suitable for air combat. Kumagakure ninjas mostly focused on close combat on the ground, and they relied on brute force to fight. It was difficult to pose a threat to the enemies in the air. In the eyes of the Third Kazekage, now that he was able to fly through the black iron wings in the air, he was in an invincible position in the battle against these 2 ninjas. Remember this. The Third Kazekage's voice rang out in the distance, clearly entering everyone's ears, whether it was Aoba or Tsunagakure ninjas. Now, his mood was getting better. The 7 days of repressed feelings were swept away at this moment. He felt much more comfortable. From the failure of the sneak attack on Konohagakure to the sneak attack by Konoha White Fang, until now, he was ambushed by Kumagakure ninja. If he didn't teach the other party a lesson, they would think that they, Tsunagakure, were easy to bully. Thinking of this, the Third Kazekage's eyes became colder and more ruthless. What he needed to do now was to let these 2 Kumagakure ninjas die in despair. This was like a game of cat and mouse. He could slowly play these 2 mice to death. The more he played, the happier he was. You will die in my Iron Sand World method. A confident smile appeared on the third Kazekage's face. The Iron Sand World method was his ultimate move and almost all the enemies that saw it were dead. You don't know, right? The third Kazekage opened his mouth again, providing Aoba and his advanced paper clone with a similar BGM. To achieve such a powerful ninjutsu as the Iron Sand World method, you need to smash together two high-density iron sand blocks with completely opposite magnetic fields, which are the iron triangular pyramid and the iron cylinder you just saw. The third Kazekage's voice echoed in the woods. Although he was talking, the iron in the Iron Sand World method had no intention of stopping at all. It continued to shoot down from above and then out of the ground. And he himself was playing with two prey that was already in his hands. He looked especially relaxed and at ease. Just now when you smash the iron triangular pyramid, it helps me in activating the Iron Sand World method. You didn't think of this, did you? The third Kazekage revealed a mocking smile on his face. He just wanted to see the angry looks of these two Kumagakure ninjas after knowing the truth. This was the price for coming to ambush him. Forget about the ninjas from other villages. Kumagakure actually dared to sneak attack him. The one that the third Kazekage was least afraid of was Kumagakure ninja. When these two pieces of iron collided, I used the magnet release chakra to fiercely increase the magnetic field. Following that, the iron sand covered the sky, forming a unique magnetic field area. It continuously attacked the ground through the iron spike. The attacks of each iron spike were all irregular. You couldn't find any patterns at all, because there was no pattern. The third Kazekage introduced his Iron Sand World method to Gosui and Bray. As he spoke, the iron spike continuously fell from the sky, stabbing toward the two people. Moreover, different spikes were constantly drilled out from each of the iron spikes, and these spikes could still produce more spikes. This kind of ninjutsu, which moves with the third Kazekage's body and can cause indiscriminate iron spike attacks in the range centered on his body, gave Aoba a very strange feeling. This was very similar to the big move that the mage used when playing games in the past. However, compared to the game, all of these were real. Now do you know what kind of terrifying ninjutsu you are facing? The third Kazekage revealed an excited smile on his face. His eyes were fixed on the two Kumagakure ninjas below. In his opinion, these two Kumagakure ninjas were already like a turtle in a jar. It was impossible for them to make any waves. This Iron Sand World method was why he was called the strongest Kazekage. This time, he absorbed iron sand while attacking through Konohagakure ground. If it were in a place like Tsunagakure, it could be said that the ground was covered in iron sand. In addition, the sand in Tsunagakure was extremely soft. After piercing through, it could shoot back at an even faster speed. Its power was many times greater than this place. You actually told me your moves. After Aoba heard this, he was completely dumbfounded. This guy was too honest. The battle had not ended yet, and he directly told him this precious information. Was this for acting tough? Or was it something that the ninja in the ninja world would do when fighting? In the past, when he was watching Naruto anime, he had discovered such a thing. Before the battle had ended, they had already started to teach his opponent moves. Good fellow. Now, even he was in this situation. Was it okay to directly tell his ability to the other party? Aoba felt that. If it were him, even if he told his opponent his moves, he would definitely tell a lie. If there was a chance to kill his opponent, he would definitely not go easy on him. At any moment, kindness to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. This was something that Aoba always remembered in his heart. How terrifying! Aoba immediately showed a frightened expression and put on an extremely annoyed look. I really shouldn't have provoked you. As Aoba's voice sounded, the third Kazekage's expression became even more excited. This was the battle he wanted. From the moment he came to attack Konohagakure, he had been very aggrieved. He had enough of this kind of grievance. Now we can only run. Aoba immediately glanced at his advanced paper clone next to him. Then, both of them understood what the other party was thinking and immediately ran in two different directions. Only Aoba and his advanced paper clone's movements slowed down a little. They deliberately revealed a small flaw. You guys still want to run? The third Kazekage's eyes were focused on Aoba's advanced paper clone, the person who disguised himself as Bray. The speed at which he shot out the iron spike was even faster. In fact, he was the clearest in his heart. The Iron Sand World method was very powerful ninjutsu. But at the same time, there was a fatal weakness. That was the area. As long as they left the area of the Iron Sand World method, they would not be attacked. This was also why he kept chasing in the direction of the two Kumigakure ninjas. He wanted to envelop the two Kumigakure ninjas in the area of the Iron Sand World method. Now that the two of them were running in two different directions, he had no other choice. He had to quickly deal with one of them and then deal with the other. Go to hell! The third Kazekage's eyes suddenly became fierce, and the iron spikes were like raindrops, piercing toward the direction of Aoba's advanced paper clone. Swish! 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 The speed of these iron spikes became even faster, directly covering Aoba's advanced paper clone area. At the same time, the iron sand in the area where Aoba's main body was located got smaller. The center of gravity of these iron sand is all tilted in the direction of the advanced paper clone. Right at this time, Aoba's main body instantly pushed all the lightning chakra in his body to the extreme. His entire body flashed with a terrifying lightning light. This feeling was like in a full horsepower. Third Kazekage-sama, don't think that you already win. Chapter 264. Strong lightning surged out of Aoba's body. Along with this lightning, the muscles all over his body seemed to have been injected with vitality, directly glowing with different life energy. At the same time, Aoba's body was covered with a layer of Raiden Chakra M.Do, lightning release chakra mode. Swish! Aoba's figure flashed out and immediately rushed toward the third Kazekage at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the third Kazekage placed all the focus on Aoba's advanced paper clone. The earth-shattering iron spikes seemed to pierce through the advanced paper clone into a sieve. Third Kazekage-sama, we will meet again if we are fated. Aoba's advanced paper clone imitated Bray's voice. The corners of his mouth curled up into a devilish smile. He reached into his ninja bag and took out a ball-shaped ninja tool. This ninja tool was a smoke bomb. Aoba had collected a lot of loot from the corpses that he had killed. Smoke bombs were very common. There was no need to buy them, as he already had a lot of them and could not be used up. After Aoba's advanced paper clone took out the smoke bomb, he did not throw it on the ground like usual. Instead, he directly crushed it with his bare hands. Bang! Along with an explosive sound, a white cloud of smoke that could obscure vision instantly scattered around Aoba's advanced paper clone and covered everything. Do you think you can run away like this? When the third Kazekage saw that the smoke from the smoke bomb had blocked his vision, his lips curled into a disdainful smile, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. The two Kumigakure ninjas who attacked him. No one could escape. It was impossible to escape. Especially the Bray in front of him, who was already completely in the Iron Sand World method magnetic field. It was impossible for anything to happen that would allow him to escape. Bang! Right at this moment, in the area covered in smoke, there was once again a sound of an explosion. It was just that the sound of the smoke bomb exploding concealed it and did not attract anyone's attention. Go to hell! The third Kazekage's eyes had become bloodthirsty. Even if his vision was blocked by the smoke, he could clearly know where Bray was in front of him. Moreover, he also knew that Gosui was rushing toward him. However, he did not think that Gosui could break through his Iron Sand World method barrier. First deal with one. Then deal with the other. The third Kazekage floating in the air suddenly spread out his hands. It looked like he was commanding the iron on the ground, rushing toward Aoba's advanced paper clone. Whoosh! 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 The iron spikes pierced toward the smoke, instantly covering the area with dense iron spikes. This scene fell into the eyes of Tsunagakure ninjas. They all felt a strong sense of excitement. When none of them saw Bray run out of the smoke. This almost means that Kumagakure ninja did not come out at all. It had already been penetrated by the sharp iron spike. As expected of third Kazekage-sama. The Tsunagakure ninjas exclaimed in their hearts. Their eyes were all focused on the third Kazekage, and they also looked at Gasui, who was rushing toward the Iron Sand World method. They had automatically ignored Gasui. This was nothing to worry about. In their eyes, a ninja who relied on close combat. It was impossible to break through the third Kazekage's iron forest and appear around him. This was absolutely impossible. It was just. While the Tsunagakure ninjas were still excited and happy, the third Kazekage's face was not as good. Something was wrong. He deeply felt that something was wrong. This feeling is a little different from what he imagined. Why didn't it have that kind of substantive penetrating feeling? The third Kazekage was very clear that his Iron Sand World method had been completely arranged. There could not be any gaps in that smoky area. Even a fly would not be able to fly out. Bray didn't leave at all. But why didn't he feel as if he had stabbed air? Just as the third Kazekage was feeling puzzled, Gasui, who had charged toward the Iron Sand World method, began to move around in the midst of the Iron Sand World method's iron spike, charging toward the third Kazekage at an extremely fast speed. He quickly ran under the third Kazekage, and his legs suddenly bent as he prepared to shoot out like a bow. Kij, Gan no Jutsu, ultra-lightweight rock technique. With a thought, Aoba silently applied this earth-release ninjutsu to his body. He simply applied a bit of it. It allowed his body to become lighter. From then on, he could jump higher. Instantly, Aoba suddenly jumped up, his body carrying lightning light. Like a thunderbolt that flew up from the ground, he directly rose into the air. Just as Aoba jumped up, the smoke bombs used by Aoba's advanced paper clone had already dispersed, leaving a blank area. There was no one. There was no trace of Bray at all. Apart from the iron spike everywhere, there was nothing else. It was as if no one had ever appeared. This scene not only surprised Tsunagakure ninjas but also surprised the third Kazekage, who was using the Iron Sand World method. Impossible. The third Kazekage widened his eyes. The belief in his heart was slightly shaken at this moment. How could he have disappeared? The third Kazekage had almost never failed on Iron Sand World method, and it had never been dodged in such a way. He had no idea how the other side had dodged. There was no clue at all. Completely clueless. Could it be that a smoke bomb could make people disappear into thin air? Impossible. A strange thought appeared in the third Kazekage's mind. Could it be that Kumagakure also knew how to use space-time ninjutsu? It doesn't make sense. Kumagakure ninja has never been famous for ninjutsu. The entire ninja world knows that Kumagakure believes in lightning release ninjutsu, and combining taijutsu with lightning release ninjutsu maximizes their ability in close combat. If they were to fight in close combat, perhaps not many people in the ninja world could be Kumagakure's opponent. But ninjutsu, Kumagakure definitely couldn't. The third Kazekage didn't hesitate to eliminate the method Bray used to leave through space-time ninjutsu. The simplest reason was, if Bray could use space-time ninjutsu, why did he use it only when he ran away? When he attacked, he didn't use it at all. This must be some special secret technique. The third Kazekage silently judged in his heart. When he was thinking, Gasui had already jumped up. Jiten, Seiditsu Shiger, Magnet Release, Iron Sand Drizzle. The third Kazekage looked down at Gosui, who was about to jump up to his face. His face instantly calmed down. He knew that now was not the time to think about what had just happened. He had to deal with the crisis that was about to appear in front of him. As his voice rang out, the iron wings on third Kazekage's back suddenly spread out like a great rock spreading its wings, directly covering the sky around him. It looked extremely imposing. After the iron wings spread out, a terrifying iron drizzle burst out from the wings and quickly flew toward Gosui, who was Aoba, and it seemed to want to shoot Aoba into a sieve. Your fault is that you shouldn't have fought in the air with me. The third Kazekage's eyes became extremely cold. He did not care about Aoba, who was jumping high. As a Kumagakure ninja, the worst way was to be close to him. Now that he was flying in the air, if a Kumagakure ninja wanted to attack him, he would have to jump from the ground. However, in this case, the person who leaped up would not be able to move his body nimbly. From then on, he would become a living target for his iron sand drizzle. This was the strength of the third Kazekage. He could advance, attack, and retreat. He was completely in a state of both offense and defense, making it impossible for others to easily touch his body. In the Iron Sand World method, I am an invincible existence. The third Kazekage roared loudly. As his iron wings flapped, a terrifying iron drizzle shot toward Aoba. His eyes flashed with confidence. In his eyes, the Kumagakure ninja in front of him. He was about to turn into a corpse. Just this. Aoba looked at the iron drizzle flying in front of him. There was no panic on his face because it caused no threat to him at all. Swish! Aoba's figure suddenly flashed out. His whole body directly disappeared from the air. He did not use space-time ninjutsu. Instead, he directly shifted his position created by twisting his body through physical strength. This level of physical skill could even be done by Rock Lee. After Aoba and his advanced paper clone appeared as Kumagakure ninjas, they did not use space-time ninjutsu at all. This just satisfied third Kazekage's guess. Of course, Aoba did not need it. It was not that he did not know how to use it, but he did not want to use it. His advanced paper clone was under the smoke bomb and the people's line of sight was blocked, so he directly removed the shadow clone and disappeared into thin air. Of course, nothing could be found. This shadow clone no longer existed. It was as if it had vanished into thin air. It was simply impossible to find. Swish! Aoba's figure flashed and instantly dodged the flying iron sand drizzle. This kind of cool feeling was like avoiding a bullet. In just a flash of light, Aoba dodged most of the iron sand drizzle attacks. You! The third Kazekage widened his eyes as he looked at Aoba in front of him. His eyes were filled with shock. Unbelievable! It was simply unbelievable. There was actually someone who could dodge his iron sand drizzle at such a close distance. Now, the third Kazekage suddenly panicked a little, because the iron wings on his back had consumed a lot of iron sand, and the only remaining part of it was used to support him. This part only maintained his flying posture, which was already very difficult, let alone dodge. Jiten, Seitsuke, Soku, Magnet Release, Iron Sand Binding. The third Kazekage glared at Aoba, who was rushing in front of him. He didn't know if it would be too late to control the iron sand like this, but no matter what, he had to try. Otherwise, he would fall into a passive state. He was very clear about this point. In the face of close combat against a Kumagakure ninja, the iron around him was not enough. He was in this kind of situation where he was not so flexible in the air, and he was in an awkward situation. For a moment, the third Kazekage controlled the iron sand in front of him to form a huge palm and grabbed at Aoba's body. It's too late. Aoba saw through the third Kazekage's thoughts at a glance. How could he give the other party a chance to react? This time, he came here with the identity of Kumagakure ninja to attack the third Kazekage. The goal was very simple. He wanted to lead the disaster to them so that the third Kazekage and Tsunagakure's people would focus on Kumagakure. Other things were not important. He did not want to kill the third Kazekage, nor did he care about the other ninjas. He just wanted to show this matter. It was precisely because of this reason. Aoba's figure flashed out. His body was supported by Kij, Gan no Jutsu, ultra-lightweight rock technique, and his entire body was extremely flexible in the air. This degree of flexibility is far more than the third Kazekage, which was a weakened version of the iron sand wings. Instantly, Aoba shot in front of the third Kazekage at an extremely fast speed and raised his right hand to punch. Swish! Aoba's fist contained dense lightning chakra, and with strong momentum, his fist directly smashed toward the third Kazekage's chest. Not good. When the third Kazekage saw the situation in front of him, he was suddenly shocked in his heart, and he widened his eyes, not daring to believe what was happening in front of him. This Kumagakure ninja. He actually directly appeared in front of me. This situation immediately made him feel a strong sense of threat. He no longer cared about his flying posture and immediately controlled the iron wings behind him to gather around his body, instantly wrapping him up and forming an iron sand protective cover. However, the density of this protective cover was not too high. But he still tried his best to block the attack of this Kumagakure ninja in front of him. The third Kazekage finally realized that he had underestimated the enemy just now. He should have killed these two Kumagakure people in the first place, and now the situation had become passive. Rage Yaku Swihei Chopyu, lightning oppression horizontal chop. Aoba shouted. His fist turned into a hand knife, and then directly chopped at the iron protective cover on the third Kazekage's body. Boom! Aoba's hand smashed heavily against the iron protective cover and the iron protective cover in front of him directly exploded, completely scattering into iron sand. This technique was not the real Rage Yaku Swihei Chopyu, lightning oppression horizontal chop. This was just what Aoba shouted. His goal was very simple, which was to make the third Kazekage mistakenly think that he had used this technique. Aoba had seen the fourth Raikage use this technique before when he was watching Naruto anime, and he had seen this name in Gasui's memory, so he simply roared out. What he really used was the strange technique that Tsunade taught him and Kai, Gan no Jutsu, ultra added weight rock technique, attached to his fist. These two techniques were stacked together. It could also produce an explosive effect. Of course, Aoba was not afraid that the third Kazekage would see through it. In this tense situation, the third Kazekage's attention was definitely not on whether this technique was real or fake. After all, the effect was roughly the same. Because the iron protective cover was destroyed, there was no longer any obstruction between Aoba and the third Kazekage. He could directly attack the third Kazekage's body. Swish! Aoba jumped out and instantly appeared in front of the third Kazekage. He raised his hand and punched directly at third Kazekage's abdomen. This punch used has the chakra enhanced strength added with it. However, it was not too violent. He would just make the third Kazekage feel an unforgettable pain in his life, but he would not be directly killed because of it. Bang! Along with a heavy sound, the third Kazekage's body directly arched backward. The strong impact caused his eyes to open wide, and his eyes were about to fall out. He directly spat out saliva from his mouth. After the third Kazekage was punched, his body flew backward, but at this time, Aoba's right hand suddenly grabbed the third Kazekage's hair, forcibly stopping the momentum of the third Kazekage's flying back. Crack! 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 One crisp sound after another rang out. It was precisely because Aoba had used too much strength that caused the third Kazekage's bone to crack. After that, Aoba pulled the third Kazekage back, his left hand clenched into a fist as he heavily punched the third Kazekage's abdomen again. But this time, Aoba didn't hold his hair anymore. Instead, he released his grip. He allowed the third Kazekage to fly backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground. Third Kazekage-sama. The eyes of Tsunagakuer ninjas were wide open. They looked at the third Kazekage who was sent flying in disbelief. They did not expect the result to be like this. Almost everyone was dumbfounded. They immediately ran in the direction of the third Kazekage. At this time, Aoba's figure slowly fell. These Tsunagakuer ninjas seemed to have forgotten him. No one dared to fight him at all. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly, and then he stepped on a tree trunk next to him and left at an extremely fast speed. Interesting. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly, revealing an excited expression. Just now he accidentally touched the third Kazekage's head and heard a clear electronic prompt. Chapter 265. After heavily injuring the third Kazekage twice in a row, Aoba took advantage of the time when all of Tsunagakuer's ninjas went to check on the third Kazekage's condition and quickly ran to the other side of the forest. After running for about 3 minutes, Aoba confirmed that no one was chasing after him. He immediately communicated with the Flying Thunder God formula on the tower. The next moment, Aoba immediately used Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. His figure flashed and disappeared, directly returning to Konohagakuer. At this point, it was impossible for Tsunagakuer ninjas to catch up with Aoba. They would only know that their third Kazekage had been attacked by 2 Kyumigakuer ninjas. They also knew the appearance and name of the 2 people, but it was impossible to find them again. After Aoba returned to the tower, he sat directly on the 3rd floor observation platform. He looked down at the dense forest below through the observation tower. I thought I wouldn't be coming here for a while. Aoba stared at the trees and muttered to himself. He didn't have to come here. Instead, the system's electronic prompt just now tempted him, and wanted to give it a try. Earlier, Aoba's right hand touched the third Kazekage's head and directly triggered the mind-reading system. Ding dong! Successfully read Kazekage's memory for the first time. Obtained, Magnet Release Bloodline Limit. The voice that had just sounded in Aoba's mind still echoed in his mind. Magnet Release Bloodline Limit. Wasn't that the ability that the third Kazekage used? Earlier, when Aoba pulled the third Kazekage's hair, he had the intention to read the third Kazekage's memories, but he never thought that he would receive a reward like the bloodline limit. Reading Kazekage's memories for the first time, Aoba pinched his chin with his right hand and frowned slightly. His gaze toward the trees in the distance gradually became serious, and his eyes flickered with a pondering light. According to the reward brought by the system prompt and the description made by the system, I should be able to read a ninja again with the title of Kage and receive even more generous rewards. Aoba silently made a judgment in his mind. His head was spinning quickly, and according to his experience and judgment, he analyzed the electronic prompt tone of the system just now. The system specifically emphasized Kazekage, which means that the other 4 Kage can trigger special rewards. It may be the ability of the other party or some kind of bloodline limit. Based on the current information, Aoba came to this conclusion conservatively. The current situation. He was already very satisfied. I don't know if the 4th or 5th Kazekage will trigger such a special mechanism in the future, or I can only do it once in Kazekage. Aoba began to become excited in his heart. This kind of reward gradually aroused his interest. The method of obtaining ninjutsu before had already made him feel that it was meaningless. After all, he could also learn ninjutsu through Taj Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. In the recent period of time, the biggest function of the mind-reading system was to obtain the memories in other people's heads and obtain the most real and accurate information. Now, it made him a little hopeful. Maybe in the future, he could trigger a special reward mechanism. After a simple judgment, Aoba had a rough idea in his heart, and his understanding of the mind-reading system became deeper. Of course. Just now, he had obtained not only the magnet bloodline limit but also the memories of the 5th Kazekage. It was just that he temporarily put these memories aside. It was still not too late to slowly look at them in the future. For the time being, the memories of the 5th Kazekage would not affect the situation too much. Its priority level was far below that of Hari. Nevertheless, Aoba did not have time to check Hari's memories carefully. After all, Hari's memories had only been read yesterday. Let me check it. Aoba took a step forward and walked from the 3rd level of the tower toward the dojo on the 1st level. Soon, Aoba reached the center of the dojo. Right now, he was standing in the center of the dojo, his eyes looking straight ahead. He tried to breathe as steadily as possible to ease the excitement in the depths of his heart. Instantly, Aoba reached his right hand into the ninja bag, took out a large number of shuriken, and directly threw them in the air. The number of shurikens was around 20. This was already the number of shurikens that he could take out now. One had to know that he usually did not need this kind of thing. As these shurikens flew into the air, they began to fall freely after reaching the highest point. Now, Aoba's eyes slightly lit up. He converted the chakra in his body into magnet chakras and instantly cast it on his hands. His hands seemed to form a unique magnetic field. This magnetic field made the shurikens in the air seem to be grabbed by an invisible big hand. It began to be pulled, and then there were different changes. Forward. Aoba was like general giving orders. As he said this, he waved his hands forward. A unique magnetic field formed between his palms, pulling the shuriken in front of him and constantly flying forward. Come back. Aoba suddenly pulled back his hands, and a strange scene suddenly appeared. The shuriken that flew forward suddenly stopped. Just a moment later, the shuriken flew back at an even faster speed, and their target was Aoba. Whoosh! 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 More than 20 shurikens in front of Aoba continuously flew toward him. It did not look like an invisible hand was controlling them, but more like an invisible person throwing shuriken at Aoba. Stop! Aoba said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the shuriken that flew over all stopped in front of him. The shurikens did not continue to fly forward, nor did they retreat backward, nor did they fall down. Instead, they floated in front of them as if time had stopped. This feeling is very wonderful. Aoba moved his hand, and the shurikens were like obedient babies as they flew back to his palm in an orderly manner and firmly stacked together. Then, Aoba put all the shuriken back into his ninja pouch. The process just now. It was just a test. Using the simplest method to test the magnet bloodline limit. He didn't use too complicated ninjutsu applications. Another trump card. Aoba nodded with satisfaction. He did not care about having more trump cards. For him, the more trump cards he had, the better. The more comfortable it was. Just as he put the shuriken into the ninja bag, he raised his eyes again and looked in Konohagakure's main entrance direction. Kumagakure's envoy group is here. I just don't know what they are like now. It's time to go take a look. Aoba did not leave a clone behind to monitor Kumagakure's envoy group. Now that things had come to this point, he no longer needed to do anything else. The only thing left was to be a spectator. As long as the people of the ninja world performed normally, this third ninja world war was unavoidable. After all, even if he was not in the middle of causing trouble, the third ninja world war had already erupted. Right now, all he had to do was push the boat with the current, allowing this battle to erupt quickly. It was the same as ending it quickly. According to the information in Naruto anime that Aoba had watched, the Third Ninja War had fought many long battles. In this long process, it had accumulated too much pain. Especially when the war reached the second half. Even the students who had just graduated from the ninja school had to go to the battlefield. It could be said that there weren't many people left. At this time, It was still a pretty good stage. After the various powers had vented their anger, they could quickly enter a stable stage for their own development. Instantly, Aoba communicated with the Flying Thunder God formula on the cliff on the side of the Hokage rock. Before he left to chase after the Tsunagakure ninjas, he left a Flying Thunder God formula on it. Swish! Aoba immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. With a flash, he disappeared and instantly appeared on the cliff of Hokage rock. Just as Aoba left to chase after the Tsunagakure ninjas, it could also be said that it was after the Tsunagakure ninjas left. Hiruzen immediately walked in the direction of Konohagakure's main entrance at the fastest speed. With the departure of the third Hokage, many of Konohagakure's higher UPS also followed in the direction of the main gate. These people had just gone to the main gate and waited for half a day with the third Hokage. They only left because of Tsunagakure's ninja invasion. Now that Tsunagakure ninjas was coaxed away, Kumigakure ninja team came. All of a sudden, everyone's face looked a bit gloomy and solemn. No one knew what Kumigakure's envoy group was thinking. No one was sure if they had no malicious intentions. For Konohagakure and the entire ninja world, what this negotiation meant was something that none of them could say now. What's the situation with Kumigakure's envoy group? Hiruzen asked Akaru, who had come to greet them not far away. Right now, Kumigakure's envoy group is in a relatively close and not far distance. For them, it can be considered a safe distance. They did not immediately approach Konohagakure. Instead, they sent someone to express their request. He is still waiting outside the entrance. Should we let him in? Akaru said to Hiruzen. Right now, that Kumigakure ninja was still waiting outside the main entrance, and no one paid him any attention. Let him in. I will ask him myself. Hiruzen nodded. His mood had calmed down a lot. This matter made him very angry, but the angrier he was, the calmer he became. Kumigakure's envoy group and Tsunagakure's ninja invasion. These two things that seemed to be unrelated appeared one after another. If this was just a coincidence, no matter what the Hiruzen said, they would not believe it, even himself. There might be coincidences in this world, but there definitely would not be such a coincidence. Now that such a thing could happen, it could only mean one thing. There was a problem in itself. There was definitely someone controlling all of this. It was very likely that it was Kumigakure. It was also possible that it was Tsunagakure. It was even possible that it was someone other than Kumigakure and Tsunagakure. For example, Iwagakure or Kirigakure. However, Hiruzen did not feel that it had anything to do with Konohagakure's people. In his knowledge, there was only one person who had the ability to plan such a coincidence. That was Shimura Danzo. He believed that Danzo would lay his hands on him during the internal strife, but when it came to life and death of the village, he would prioritize the village. Because the village was the most important. Hiruzen did not list Konohagakure as the Terrijet. Step, step, step. As Hiruzen was thinking, heavy footsteps came from behind him. The owner of this series of footsteps. It was none other than Shimura Danzo, who he had never doubted. Danzo walked in front, followed by two Konohagakure advisors, Koharu and Homura. The three of them came to Hiruzen's back. After standing quietly, Danzo glanced at him. Why is Kumigakure's envoy group here? Danzo asked in a low voice. This was his current doubt. He had originally thought that Kumigakure's envoy would not be here. This was because through his communication with Hari, he had learned that Kumigakure's higher UPS had already sent Gasui to assassinate Hari. In Hari's opinion, this was a method that they did not want to carry out a negotiation. The reason for Kumigakure's negotiation was very simple. It was to use a truce method to exchange for Hari. If Kumigakure wanted to develop smoothly, they needed a strong brain. Now, this brain had been captured. It was not a problem to exchange this brain for some sacrifices. But after the intervention of Aoba, such a thing had become a different thing in Hari's heart. Hari had already successfully determined that he was a burden in the eyes of Kumagakure's higher UPS. It would waste a lot of time and energy to save him, but if he did not save him, it might cause the other ninjas in the village to be disappointed. Because of these reasons, Kumagakure sent Gosui to assassinate him in the name of saving him. Not only that, in Hari's opinion, the higher UPS might have disliked him for a long time. After all, when he brought Kumagakure's envoy group over, Gosui had already started to stir up trouble. He found it hard to believe that this was Gosui's spontaneous action. After all, Gosui was Kumagakure Jonin. He still had the most basic quality of ninja when doing missions, so the greater possibility was that Gosui had received orders from the higher UPS. When he came with Kumagakure's envoy group, besides getting a mission about Byakugan, there were other secret missions. That secret mission was likely to put him in a disadvantageous situation. After Hari was completely injured and could no longer move, his mind became clearer and clearer. His thoughts spun faster and faster. As for whether he was right or wrong, that was another matter. Anyway, he thought more. Gradually, he began to have paranoia. After he reviewed all the recent events, the conclusion he got. They were all drawing closer to the conclusion that someone was trying to harm him behind his back. Because of this, in the analysis he had given Danzo, he had already given him a lot of information. What Kumagakure's motives were to kill him. This was also why Danzo wondered why Kumagakure's envoy group came. In the morning, when he was waiting, he felt that it was very normal for Kumagakure's envoy not to come. Others did not know. He was still very clear. Root was attacked from the inside. The attacker was a Kumagakure Jonin named Gosui. According to the appraisal report given by the medical ninja, if Gosui used a little bit of strength or even a little bit of angle, Hari would undoubtedly die. But Hari had miraculously survived. This was to Danzo's knowledge. It would no longer be considered mercy. No matter which angle one looked at it from, it would not be showing mercy, and it could even be said that it had nothing to do with it. Especially for a rough person like Gosui, he simply could not do such a meticulous job of preserving his life under extreme conditions. Then there was only one reason that could explain it. Hari was lucky. He had really managed to survive just like that. From another perspective, it could also be considered that Gosui's assassination mission had failed. However, that was the problem. According to Danzo's speculation, Gosui should not have known that the mission had failed. If he had not let the medical ninja rescue him in time, Hari would have died. Then, what was the purpose of Kumagakure's ninja coming here? For a moment, a big question mark appeared in Danzo's head. He was not very clear about what was going on here, but he always felt that things were not as simple as he thought. Hiruzen looked at Danzo slightly. He could feel from Danzo's doubts that the matter between Kumagakure and Tsunagakure had nothing to do with him. I don't know what's going on with Kumagakure's envoy group right now. We've already invited him over. Let's listen to what he has to say together. Hiruzen said in a deep voice. All right. Danzo nodded and did not say anything else. He just stood quietly behind Hiruzen, silently waiting for the Kumagakure ninja to arrive. Not long after, the conversation between Hiruzen and Danzo ended. In the direction of Konohagakure's main entrance, a Kumagakure ninja walked in under the watch of several Konohagakure ninjas. This was the Kumagakure ninja who Bray ordered to explain the situation to Konohagakure. Chapter 266. Q walked step by step towards Konohagakure's main entrance. At this time, his heart was also very nervous. After all, he did not know what kind of attitude Konohagakure had. Such a front-runner. It was very likely that he would not be able to return if he went. Especially since there were so many people in front of him. Q tried his best to make himself look calm. There was almost no expression on his slightly tanned face. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of Konohagakure ninjas, Q walked directly into Konohagakure. Now, I will bring you to see our village's third Hokage-sama. If you want to say anything, just say it clearly. Don't have any crooked thoughts. At this time, the Konohagakure ninja who led Q in whispered. He was a member of Konohagakure's defense division and was responsible for the village defense. If Q made a move and something happened, then they could not bear this responsibility at all. I understand. Q nodded. His face was still expressionless. He did not dare to act rashly. Right now, Bray and advisor were waiting for his report. Come with me. The ninja from Konohagakure Defense Division immediately led Q in the direction of the third Hokage without stopping at all. It had been a long time since the appointed time for Kyumigakure's envoy group to come to Konohagakure. No matter if it were Konohagakure ninja or Kyumigakure ninja, no one wanted to delay any longer. Q followed behind the ninja from the defense division and came directly in front of the third Hokage. Third Hokage-sama. Q was very tactful and bowed to Hiruzen. After all, with his status, he was facing the cage of the other village. It was not a loss for him to bow. Tell me. Hiruzen nodded to Q. There was not much fluctuation in his eyes. After what happened just now, his mood had become much calmer. Whether it was a fight or a truce, he could accept it. The current situation was gradually out of his control. However, Hiruzen still has an idea that if the battle can be stopped, then the peace must be maintained. After all, he clearly realized that the current Konohagakure might be in a state of being attacked from both sides. There was Kyumigakure in front and Tsunagakure behind him, so the situation was not particularly advantageous for Konohagakure. Yes. Q immediately responded. Then, he took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his emotions down. He would not make this negotiation bad because of the fluctuation of his emotions. The reason why our envoy group was late was not deliberately targeting Konohagakure, but because we were attacked by Kirigakure. Q said in a low voice. When he talked about this matter, he was still very angry. After all, many of his companions had died in this battle. He was not in a good mood at all. Kirigakure's attack. When Hiruzen heard Q's words, he immediately widened his eyes, and his eyes flashed with a touch of shock. This was something he had never thought of, but what he saw in Q's angry eyes did not contain any lies. After that, Hiruzen looked at Danzo, who was next to him. There was a similar look of surprise in Danzo's eyes. I think what he said is true. Danzo nodded to Hiruzen. He had obtained a trace of information about the relationship between Kyumigakure and Kirigakure from Harry. According to the information he had received, Kyumigakure had been using Kirigakure for so many years. On the surface, the two villages were allies, but in fact, Kyumigakure had been holding Kirigakure's hand. This relationship was not equal at all. Therefore, in Hari's view, it was only a matter of time before Kirigakure exploded. Of course, as long as Kyumigakure's strength was able to suppress Kirigakure, then Kirigakure's eruption time would become increasingly late until something that Kirigakure could not endure appeared. Because of this, when Danzo heard that Kyumigakure's envoy group had been attacked by Kirigakure, he was not too shocked. He felt that this matter was reasonable. The only accident. It should be said that they did not expect it to appear so early. After seeing Danzo nod and say certain words, Hiruzen had a general idea. Then, he looked at Q. What exactly happened? Hiruzen asked Q. His eyes were full of curiosity. At this time, he also wanted to know what happened to Kyumigakure. It's like this. Q took a deep breath and then told Hiruzen in detail about the attack on Kyumigakure's outpost. From the continuous attacks of Kirigakure water release ninja from yesterday morning to the joint attack of Kirigakure 7 ninja swordsmen at midnight, the entire process was basically described without hiding anything. After Q explained all these things, he finally talked about the fierce battle after a night. Bray relied on his super-strong lightning release technique to survive the attack of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He also protected the most important person in Kyumigakure's envoy group, the Kyumigakure advisor. Apart from that, the remaining Kyumigakure ninjas, those who survived were all lucky. Those who were unlucky, they all died at the hands of the 7 ninja swordsmen. After hearing what Q told him, Hiruzen immediately fell silent, and his face became much more serious. It seems that something big is going to happen in the ninja world. Hiruzen could not help but sigh. Even he knew that the fact that Kirigakure could launch an attack on Kyumigakure showed the current chaotic environment of the ninja world. Where is the envoy group? Hiruzen asked Q, who was not far in front of him. In fact, he asked the question that he already knew. He knew that Kyumigakure's envoy group was outside Konohagakure's village, but he needed to use this sentence to draw out Q's next words. Advisor-sama and Bray-sama are about 5,000 meters away from the main entrance. Because we did not reach Konohagakure at the appointed time, they think it is better for me to make things clear for the negotiation. Q was no longer afraid. His tone paused slightly, then continued, now I have explained the whole story to you, Third Hokage-sama. If you think we still need to negotiate, or there is no need to negotiate, I will bring your words back to our Kyumigakure advisor-sama. I understand. Hiruzen nodded heavily. This Kyumigakure ninja had already explained the matter very clearly. Now, whether to negotiate or not, the initiative was on Konohagakure's side. This was something that Hiruzen wanted to see more. Although this Kyumigakure ninja did not speak too clearly, he could feel that Kyumigakure's envoy group still hoped to carry out this negotiation. After all, it involved Harry, an important person. Right now, Kyumigakure's situation was no better than Konohagakure's. First, there is a lack of a brain-like leader, Harry. Then, on the power map in the ninja world, they have an antagonistic relationship with Konohagakure and Kirigakure at the same time. In addition, there was also Iwagakure, who was glaring at them from the side. If Kyumigakure was not careful, they might become the target on all sides. Hiruzen had summed up these points in an instant, allowing him to understand what kind of situation Kyumigakure was facing now. Go back and tell your advisor-sama to come in. I think there is some misunderstanding between us. We should talk about it. Hiruzen's voice softened a lot. At this time, he still did not want Konohagakure and Kyumigakure to be enemies. Yes. The lines on Q's face softened a little. Then he turned and walked in the direction of Kyumigakure's camp. When he talked to Hiruzen, his tone and attitude showed that they could negotiate or not, but in fact, they still needed this negotiation. It was just that he couldn't make Kyumigakure a weaker party in this negotiation because of his tone. Q walked out of Konohagakure's main entrance and walked in the direction of Kyumigakure's camp, ready to report this news to Bray and the advisor. Konohagakure's ninjas looked at Q's back as he left. Everyone had different thoughts, but they were all filled with emotions. Their expressions and eyes were quite complicated. As ninjas, they would rather go up and have a hot-blooded battle with Kyumigakure and then create a life-and-death situation to vent the dissatisfaction in their hearts thoroughly. They were also unwilling to stand here and watch the third Hokage and Kyumigakure carry out the final peace talks. But this was a situation they could not control at all. Since it was the third Hokage's decision, they could not say anything. They could only silently extinguish the flames of anger burning in their hearts. Hiruzen, your last words are too soft. Danzo stood behind Hiruzen and said. It doesn't matter. Hiruzen shook his head and did not care about this. All right. Danzo stood still and stared at Hiruzen's back. He thought for a moment and didn't say anything. He just stood quietly behind him. Behind Danzo, Konohagakure's two advisors, Koharu and Homura. The two advisors frowned slightly. They also felt the problem that Danzo was talking about. That was that Hiruzen spoke too gently when facing this Kumagakure ninja. Now was a very important period. Since they had decided to negotiate, they could not relax in terms of momentum. Kumagakure's envoy group will come sooner or later. Then they could make an issue of this. As long as they stood still for a bit, they could cut off a piece of meat. But it was obvious. Hiruzen had given up on this. At this time, before the other party had made any excessive demands on Konohagakure, Hiruzen had already taken a step back. This was clearly an action that should not have happened. However, they were different from Danzo. They chose to see through and not say anything. To some extent, these two advisors also contributed to Hiruzen's inaction. They had always maintained an attitude of seeing through and not saying anything. They knew a lot of things that happened in Konohagakure and even participated in it. However, they were clearly just a bystander or an indifferent bystander. This kind of non-committal administrative method was able to preserve their position. These two people looked like they didn't say anything, but in fact, they were very shrewd. They just happened to know that many things could not be done by Hiruzen. Then, there was no point in bringing up things that Hiruzen could not do. On the contrary, it might lead to Hiruzen's dissatisfaction and ultimately affect their position as advisor. On the side of Kumagakure's camp, Q ran back quickly. When he left Konohagakure's main entrance, he still maintained a calm and composed state. When he left a distance that the other party could not see clearly, he had already started running. Hoo. Q began to pant. The scene just now had shocked him so much that his back was soaked in cold sweat. Just now, he could clearly feel the looks of Konohagakure's ninjas around him. After all, Kumagakure and Konohagakure were in a war. Even if they were only at the stage of probing, it did not prevent the atmosphere from being very tense. It could cause a scene to break out at any time. Q is back. In Kumagakure's camp, a Kumagakure ninja saw Q running back and immediately shouted. His voice was very loud and could clearly be heard by everyone in the camp. Immediately, Bray and the Kumagakure advisor walked out of the tent together. Both of their eyes were bloodshot. After a night of fierce battle, no one had had enough rest, especially Bray. His injuries and exhaustion made him want to take the time to rest in the tent and recover his stamina. The Kumagakure advisor was about the same as Bray. Although he did not participate in the battle, his mental state and mental strength were exhausted. In addition, he had been on guard all the way. When he got to the area near Konohagakure, he put down the little guard in his heart. He immediately felt exhausted and had to take the opportunity to rest for a while. Otherwise, his brain might not be able to turn around in the negotiation. With the current state of Bray and Kumagakure advisor, if they braced themselves to go to Konohagakure, if the other party insisted on keeping them, no one would be able to escape. Because of this, the two of them decided to send Q over to explain the matter. Moreover, when Q went out to see Konohagakure, the two of them took advantage of this gap to rest for a while. After that, after hearing Kumagakure ninjas shout, the two of them quickly got up and walked out of the tent. A moment later, Bray and Kumagakure advisor walked out of the tent together. The two of them tidied up their clothes as they walked. They seemed to have slept quite soundly just now. Q, how is the situation? The Kumagakure advisor immediately asked Q. His eyes were fixed on Q, and there was a nervous expression on his face. He attached great importance to this negotiation. After all, he faces a Kirigakure attack on the way. Moreover, he insisted on coming here to negotiate with Konohagakure. As Kumagakure advisor asked this question, Bray, who was next to him, looked at Q curiously, and his eyes revealed the same doubt. I have already made things clear. Q revealed a relaxed smile on his face. He could feel the light in the eyes of Bray and the advisor when they looked at him, and he immediately felt that he was being valued. Third Hokage-sama of Konohagakure is standing at the main entrance of the village waiting for our Kumigakure envoy group. I can feel that Konohagakure also wants to negotiate. Q immediately explained. When he was talking to Hiruzen, he had been paying attention to the eyes of the people around him and Hiruzen's expressions. After a slight pause, he added, "It's just that Konohagakure's ninjas don't seem to be that friendly. It's normal for Konohagakure's ninjas not to be friendly to us. After all, our two villages are in a war. If they all smile and welcome us, then it might be a trap." After hearing Q's narration, the big stone hanging in the Kumigakure advisor's heart was immediately put down. The current Kumigakure could not withstand the war with Konohagakure and Kirigakure at the same time, let alone Uegakure, who had been staring at them. "Shall we go to Konohagakure now?" Bray immediately asked. He looked at the Kumigakure advisor who was beside him. It could be said that everything here was under Kumigakure advisor's command. "Yes." The Kumigakure advisor immediately nodded. Then, he said in a low voice, "Konohagakure has been waiting for us for a long time. If we continue to delay, it will cause our side to continue to be in a disadvantageous situation. Now, we must go over and negotiate as soon as possible." After hearing the information that Q had brought back, this Kumigakure advisor immediately thought of what to do next. Since Third Hokage was already standing at Konohagakure's main entrance, waiting for them, then they could not delay this time any longer. The initiative was on Konohagakure's side. Everything they did was to stabilize this opponent and rescue Harry. At this time, they still didn't know that Harry was injured. Then, this Kumigakure advisor looked around at the ninjas on Kumigakure's side and took a deep breath, causing his chest to swell up. "Everyone!" The Kumigakure advisor's voice suddenly rang out, clearly entering the ears of every single one of the Kumigakure ninjas. All of their attention was focused on him. "Now we are going to Konohagakure." As soon as these words came out, all of the Kumigakure ninjas were roused. These ninjas were all ninjas that were stationed at Kumigakure's base camp. In other words, they were all ninjas who had fought with Konohagakure's ninjas in the past half a month. "The main purpose of our trip to Konohagakure this time is to solve the crisis that Kumigakure is currently facing. We are not going to stir up trouble, nor are we going to start a war. I hope that all of you can restrain your temper and not create any trouble for Kumigakure after entering Konohagakure." This Kumigakure advisor immediately said loudly. Now that Harry was caught, he had to face this situation cautiously. There were only a dozen or so people in this newly formed envoy group. If he couldn't even control this well, if he caused any trouble, he would have an inescapable responsibility, and it would make Kumigakure's situation even more awkward. "Understood." These Kumigakure ninjas immediately responded. They were all professional ninjas and knew that the mission was more important. Now that the Kumigakure advisor had given the order, they would follow the order and would not do anything out of line. In fact, even if the Kumigakure advisor did not give such an order, they, Kumigakure ninjas, would not act rashly. The phenomenon of a ninja abandoning a mission and ignoring it would basically not happen easily. Even when Harry led a Kumigakure envoy group, such a thing did not happen. The reason for the birth of such a devastating pig-like teammate phenomenon was that Aoba had relied on his superb acting skills to play the role of the pig-like teammate of the other party. He could totally be regarded as a god-like opponent. Only, no one knew about this except for Aoba. This also made the Kumigakure advisor begin to doubt Kumigakure ninja's ability. Before he entered Konohagakure, he specifically emphasized this matter. Even so, he wasn't at ease. If not for the fact that this negotiation was extremely important to Kumigakure, even if there were the risk of being backstabbed, he would still go. After that, under the affirmation of these Kumigakure ninjas, this Kumigakure advisor was the first to walk in front of the team. He led the Kumigakure ninjas and walked in the direction of Konohagakure. Bray followed the Kumagakure advisor by the side. Although he had exhausted all of his physical strength, he still took the responsibility of protecting the Kumagakure advisor very well. 10 minutes later, the Kumagakure envoy group came to Konohagakure's main entrance and met the eyes of Konohagakure's ninjas. They then resolutely walked in. Chapter 267. It's here. Hiruzen saw Kumagakure's envoy group walking over from afar, and a smile appeared on his face. This scene was exactly what he was looking forward to. He had been looking forward to the end of this war since the beginning of the war between Konohagakure and Kumagakure. Following the arrival of Kumagakure's envoy group, peace was getting closer and closer. Under the watchful eyes of Konohagakure ninjas, Kumagakure's envoy group walked steadily into Konohagakure. When the Kumagakure advisor walks into Konohagakure, Hiruzen immediately greeted him. "You are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Hiruzen smiled and said. From the looks of it, he seemed to be talking to an old friend who he had known for many years. He did not look like someone sent by the enemy to negotiate, not to mention that he did not know this Kumagakure advisor who was walking over. "We were ambushed by Kirigakure since yesterday. We had no choice but to come late. Thank you for your understanding, Third Hokage-sama." The Kumagakure advisor nodded to Hiruzen, and a smile appeared on his face. However, it was just a fake smile. It was not a sincere smile that came from the heart. Anyone could see this. "Let's stop talking here and follow me to the conference room." Hiruzen smiled and said to the Kumagakure advisor. He still liked this harmonious atmosphere, even though it might be fake. "Well, wait a minute." After hearing Hiruzen's words, the Kumagakure advisor hesitated a little, but he still felt that it was better to say it here. "Is there a problem?" Hiruzen asked doubtfully. Not only was he puzzled, but even Danzo and the others around him looked at the Kumagakure advisor in surprise, not knowing what the latter meant. "There is one thing I think it is better to make it clear here so as to avoid some unnecessary misunderstandings as much as possible," the Kumagakure advisor said with a gloomy face. He knew that doing this was actually a kind of risk. But he had no choice. This risk was something that he had to take. If he didn't say it now, things would change when he arrived at the conference room. It was very likely that the situation would be even more passive. "Please speak." Hiruzen nodded to the Kumagakure advisor. He still maintained the initial harmony. He didn't feel any dissatisfaction because of Kumagakure's request. "Wait a moment." The Kumagakure advisor turned around and looked at the Kumagakure ninja behind him. He then nodded at him. Then, the Kumagakure ninja, who was standing at the back, walked over. These ninjas stood in 2 rows. They were holding a huge thing in their hands. It looked a little heavy. It was just that this thing was covered with a layer of black cloth. It was impossible to tell what was inside from the outside. For a moment, including Hiruzen, a big question mark appeared in the minds of every ninja present. Almost every ninja's eyes were focused on the thing that was covered in black cloth, and their eyes were full of doubts. What was inside this? Everyone had their own thoughts and guesses, but this did not stop them from feeling curious about the thing covered in black cloth. Just as everyone was puzzled, the Kumagakure ninjas directly carried this thing covered in black cloth to the front of the Third Hokage. "Third Hokage-sama, before you open this black cloth, listen to my explanation first." The Kumagakure advisor was still very careful and cautious about this matter. He had to ensure that no accidents would happen. He had to make sure that the Third Hokage could calmly face this matter so as not to throw the root of the disaster onto Kumagakure. "You said," the smile on the Third Hokage's face disappeared. He gradually realized that there seemed to be such an important matter under the black cloth. But at this moment, he couldn't figure out what was going on. What could it be? Hiruzen's curiosity was fully aroused. The more the Kumagakure advisor tried to hide it, the more confused he was about these things. The other party was so cautious. This means that the problem here must be very serious. Phew. The Kumigakure advisor took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. As he breathed, he tried to calm his emotions as much as possible so that he could face these things calmly. After adjusting his mood, this Kumigakure advisor looked at Hiruzen with a serious look in his eyes. It's like this. This Kumigakure advisor immediately organized his words and began to explain the entire process to Hiruzen. Yesterday, after we were attacked by Kirigakure, we found 2 people tied to the tree after we escaped from danger. When we looked carefully, we found that they were both your Konohagakure's Anbu. When the Kumigakure advisor said this, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Especially the Anbu present. They were all extremely shocked in their hearts. They never thought that the Kumigakure advisor would actually say such words. Anbu. After hearing the Kumigakure advisor's words, Hiruzen immediately frowned. His eyes were filled with deep doubt. Recently, he had not heard any news about the disappearance of an Anbu. In particular, a few days ago, he had just conducted a great purge in Anbu and had not encountered the disappearance of Anbu personnel. According to what the Kumigakure advisor said, the person under the black cloth should be Konohagakure Anbu, which was simply impossible. In a split second, Hiruzen's eyes became solemn. In his opinion, there was something fishy about this. This matter was definitely not that simple. He faintly suspected that this Kumigakure advisor was lying to him. There might be something extraordinary inside this black cloth. Instantly, Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly and focused on the black cloth. According to what you said, the 2 ninjas that are hidden under this black cloth are Konohagakure Anbu. Can the 2 of them possess such a large size? Hiruzen asked the Kumigakure advisor. Although he asked, he was actually thinking of exposing the other party's scam. If he hadn't just checked the Anbu name list, he might have been fooled by this Kumigakure advisor in front of him. Just through one sentence, Hiruzen had already guessed that this Kumigakure advisor had come with ill intentions. He was not as sincere as he appeared on the surface, and there might be unexpected situations in this matter. Danzo stood next to Hiruzen, his face indifferent and without any expression. In his heart, he had already begun to calculate this matter silently. However, he thought a little deeper. After all, he knew that 2 of his root ninjas had disappeared. But Danzo faintly felt that it was a bit inconceivable. Could it really be such a coincidence? In Danzo's opinion, the 2 root ninjas who had gone missing were very likely Gasui's spy. But if that was the case, how could those 2 people be tied up? Unless... A ruthless look flashed in the depths of Danzo's eyes. If it really was those 2 root ninjas, then there was only one possibility. Kumigakure wanted to use this method to get rid of Gasui's invasion. Thinking of this, Danzo's eyes also became gloomy, waiting for what this Kumigakure advisor was going to do next. At this time, all the eyes of Konohagakure ninjas were focused on the Kumigakure advisor. And everyone had a strange look in their eyes. It was as if they had seen through him, but they did not expose him and continued to watch his performance. Big question marks popped up in the Kumigakure advisor's head one after another. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. However, he had already thought back and forth on the way here. He did not feel that there was any loophole. The most important thing was, this was not something he made up at all but something he had truly experienced. He was only thinking about what method he could use to make it easier for Konohagakure's ninjas to accept, not to make up any excuses. There are not only 2 Anbu here, there is also a tree. Because they are tied up on the tree and were covered with paper tags, we cut off the tree and brought it here, the Kumigakure advisor immediately explained. You said that our Konohagakure Anbu was covered in paper tags and tied to a tree trunk. The most interesting thing is that you did not dare to untie these 2 people and chose to cut the tree and bring it over. Hiruzen's brows fiercely jumped. really. It was extremely awkward. Hiruzen looked at this Kumagakure advisor with eyes full of pity. He felt that if the other party were a little more attentive, he would not make up such a ridiculous excuse. It was really too clumsy. It is indeed, like this. The Kumagakure advisor smiled embarrassedly. He was a little embarrassed by the way Hiruzen looked at him. This idea was also proposed by him. The main thing was that they, Kumagakure, really did not know much about paper tags. The paper tags pasted on their bodies were too complicated. He did not dare to tear it rashly. Not only was he afraid of taking the blame for killing Konohagakure Anbu, but he was also afraid that the paper tags on them would cause harm to Kumagakure ninjas. In the end, he could only use this method to solve it. I will let you see it now. The Kumagakure advisor felt that the foreshadowing was almost done. It was time to lift the black cloth. He had to let Konohagakure's people know what was going on. Just as he raised his hand in the direction of the black cloth, the Konohagakure ninjas, who were watching the situation, took a step back one after another. Everyone's eyes instantly became serious and nervous, as if they were facing a great enemy. Even Hiruzen, who was not far from the Kumagakure advisor, stared in the direction of the black cloth with wide eyes. His left hand reached into the ninja bag at his waist, putting on the appearance of being ready to fight at any time. After experiencing Tsunagakure's invasion, even Hiruzen became much more cautious. Bang! Just as the Kumagakure advisor was about to reach out and remove the black cloth covering the tree trunk, an extremely subtle explosion sounded from the tree trunk. Now that everyone was very nervous, it did not attract much attention. Only the Kumagakure ninjas, who were in charge of carrying these trunks, could faintly hear a little noise and determined that the source of the sound was the two people covered in black cloth. Could it be fart? These Kumagakure ninjas did not pay much attention to this sound. After all, the two Konohagakure Anbu who were tied to the trees were not dead but two living people. It was normal for living people to fart. If it were a dead person, that was a scary thing. This was nothing more than a normal occurrence. They did not care at all. At the same time, Aoba leisurely sat on the cliff next to the Hokage rock and looked at the small houses below. He felt quite comfortable. At this time, a message suddenly appeared in his head. It was the advanced paper clone that had just disappeared. When Aoba arranged these two root ninjas, he did not kill them, but he left an advanced paper clone on the clothes of one of them. The setting that Aoba gave this advanced paper clone was that once they were transported to Konohagakure, they would immediately remove themselves and send this information over. Now, Aoba had received this news. Ha ha ha! Aoba suddenly burst out laughing. He did not expect an opportunity to appear now, allowing him to carry out the last step of his plan. Then, with a thought, Aoba slowly got up and took a few steps back to the back of the cliff, leaving a part of the space here. As he continued to retreat, his body was still hidden in the blind spot of Konohagakure. No one could see him. At this time, Aoba crouched and slapped his hand on the ground. Along with the movement of Aoba's chakra, he immediately drew a black circle pattern on the ground. It was his Flying Thunder God formula. With the appearance of this Flying Thunder God formula, Aoba stood up again, then gently waved his right hand, and suddenly a piece of paper flew out. A small black circle suddenly appeared on the paper, which was also his Flying Thunder God formula. In the blink of an eye, Aoba created two Flying Thunder God formula. This was the method he had tried when he was training, combining Shikigami no Mai, Dance of the Shikigami, and Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, together. Of course, this was not the method he had used before. This was the advanced method that Aoba had thought of. He called this move Komaten, Hirei Shin, Paper Release, Flying Thunder God. Komaten, Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Paper Release, Flying Thunder God technique. Aoba's mind suddenly moved, and he started the first step of Komaten, Hiraishin no Jutsu, paper release, flying thunder god technique. In an instant, the piece of paper in his hand suddenly disappeared. This piece of paper was a part of his body, and it contained his chakra. After using Hiraishin no Jutsu, flying thunder god technique, it instantly disappeared. Komaten, Hiraishin D, Rai, paper release, flying thunder god guiding thunder. Aoba's eyes flashed with a bright light, and the moment he finished speaking, the chakra he contained on that piece of paper suddenly activated. The ground in front of Aoba had already been engraved with the flying thunder god formula. Two figures suddenly appeared there. When Aoba used Hiraishin no Jutsu, flying thunder god technique, on the paper with the flying thunder god formula on it, two instantly appeared directly on the tree trunk, just between the root ninjas and the trunk. After the paper reached this position, black lines immediately appeared on the paper. It was a special sealing technique. These were the sealing techniques that could release the two root ninjas from the paper tag's binding. From a certain point of view, this piece of paper was more like the key to unlocking the paper tags on the two root ninjas. It was just that the key was inserted, it hadn't been pulled out yet. And the appearance of this piece of paper, it was like a piece of a puzzle. It just so happened to fill up the missing pieces and directly integrate the paper tags into a complete set. The next moment, this piece of paper suddenly stuck to the two root ninjas. The paper contained a vast amount of chakra covering the bodies of the two root ninjas. Komaten, Hiraishin D, Rai, paper release, flying thunder god guiding thunder. Just as this piece of paper was pasted on the bodies of the two root ninjas, Aoba spoke at the same time at the peak of the cliff. Then, the piece of paper seemed to come alive, directly sending the two root ninjas away through the method of Komaten, Hiraishin D, Rai, paper release, flying thunder god guiding thunder. At this point, below this piece of black cloth, it was no longer a ninja tied into the tree trunk. Instead, it was a tree trunk that was covered with paper tags. Along with the appearance of that piece of paper, the seal on it continued to change, and it turned into a summoning seal at a very fast speed. Konoha, on a cliff near the Hokage rock. Aoba looked at the two root ninjas that appeared in front of him. "You guys did well." Aoba praised the two root ninjas. After he said this, he reached out his hands and touched the two root ninjas. In an instant, two spatial fluctuations appeared. Under the effect of Hiraishin no Jutsu, the two root ninjas directly flashed and fell heavily on the watchtower on the third floor. After sending the two root ninjas away, Aoba turned his head and looked in the direction of Konohagakure's main entrance. He immediately used his perception ability to feel the ball of chakra at the main entrance. "It's a pity that I can't personally go to the scene to watch," Aoba said indifferently. These were all things that had happened under his arrangements. He still wanted to take a look. This was also the reason why he had personally come out. However, Aoba looked in the direction of Konohagakure's main entrance from afar, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an arc of anticipation. "We should be able to see fireworks here, right?" At this moment, under the watchful eyes of Konohagakure's ninjas, the Kumigakure advisor put his hand on the black cloth. Chapter 268. As Kumigakure advisor's hand grabbed the black cloth, it immediately attracted the attention of all the Konohagakure ninjas present. Everyone's gaze was fixed on this Kumigakure advisor, and they put on an extremely cautious expression. In their opinion, this Kumigakure advisor's words were not very reliable. "Two Anbu. Right now, Konohagakure doesn't have two missing Anbu." This statement was not valid at all. Of course, this was under the premise that Anbu was not a root ninja. Except for Shimura Danzo, no one knew if there was a root ninja missing. Of course, the matter of the root ninja disappearing, Danzo did not associate it with this Kumigakure envoy group at all. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that it was not the same thing. All of a sudden, countless gazes were nervously staring at Kumagakure advisor as he uncovered the black cloth covering the trunk. Swish! The Kumagakure advisor's big hand suddenly pulled. The black cloth fell. The thing that appeared under the black cloth. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. This. Hiruzen widened his eyes and suddenly took a step back. Including Danzo and the two advisors, the high-level ninjas of Konohagakure also retreated to avoid being affected. The surrounding Konohagakure ninjas retreated one after another, and the cautious look in their eyes became more serious. Is this so-called Anbu of our Konohagakure? Hiruzen stared at the thing under the black cloth that Kumagakure advisor pulled down in front of him with trembling eyes. It was indeed a tree trunk. However, there was no one tied to the trunk. It was completely different from what this Kumagakure advisor had described. However, there was one thing that was not wrong. The trunk was indeed covered with paper tags. However, these paper tags were not that complicated. Instead, they were densely packed explosive tags. Based on the number of explosive tags, it was completely possible to call this tree trunk a bomb. Hiss! Even the Kumagakure ninjas couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. They all felt their feet go cold, and their entire bodies were covered in a cold sweat. All of them were not feeling good. How is this possible? Bray stared at the scene in front of him with his eyes wide open. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not believe what he was seeing. There is definitely something wrong with this. We clearly brought the two ninjas who were tied up together. Why are they missing now? Bray cried out loudly. There was an extremely strong sense of horror on his face. This was something he had never expected. I personally supervised this piece of wood. This black cloth was covered by me. Before I left, I clearly saw the two ninjas tied to the wood. It was impossible for them to disappear into thin air. Bray was extremely puzzled. His face was full of questions. He simply did not understand why things would turn out like this. This was completely beyond his understanding. Something was wrong. This was definitely not right. Something must have happened here. But what exactly happened? Bray couldn't figure it out and couldn't understand it either. The whole body was tied up with paper tags, and even they didn't dare to untie it easily. How did the two people disappear? Stop pretending. Hiruzen's face became extremely cold. Right now, his left hand was always in his ninja bag, ready to fight at any time. His eyes were extremely cold as he stared at the Kumagakure ninjas in front of him. He really hoped for peace to come. However, it did not mean that he would be wronged to this extent. He could feel a little wronged and lower his bottom line a little to make a certain degree of concession. But he could not be bullied to this extent. They openly took a piece of wood that was pasted all over with an explosive tag and placed it in front of Konohagakure's main entrance. Who was he threatening? Hiruzen coldly stared at these Kumagakure ninjas. As he moved, those Konohagakure ninjas also took a few steps back and also cautiously stared at the Kumagakure ninjas. For a moment, a strong smell of gunpowder filled the air between these people. Everyone was very clear. The situation now seemed to be delicate. It could be triggered at any time because of a little fuse. Third Hokage-sama, listen to me. This is not the case. We did bring them here because there are two Anbu tied on this tree. It is not what you see. The Kumagakure advisor quickly explained. Right now, he felt like crying but had no tears. Before this, he had clearly confirmed it repeatedly. Moreover, he had asked the Kumagakure ninjas to confirm it. The two Anbu were alive and breathing, and they were real people, not some kind of clone technique. It was precisely because of this that they could bring these two Anbu over. The problem was that the two of them had actually disappeared into thin air. This had completely subverted their understanding. It was simply like a supernatural event had occurred. If he hadn't seen this with his own eyes, and he was someone who had experienced this, he wouldn't have believed his words. All the explanations now seemed so weak. At the same time, a thought emerged in the depths of Kumagakure advisor's heart. He had been tricked. Now he understood that he had been tricked. However, from the way the third Hokage and the others were acting, he didn't think that Konohagakure was the one who had plotted against them. This didn't seem like it at all, and there was no need to do so either. Konohagakure clearly wanted to negotiate for peace. The person who had done such a thing, he didn't want the village to negotiate at all. Then there was only one possibility. The war between Konohagakure and Kumagakure would be beneficial to them. Kirigakure. This name instantly appeared in Kumagakure advisor's mind. Only Kirigakure, who had been standing by the side watching the tigers fight, was most likely to facilitate this matter. Although he still did not know what method Kirigakure's people had used to complete this kind of poaching, it did not prevent him from confirming that all of this was done by Kirigakure's people without any proper reasons. Do you think I will believe it? Hiruzen's tone became even lower. He had just experienced the invasion of 3rd Kazekage and had already deeply felt a sense of fatigue. He noticed that a large hand was controlling these things behind the scenes. This hand was very likely to be Kumagakure. Right now, the explosive tag's trunk was already in front of everyone. Everyone could see that this Kumagakure advisor still had an innocent expression on his face as he continued to explain these things. This seemed a bit fake. Hiruzen very much wanted Konohagakure to be in peace. However, what he saw from the Kumagakure ninjas was not simple peace but a situation that could turn into chaos at any time. Especially the current Kumagakure envoy group, there was a problem. Hiruzen's calm gaze swept over these Kumagakure ninjas, and finally, his gaze fell back on the Kumagakure advisor. You'd better think it through before you continue talking. Hiruzen suddenly felt that these things could be connected. When the Kumagakure contacted him, they said that they would send the country of lightning staff officers. However, these staff officers were unexpectedly killed by Kirigakure's sneak attack. Now it has become an all-ninja team envoy group. It didn't matter if it were a coincidence or not. The envoy group formed by Kumagakure gave him a very dangerous feeling. After all, it was a ninja who entered the village. Most importantly, this big tree that was covered with explosive tags could explode at any time, and now it was in the village, which made Hiruzen pay attention to it. The Kumagakure advisor was suddenly speechless. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. When he came to Konohagakure to negotiate, he had already prepared a lot of excuses and emergency plans. When something happens, how should we deal with it? What kind of attitude should we use to maintain Kumagakure's face? But these things were all destroyed by the two Konohagakure Anbu. If I had known earlier. This Kumagakure advisor was full of regret. If he had known that things would turn out like this, he would not have brought the trunk over. Alright. This Kumagakure advisor was also a person who did great things. He knew that he could not dwell on this problem. Then, he looked at the tree trunk that was filled with explosive tags not far behind him. Take it as if I was wrong. Since there is no longer any tied-up ninja, then take this thing out. Don't let it be an eyesore here. The Kumagakure advisor did not want to waste too much energy and time on this tree trunk. Since he was attacked yesterday morning, and now he encountered such a bizarre disappearance, these things had already made him physically and mentally exhausted. Pray, take someone and throw this thing outside the village. Don't accidentally bump and explode it. If that happens, the loss will be too great. The Kumagakure advisor explained. Yes. Bray immediately responded and walked toward the tree trunk. His eyes were filled with doubt. He had no idea how things had turned out like this. Whoosh! As soon as the Kumagakure advisor said this, all of the Konohagakure ninjas present could not help but discuss among themselves. Moreover, everyone looked at the Kumigakure advisor with questioning eyes. For the Kumigakure advisor, it was obvious that he did not want to continue this meaningless topic. But in Konohagakure ninja's ears, it became perfunctory. And the last sentence that the Kumigakure advisor told Bray not to accidentally explode, it became a threat to Konohagakure. The same words. In the ears of different people, it presented a completely different effect. Wait. At this time, Hiruzen's voice sounded. This matter is not clear yet. You can't take this thing away. Hiruzen stared at the tree trunk that was pasted all over with explosive tags. His eyes became colder. To him, this person was rubbing his IQ. This was not only fooling him but also threatening him and Konohagakure. This was something that could not be easily forgiven. Advisor Dano, I have to tell you something regretful. Our Konohagakure did not have any Anbu missing. The excuse you found is too lame. When Hiruzen said this, all the Konohagakure ninjas present were ready to fight. They had already realized that if the lies were exposed, then the matter would become another appearance. Perhaps they would directly enter the state of war. Third Hokage-sama, I am not running away. I just feel that it is a waste of time and energy to explain this matter. This is just a trivial matter. There is no need for us to involve too much energy in this matter, right? The Kumigakure advisor smiled helplessly. He had said everything that should be said and should not be said. However, this fact was right in front of him. He had no way at all. This is not a trivial matter. Hiruzen shook his head. The reason why he was still arguing with the Kumigakure advisor was that the other party was still talking to him about these things. On the other hand, he still hoped to make the village peaceful and never said anything. If this matter is not explained clearly, I don't think there is a need for us to continue discussing the following matter, Hiruzen said seriously. No matter how cowardly he was, he still had a bottom line. That was Konohagakure. Everything he did was to protect Konohagakure. It was just in a rather cowardly way. The negotiation method used by this Kumigakure advisor now was completely unacceptable to him. This. After hearing Hiruzen's words, the corners of Kumigakure advisor's mouth twitched. Now it was really hard to argue. Konohagakure had no missing Anbu. Then who was the person tied to the tree? The Kumigakure advisor realized that he had fallen into a trap. They, Kumigakure, had already stepped into a trap. However, it was too late to realize this now. If you can't explain it clearly, we have another way to prove whether what you said is true or not. At this time, Danzo, who was behind Hiruzen, took a step forward and stood beside Hiruzen. His exposed eyes stared at the Kumigakure advisor. When Danzo said this, it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding Konoha ninjas. Everyone was puzzled. You can accept our Konohagakure's memory investigation. We only searched through your memories from yesterday to today. If we confirm that there is no problem with your memory, we can believe that what you said is true. This proves that you were framed by others. Danzo said coldly. This was what he had thought about saying several times in the past few days. In fact, it was not that Konohagakure did not have Anbu's disappearance. There were still two. Those were ninjas from Root. Danzo was very clear about this point, but he did not tell anyone. He vaguely felt that the two missing people had a certain relationship with Gosui breaking into Root. Still, before finding these two people, everything was just speculation, and there was no way it to be true. This was something he wanted to figure out. It was very important for Root and him. Because of this, he just mentioned that he wanted to see the memory of this Kumigakure advisor. If he was sure that he saw was the two Anbu that disappeared en route, this matter had turned into something else. Only. Obviously, the request that Danzo made caused the faces of the entire Kumigakure ninja team to fill with intense dissatisfaction. In the eyes of Kumigakure ninja, even in the most direct reaction of some of Konohagakure's ninjas. Danzo was a little disrespectful. What kind of joke are you making? The Kumigakure advisor widened his eyes and pointed at Danzo. He felt a strong sense of humiliation. No matter what, he was the Kumigakure's advisor. How could he be treated like a criminal and be investigated by Konohagakure's ninja? Most importantly, he could not let anyone see his memories. It was filled with Country of Lightning and Kumigakure's secrets. One had to know. Advisor was the bridge between the village and the country. His usual daily work was to pass on Country of Lightning's request to Kumigakure and then send Kumigakure response back to the Country of Lightning. He was like a role in passing the microphone. With his special identity, he knew a lot of things. These things could not be told to anyone. Even many Kumigakure ninjas could not know about this, let alone Konohagakure ninjas. I won't lie to you for such a small matter. If you don't believe me, it means that we don't even have the minimum trust between us. So there is no need for us to continue the negotiation. After finished speaking, this Kumigakure advisor turned his head and directly walked toward the tree trunk that was pasted all over with explosive tags. I shouldn't have brought this thing over. The Kumigakure advisor rolled his eyes at this broken trunk. As he spoke, the explosive tags on the tree trunk seemed to become alive. Not good. At this moment, the Kumigakure advisor and the surrounding Kumigakure ninjas all stared at this scene with wide eyes. They all saw it. However, their body was completely unable to react. They wanted to escape. But it was too late. The explosive tags on the broken tree trunk instantly burned at a terrifying speed and then shot out a dazzling light that directly swallowed them. Rumble. An extremely strong explosion sounded, and the entire Konohagakure could feel the soles of their feet shaking. Especially the people at the main entrance, they felt the surging heat wave directly hit their bodies, as if there was a pair of invisible big hands directly pushing them out. For a moment, the flames soared to the sky. This was not only the power of the explosion from the explosive tags which were stuck to the tree trunk, but the last piece of paper that Aoba had put in completed a large summoning seal and summoned all the explosive tags that he had prepared beforehand. To a certain extent, Aoba used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to sneak the piece of paper containing chakra into the paper tags that he had arranged beforehand, which was enough to complete the function of a remote control bomb. As long as he wanted to, he could go to any position in the ninja world, detonate the bombs that had been set up beforehand, and achieve the effect of long-range attacks. If Aoba had not sent the piece of paper using Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, then everything that had been set up earlier seemed to be just some complicated paper tags. On the one hand, those complicated paper tags had the effect of sealing and suppressing, and on the other hand, they used complicated patterns to cover up the simple part of the summoning pattern inside. Among the formations formed by the entire paper tags, the most soulful was a large-scale summoning seal. After this large-scale summoning seal was completed, there would be a prepared explosive tag for the summoning seal, thus forming long-range teleportation of the explosive tag. This was the method that Aoba used. The explosive tags that were drawn in a hurry a few days ago were sent to the Komagakure's envoy group. Then use the hands of the Komagakure's envoy group to bring it to Konohagakure. Aoba had controlled the number of explosive tags and would not easily kill anyone unless the distance was really too close. The most important thing was still the explosion. He needed to use this matter to awaken the courage of Konohagakure ninjas so that they could vent the dissatisfaction in their hearts. As a result, what injustice will be faced in the future? The village would definitely not lower their heads so easily. This was his good intention. As for the Third Ninja World War, Aoba was quite open-minded about this. After all, even if he did not exist, the Third Ninja World War would continue. Then, let this battle change a little and remove some of Konohagakure's pain. It would make the eyes of the major forces in the ninja world focus on Kumigakure. What's wrong with that? At least for him. He felt that he had helped Konoha through his own methods. It was not necessary to go to the battlefield and kill the enemy to be considered a contribution, but to retreat behind the scenes and plan some events that change the pattern in a corner that people don't know. However, it made him feel even more satisfied. As for the matter of using Hanzo, Aoba originally did not think that Hanzo was a good leader. If something happened to Hanzo in the battle with Tsunagakure, or if the strength of Omegakure was weakened, perhaps the future situation would be different. At this point, Aoba stood up from the cliff above Hokage Rock. His dark pupils looked up at the main entrance. The distance was too far. He could not see the details. However, he could still see the vaguely burning flames and the black smoke that flew into the air. Sandame. Things have come to this. You won't be soft anymore, will you? You can be tough now. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly. All his work had been done. The advancement of the Third Ninja World War was unstoppable. The rest would be left to the Third Hokage, who would become tough, and Minato, who was about to come back from his practice. Chapter 269. When he planned these things from the beginning, he had to achieve the goal of letting the Third Ninja World War be carried out ahead of time and not letting Konoha be the primary target. However, Konoha had to participate in it and could not continue to be as cowardly as before. In the current Konoha, it's enough to have him alone, the whole village doesn't need to be like that. You have to know. In the normal course of history, the Third Ninja World War could be said to be a turning point for Konoha to go from strong to weak. During the Third Ninja World War, too many elites died in the village. Until the fourth Hokage ascended to the position of Hokage, the village was still in a state of deficit. This state continued for a long time. Even when Kyumigakure's envoy group came to Konoha later and kidnapped Hinata to get Byakugan, but later being killed by Hyuga Hisashi, they still resorted to compromise in exchange for Kyumigakure's forgiveness. This kind of thing can now be represented in another form entirely. Aoba felt. If after he arrived, he had always been unhappy with these tragedies when watching Naruto anime continued to happen. Then wouldn't he have come for nothing? There were some things. We can't just stand by and watch. Of course. Aoba did not expose his identity when he was involved in these matters. After this period of planning, he had grown a lot more. He understands that many things could be achieved as long as the goal was achieved, which can be facilitated in different ways and through different means. Just like this time. Everything started to change when he met Fugaku and Ramen Ichiraku when he wanted to ramen that day. After Fugaku complained that the third Hokage would meet with the Kyumigakuer envoy group to negotiate again, his plan was ignited. Through the series of arrangements. In the end, such an effect was presented. It could not be said that when he had thought of this from the beginning. He had only wanted to use these things to create a rhythm. The reason why it truly reached this stage was because of the people of the respective villages. At this time, Aoba stood on the cliff inside Konoha. He stared at the fire that was burning at the main entrance. His figure flashed and disappeared. At the Konoha main entrance. The moment explosive tags on the tree trunk exploded, the people who were the first to receive the strong impact were the Kyumigakuer ninjas who were closest to the tree trunk. The explosion that the explosive tag produced instantly engulfed the Kyumigakuer advisor's delicate body. There was no time for him to react at all. His entire body directly turned into a burning man. The continuously rising high temperature continued to roast him. In an instant, the Kyumigakuer advisor's skin melted, and intense pain spread throughout his body. Other than that, the few Kyumigakuer ninjas closest to the tree trunk were blown away. It was like a high-level fireball technique directly burning their faces at close range. For a moment, the Kyumigakuer ninjas were all thrown into disarray. All of them were injured by the high temperature of the explosive tag's explosion and the strong shockwave. The one who reacted the fastest was Bray. Bray retreated the instant it showed a sign of an explosion. He simply could not care about anyone. In this situation, even self-protection was a big problem. Just as he retreated backward, he used the remaining chakra in his body to form the Raitan chakra Anbu, lightning release chakra mode. He tried his best to resist the explosive damage in front of him, and with this power, he flew backward. After the explosion, the shockwave splashed toward the faces of the surrounding Konohagakure ninjas. Waves of hot wind swept over their bodies. The entire process came and went quickly. At the moment of the explosion, everyone at the scene had already realized it, but no one could do anything about it. They could only watch helplessly as the explosion happened. As for who would be hit by the explosion, this was a matter of life and death. No one had known about this before. Gradually, after the momentum of the explosion subsided, the flames on the ground began to burn. A few of Kyumigakure's ninjas were screaming as they crawled on the ground. Their bodies were burned with hot flames. Although they were not dead yet, this was only a matter of this moment. It was impossible to save them. After being attacked by an explosive tag, Bray's already tired body suffered an even greater pain. Drops of blood flowed down his lowered fingers. However, he did not have the time to care about this. There was not much time for them to think. Right now, Konohagakure's main entrance was in a mess because of the explosive tag's explosion. However, the Konohagakure ninjas were not hurt at all. The ninjas that were lying on the ground were all Kyumigakure ninjas. The most important thing was the most important person in this negotiation, the Kyumigakure advisor, had been buried in the flames. There was a very obvious matter in front of Bray. The matter was very cruel and realistic. Now that Kyumigakure's envoy group has been wiped out, he has no idea what to talk to Konohagakure. Among Kyumigakure ninjas, he was the only one who could get out alive. The tree trunk with explosive tags was the thing they brought over, and no matter what the people of Konohagakure thought, their Kyumigakure had already formed an attack on Konohagakure. As a result, if he didn't leave now, he might not be able to leave in a while. At this moment, Bray thought of many things and immediately made a decision to leave Konohagakure and return to Kyumigakure. I cannot die here. Bray's eyes flashed with determination. He was not afraid of death but not dying like this. He had to go back and report what happened in the past 2 days to the Reikage. Otherwise, no one would know the truth of the matter. Bray did not hesitate to turn his head and rush directly in the direction of Konohagakure's main entrance. Now his position was very close to the main entrance because of the explosion, while Konohagakure's ninja was a distance away from him. This was the perfect time to escape from Konohagakure. Otherwise, he might face a one-to-many situation. When he felt that the Konohagakure ninjas were looking at him like wolves and tigers, he felt a sharp pain in his chrysanthemum. Swish! Bray's figure quickly passed through Konohagakure's entrance and directly ran toward the main road outside. He had already used the fastest speed he could use at the moment. Stop! Konohagakure Defense Division members immediately shouted at Bray. They stood in the main entrance and guarded it, they just happened to see Bray rushing over. They immediately shouted as soon as they reacted. However, they only roared. They had no time to stop Bray from escaping. They could only watch helplessly as Bray left, unable to catch up. Damn it! These ninjas from the Defense Division looked at Bray, who disappeared in an instant. They were so angry that their teeth itched, but they could do nothing. Inside the main entrance, the fire gradually subsided. The scene was a mess. Those Kyumigakure ninjas who were closer to the tree trunk had already been blown into pieces. Coupled with the roasting of the flames, the smell of roasted meat had already drifted out. Those limbs were all black. They couldn't even tell who was who. There were only a few Kyumigakure ninjas who were still struggling in flames, but they obviously had no strength left. It was only a matter of time before they died. Yondaime-sama, Bray has run away. I have already sent people to chase him, but it is difficult to catch up. The ninja from the defense division reported to Hiruzen. It doesn't matter, there is no need to chase. Hiruzen shook his head. His eyes were focused on Kumagakure's envoy group, which was almost completely wiped out by the explosive tags, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Yes. After receiving Hiruzen's response, the ninjas of the defense division immediately bow and left. At this time, Danzo walked to Hiruzen's side. His gaze shifted from the Kumagakure ninja, who was almost wiped out, to Hiruzen, looking at the side of Hiruzen's face from behind. Hiruzen, what do you think? Danzo asked in a low voice. He felt that this matter was very strange. It was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. However, he had not figured out what exactly was going on. There is something wrong with this, Hiruzen said in a low voice. As he spoke, his gaze did not leave the corpses on the ground. That Kumagakure advisor might not have lied just now. They, Kumagakure, have been tricked. Our Konoha has also been tricked. After saying this, Hiruzen looked up in the direction of Konoha main entrance. His line of sight seemed to pass through endless time and space, falling on Bray, who was fleeing. I hope that Bray can return to Kumagakure safely. This way, our Konoha will be better. Otherwise, the death of these Kumagakure ninjas will all fall on our Konoha. Hiruzen sighed helplessly. He never thought that the meeting with Kumagakure ninjas would end in this way. I will take these corpses away. Maybe I can find something. Danzo said in a low voice. Okay, you handle it. Hiruzen nodded and said. Then. Hiruzen took a deep breath and swept his gaze over the Konoha ninjas around him. Are there any injured person? Hiruzen asked with concern. In fact, he was not really concerned. He had already begun to think about what would happen next. It was just that what he had experienced today made him feel like he was being controlled by an invisible hand. This feeling was something he disliked very much. He needed to go back and think about what happened today and see if there was anything wrong. We are fine. The Konoha ninjas immediately said in unison. Even if they had some minor bumps on their bodies, they would still be relatively euphemistic when facing such questions from their leader. Then let's disperse. Hiruzen nodded to the ninjas around him. After that, he immediately turned around and left, walking in the direction of the Hokage building. After Hiruzen left this place, the ninjas left one after another. However, today's events will continue to be in their discussions for a period of time in the future. Gradually, time ticked by. Hiruzen left. The other ninjas left. Now, only Danzo and Root ninjas were left. Take all the things here back. Danzo ordered the Root ninjas behind him. As his voice fell, these Root ninjas walked out and cleaned up all the Kumagakure ninjas. Whether it was broken limbs, burnt corpses, or even the exploded tree trunk, all of them were taken away by Root ninjas. Danzo had to take everything back and carefully investigate it. About an hour later, Konohagakure's main entrance returned to its original appearance, except for the traces of burning marks on the ground and the blood that had been roasted by fire. A day passed quickly. When Aoba felt that the shadow clone had returned, he immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and returned to the Anbu's dormitory. Just at this moment, Aoba's shadow clone had completed the day's interrogation. It continued the oppressive feeling that the title of cat-faced demon brought to Konohagakure, perfectly proving an alibi. Even if the whole world knew that someone had happened. However, they definitely would not suspect Aoba. After Aoba's shadow clone returned to Anbu's dormitory after work, he immediately removed his shadow clone, and the chakra returned to his body while bringing back all the information it had received today. Aoba could check the information he received even if he was far away. However, he returned to his room through Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to complete the seamless connection between the shadow clone and himself. This day is quite smooth. Aoba completely received the information sent back by the shadow clone. He immediately understood what had happened today, so he did not take it to heart. After all, this was his daily work. The shadow clone was also himself. It was exactly the same as his thoughts. It's just that after his research, he found out how to use the shadow clone, which is very interesting. He can make different choices according to different situations. The information transmitted by the shadow clone was not real-time. It was like looking back at the past. The good thing was that if there was an accident, it was safer. However, everything that could be changed depended on the shadow clone. If there was something to do and there was no need for too much adaptability, such as setting up the following plan. Using the shadow clone was much more flexible than the main body, and it was safer. If you need to do the final conclusion or something extremely uncertain, it would be better to experience it using the main body. Aoba silently nodded his head. As he had been in the ninja world for more and more time, he had mastered more and more ninjutsu and had a deeper grasp of the conditions and timing of use of ninjutsu. I've been too tired during this period of time, but I'm done. I have to sleep well. After all these arrangements were finished, Aoba suddenly felt a sense of relaxation, which made him feel very tired in his heart. After all, this was the first time he had done such a thing. He had no experience. He was just an otaku in the past. He had never done such a thing to control the world. Now that he thought about it, he felt a strong sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, Aoba changed his clothes. After washing up, he lies on the iron bed. He closed his eyes and directly fell asleep. Aoba could sleep. However, most of the people in the ninja world could not sleep well. In the Hokage building, the lights were brightly lit. Hiruzen sat on the chair behind the desk, his left hand supporting his chin and his right hand holding a pen as he continuously drew on the scroll. He did not draw any substantial content. It looked like circles. Occasionally, there were some words written on the edge of the circle. His slightly blurred eyes occasionally flashed with confusion. What exactly is going on? Hiruzen muttered to himself. Since he returned to his office, he had been sitting in the office and had never gone out. Many questions appeared in his mind. Some of these questions seemed to be connected, while others seemed to have no connection. However, they all pointed to Kumigakure without exception. Who is controlling these things behind the scenes? Hiruzen increasingly felt that behind these events, there seemed to be someone who was using a unique method to connect them together. However, he was also one of them. He was like a chess piece on a chessboard. He could only see his surroundings, but he could not see the overall situation, let alone the people playing chess. Why is it so strange? Hiruzen faintly sighed. He felt that what was in front of him was like a hazy mystery. He had yet to come into contact with the mystery truly. He had only come into contact with the hazy layer outside the mystery. He knew that there was a mystery inside. He wanted to solve this mystery. However, he had yet to see this mystery clearly. I hope that Danzo has some information. Hiruzen was puzzled. It could be said that he had no clue at all. In the end, he could only place all his hopes on Danzo. He hoped that Danzo could investigate something on those Kumigakure ninjas. He understood that Danzo took those Kumigakure corpses away to investigate. Within the borders of the country of fire, the place that was connected to Kumigakure, Bray walked forward with heavy steps. Every step he took made him feel exhausted. He did not know how long he had been running. Both his body and mind were in a state of extreme fatigue. He was already on the verge of collapse and relying on his spiritual will to support his actions. If not for the belief in his heart telling him that he had to report this information to Kumigakure and make Kumigakure pay attention to Kirigakure, then if he closed his eyes now, he might directly faint. Bray was too tired. He could no longer remember when he was so tired last time. As night fell, his eyelids became heavier. After all, other than resting outside Konohagakure while waiting for the third Hokage, he had not slept for almost 36 hours. This kind of fatigue was not simple exhaustion. It would stack. As time was getting longer and longer, every extra minute, the exhaustion in his body would increase. Finally, just as Bray stepped into Country of Lightning's territory, he slowly let out a sigh of relief. Where are the ninjas stationed at the border of Country of Lightning? Bray sat down on the side of the big tree. After he sat down, he panted heavily. Sweat instantly appeared on his forehead, and his entire body felt exhausted. Are there no border ninjas? Bray asked weakly. He felt a little strange, but he did not have the strength to think too much. He only wanted to rest for a while and ask the border ninja for a military ration pill. His military ration pills were soaked by the Kirigakure ninjas when they continuously used water release at that time. There were only a few usable military ration pills left in Kumigakure's team. At that time, all of them were given to the staff officers to eat. Who knew that later on, he encountered the 7 ninja swordsman assault, causing him to fight until he had no strength left. He originally planned to take a good rest after arriving at Konohagakure and then go to buy some supplies. Who knew that he would encounter the strange explosive tag incident again? From the moment he came out of Konohagakure, he started running all the way here. He really did not have any strength left in his body, and his entire body had completely reached its limit. Bray-sama, are you looking for border ninjas? However, a cold voice rang out. When the voice clearly entered Bray's ears, it immediately caused his eyes to widen and his pupils to contract. His nerves, which had just relaxed a little, immediately tensed up again. It was just. No matter how strong his spiritual will was, it was still unable to offset the fatigue on his body. Even raising a finger took too much effort. He was extremely tired and had little strength left. Swish 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 swish. There was a series of sounds. These sounds came from the grass not far from Bray. This sound was the sound of someone passing through the grass. In a moment, Bray's bloodshot eyes looked in the direction of the voice. All he could do now was move his eyeballs. Thud. 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 Accompanied by a dull sound, corpses were thrown out one after another. From the dressing of these corpses, it could be seen that some were Konohagakure border ninjas in the Country of Fire, and some were Kumigakuure border ninjas in the Country of Lightning. I wonder if the person you are looking for is among them. This cold voice rang out again. Then, figures walked out from the grass. Each of them held a different shaped sword in their hands. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The appearance of these people immediately made Bray feel a sense of despair. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, the person walking at the front, it was Biwache, Z, who was holding the Kyubikarib, ch. Biwache, Z, stared coldly at Bray. He had already hidden in the dark, observed for a while, and confirmed that Bray had no strength left. Can you still be as brave as last night? Biwache, Z, walked in front of Bray with the Kyubikarib, ch. in his hand. He suddenly swung Kyubikarib, ch. and directly hacked at the tree behind Bray. Swish! Biwache, Z. S Kyubikarib, ch. cut directly to half of the tree trunk and just stuck Bray's head in Kyubikarib, ch. S semicircular gap. My sword is very big. Please bear with it. Chapter 270. You. Bray stared at Biwache, Z. Right now, his thoughts were very simple. The whole thing was done by Kirigakure's people. After all, those 2 Konohagakure ninjas were left behind in the tree by Kirigakure's ninjas after they were sprayed with water. Now, that tree trunk directly exploded. This led to his current situation. The trigger of the entire incident. It was all caused by the Kirigakure ninjas that came over to spray water at them. You did all of this. Bray forcefully raised his voice and questioned Byj-Z. Now, he had no strength to struggle free. Even talking was very difficult. He could not fight against the 7 of them for 300 rounds like last night. That's right. Byj-Z revealed a mocking smile on his face. He did not know what Bray was referring to. He thought that Bray was talking about the border ninjas who died on the ground. I did all of this. Byj-Z directly admitted it generously. These border ninjas were all genin, not even a few chunin. After all, if they reached the chunin's level, they could be a team captain. They would not do this kind of border work. It was a waste of talent. This level of a ninja. Whether it was Konoha or Kyumegakuer. It was not enough in front of an elite level like Byj-Z. It could be said that there was no one who could fight. After we left yesterday, we came here to block your path of retreat. However, Byj-Z looked meaningfully in the direction that Bray had just run in. There was deep mockery, and a meaningful look flashed into his eyes. It seems that the people who escaped with you were not so lucky to escape again. The escape that Byj-Z said referred to the escape from the Konohagakure ninja pursuit. He had no idea what had happened to Bray after this. However, he understood one thing. Kyumegakuer and Konohagakure were in the middle of a war. Then Bray escaped in such a woeful manner, you don't even have to think about it to know that he was being hunted down by the Konohagakure ninjas. It was just that. When Bray heard J.Z.'s words, they completely changed into a different meaning. That was to admit that this plan was made by Kirigakuer. Including the trunk that was full of explosive tags. It was precisely because of this that their group was waiting for them on the road they would take when escaping. They had already predicted that the explosive tag would explode. Thinking of this, Bray looked at Byj-Z with bloodshot eyes. He was furious to the extreme. However, right now, he did not have any strength. He had no way to break away at all. He could only watch helplessly as the 7 ninja swordsmen showed off in front of him in a victorious manner. Moreover, at this time, Bray had already realized his life should end here. There would no longer be any more miracles. It's time for us to send you on your way. This way, no one will know that the 7 of us attacked you. The death of your Kyumegakuer ninja will all be blamed on Konohagakure. Byj-Z stared at Bray and said. He had learned this method from Satsuma Rentaro, but he had not seen Satsuma Rentaro again for a long time. Of course, Byj-Z did not know the Satsuma Rentaro he knew. In fact, it was not the real Satsuma Rentaro. Instead, it was Aoba acting as Satsuma Rentaro. The person who taught him this way of thinking was not Satsuma Rentaro but Aoba. Byj-Z had learned 2 key points. The first was that even if he had the ability to kill Bray directly, he should not immediately make a move. He could first set up an ambush and wait for the right time before making a move to take down the enemy in one fell swoop. The second was that he must kill the enemy once he made a move. He absolutely could not bring any danger to Kirigakuer. Otherwise, it would be a meaningless move. Byj-Z had been using this method all this time. He was training in this area, and now he gradually gained insight. He could have killed Bray on the way. But he didn't do so. Instead, he went to ambush at the border. He wanted to attack Bray when he was the most tired, when he was sure that Bray had no resistance. To the greatest extent, he avoided the losses on his side and achieved the best effect. This was the method of attack taught to him by Rentaro. When they were at Kyumegakure's outpost, they had already attacked Kyumegakuer. This kind of thing absolutely could not be sent back to Kyumegakuer. All Kyumegakuer's envoy group must die. However, they could not let Kyumegakuer know that Kirigakuer's people killed him. Even if Kyumegakuer guessed that it was them who did this, they absolutely could not let them have evidence and just stay on the level of suspicion. In this way, Kumagakure would not focus on dealing with them. This way, they could protect Kirigakure while doing something. Bray, before killing you, I want to ask you a question. If you are willing to cooperate, I don't mind letting you die more cleanly or die more happily. Do you understand what I mean? Bwaj, Z? Bent down and squatted in front of Bray. Looking at Bray's exhausted appearance, he knew that the other party's life was in his hands. It was impossible for anything to happen. After hearing Bwaj, Z's words, Bray did not give the other party any response. But he understood what Bwaj, Z meant. It seemed that he could hear some secrets about 7 ninja swordsmen and Kirigakure before he died. These secrets might be some very important information. Perhaps the village still needed this information. Because of this, Bray did not reject it, but he did not agree directly because he wanted to hear the other party's question. At this time, he was already thinking about how to send the information back. He knew that he would definitely die. If he could send out the information before he died, it would be a great contribution to Kumagakure. Bray did not say anything, so Bwaj, Z knew that this matter was feasible. Where is Satsuma Rentaro? Bwaj, Z asked coldly. He had done so many things not because he liked to cause trouble. The most important thing was that he wanted to find Kirigakure's future hope, Satsuma Rentaro. After Bwaj, Z asked this question, Bray's expression did not change at all. What kind of question is this? Bray wanted to sneer at Bwaj, Z, but he found that he could not laugh at all. Satsuma Rentaro. He had heard this name before. It was one of Kirigakure's ninjas who sprayed water at them yesterday morning. At that time, the other party had told him his name. He still had some impression of this. It was just. He had no idea where this person was. What do you mean? When Bwaj, Z saw Bray's appearance, his face immediately became ugly. He said again, I asked you where Satsuma Rentaro is. Where are your Kirigakure's people? You don't know it yourself, but you actually asked me, a Kumagakure. Bray's tone was full of ridicule and contempt. His bloodshot eyes glared fiercely at Bwaj, Z. If I knew Satsuma Rentaro's location, I would have killed him long ago. Why would I wait for you to come here and ask me? Bray's tone was not good. When he heard this question, he knew that this was not a question he could answer. In that case, then there was no point in exchanging information. He knew that he was already a dead man. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. After hearing Bray's words, Bwaj, Z immediately understood what Bray meant. He also knew that Bray did not know anything about Satsuma Rentaro at all. Then there was no need to waste his breath. Continuing on would be a meaningless consumption for both of them. Instantly, Bwaj, Z grabbed Kubikarib, ch and yanked it. Puchi. Accompanied by a bright line of blood, Bray's head flew directly into the air, flying several meters high. In the end, it was like a ball. It landed heavily on the ground. Bray's expression was very calm. There was no malevolence or despair at all. There was not even a trace of unwillingness on his face. At this point, he did not have any strength left. At this time, he again met his deadly opponent, the 7 ninja swordsmen. Bray was already prepared to die. This was the result he had expected. There were no other complicated emotions. Before he died, he had calmly accepted any results. Boss, there is still no news of Rentaro. Sukazan Fugyuki asked Bwaj, Z, now that we have taken down Kumagakure's outpost, we can't even see Kumagakure's ninjas within the borders of the country of fire. Rentaro couldn't have been killed, right? What Sukazan Fugyuki expressed was exactly what the others were thinking. At this time, they had already vaguely realized it. Satsuma Rentaro would no longer come back. Perhaps he had already been killed. They had already begun to accept this matter in their hearts gradually. No. Bwaj, Z? Shook his head. There was a determined look in his eyes, and no wavering could be seen in his expression. There is another Kyumigakuer ninja that we have not seen, Bwaj, Z? Said in a deep voice. Boss, you mean? Sukazan Fugyuki immediately took a deep breath. At this time, the eyes of the 7 ninja swordsmen all fell on Bwaj, Z. They all had similar thoughts in their hearts. That's right. Bwaj, Z? Nodded and said in a cold voice, that person is Ga Sui. But where is Ga Sui? Sukazan Fugyuki asked in confusion. Look. Bwaj, Z? Looked at the other 7 ninja swordsmen. He glanced at each of them. Finally, he looked at Sukazan Fugyuki again. We must find Ga Sui. If I'm not wrong, Rentaro is still in Ga Sui's hands. As long as we don't see Rentaro's body, we can't give up so easily. Otherwise, there might really be a problem with Rentaro's life because of our negligence. At this time, Bwaj, Z? Had a serious expression on his face. He had not given up on chasing Satsuma Rentaro in his heart. After all, in his eyes, Satsuma Rentaro was the future of Kirigakuer. Kirigakuer had already obtained the scroll of water release ninjutsu. But they still needed a character like Harry. If Satsuma Rentaro could be successfully brought back to Kirigakuer under his insistence, then he believed that Kirigakuer would develop rapidly with the help of Satsuma Rentaro. In the end, they might even become the strongest village in the ninja world. I understand. Sukazan Fugyuki nodded. He could see the determination on Bwaj, Z.'s face from his expression. In that case, he would accompany his boss to find Satsuma Rentaro. I understand. The rest of the 7 ninja swordsmen nodded. They also realized this problem. Let's go and find Ga Sui. Bwaj, Z? Pulled Kubikarib, ch? Out of the tree in front of him. He did not care about the blood flowing down from the tree and directly put Kubikarib, ch? behind him. Then, he jumped up and walked toward the country of fire. He always felt that Ga Sui was still within the borders of the country of fire. He did not return to the country of lightning. Following Bwaj, Z.'s actions, the 7 ninja swordsmen followed behind him and disappeared together. At this point, the only thing left in this place was Bray's corpse and the corpses of the border ninjas that were casually thrown on the ground. These corpses would probably not be able to last through tonight and would be eaten clean by the surrounding beasts. The next day, early morning. In Country of Wind territory, Tsunagakure's ninja team helped the 3rd Kazekage back to the Country of Wind border. Only when their feet stepped on the desert did they feel the long-lost sense of security again. Everyone among them knew. If Kumigakure's sneak attack was not in the Country of Fire territory but in the Country of Wind territory, then the natural geographical advantage would make it impossible for Kumigakuer ninjas to be so reckless in front of the 3rd Kazekage. The Country of Wind had an endless amount of natural sand. There were countless pieces of iron sand under the sand. If the 3rd Kazekage could be here, then the magnet release bloodline limit would give full play to his advantage. Every time they thought of this, the Tsunagakuer ninjas began to suspect. The oases in the Country of Fire. Was it really the most suitable environment for them? Although the air was good and the weather was pleasant, they did not have such a strong sense of security. Blood smell. The 3rd Kazekage, who was being supported by 2 ninjas, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Just a moment ago, there was a gust of hot desert wind in front of his nose. This wind was dry. It could almost be said to be dry wind without any moisture. When ninjas from other villages came here, they would feel extremely uncomfortable, as if a knife was cutting their faces. But for Tsunagakure ninjas, they had grown up in this kind of environment since they were young, so they were already used to it. They had even adapted to this climate, so they did not feel much about this desert heat. However, once something else was mixed in this wind. For example, the blood between the sand that was evaporated by the hot sun would have the smell of blood attached to the hot desert wind. This would make this wind particularly pungent. One could smell it just by paying a little attention. Especially now that it was just early in the morning, the burning sunlight had already begun to rise from the east, illuminating the desert and allowing the blood on the corpses the previous night to evaporate into the air. Not good. The third Kazekage's face suddenly changed greatly. He immediately realized that something extremely terrifying had just happened. Right now, all of Tsunagakure's elites were following beside him. Tsunagakure was extremely empty. If someone were to sneak attack Tsunagakure at this time, then it would simply be a walk in the park. The village is in danger. The third Kazekage immediately roared, then ignored the pain in his body and immediately ran in Tsunagakure's direction. After hearing the third Kazekage's words, the rest of the Tsunagakure ninjas all realized the seriousness of this matter. All of a sudden, this group of Tsunagakure ninjas, who had just completed Konohagakure's one-day tour, quickly ran in the direction of Tsunagakure. Konohagakure, Anbu's dormitory. Aoba stretched on the iron bed. His biological clock had woken him up as usual. I've slept so well. Aoba rubbed his eyes. It had been a long time since he had had such a relaxed sleep. He did not arrange any shadow clones and did not think about anything else. He was purely resting to recover the energy he had consumed. It's another day of work. Aoba got up from the iron bed and quickly washed up. Then, he changed into Anbu uniform and put on the cat face mask that symbolized the cat-faced demon's identity on his face. After completing this outfit, Aoba walked out of the dormitory. Just as he walked out of the dormitory door, and before he could even close the door, he immediately saw the white-robed Anbu walking toward him from the corridor. Aoba recognized this white-robed Anbu. It was Hokage's Anbu captain. But what was he doing here now? Aoba was slightly puzzled but did not think too much about it and walked toward Konohagakure Intelligence Division. Yamanaka Aoba. However, this white-robed Anbu immediately called out Aoba's name. Then, he quickly walked in front of Aoba. You have a secret mission. Chapter 271. When Aoba heard the words of the white-robed Anbu, he was stunned. He did not expect that the other party would find him at this time. Yes. Aoba immediately nodded. The other party was Hokage's Anbu captain. Although he was not his immediate superior, in fact, his position was higher than his immediate superior. Come with me. The Hokage's Anbu captain looked at Aoba through the mask peephole, then immediately turned around and walked to the other side. It looked like he had specially come to find Aoba. Yes. Aoba responded indifferently, and just like that, he followed the white-robed Anbu walking out of Anbu's dormitory. After walking for almost 5 minutes, Aoba followed the white-robed Anbu and came to a tree outside the dormitory. Take him there. The white-robed Anbu seemed to be talking to the air. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared. Just as the white-robed Anbu finished speaking, 2 Anbu appeared beside him. They stared at Aoba and gestured to him. Okay. Aoba nodded. The entire process was still a bit confusing. He didn't know what had happened. Everything seemed so sudden. Aoba followed the 2 black-robed Anbu all the way to a hall below the Hokage building. This was the place where Aoba had been before. That time, it was here to screen their identity. Now, he was here to do a secret mission, but he still did not know what a secret mission was. You can go in. We won't go in. The 2 ninjas nodded at Aoba. In front of them was the already opened door. It was obvious that the contents of the mission were inside. Okay. Aoba responded again. With a puzzled heart, he walked in. He had no idea what kind of mission was waiting for him. Right now, he was just a little Konohagakure Intelligence Division ninja. He did not know what kind of mission he would receive, and he did not think that he would receive any top-secret mission. Aoba stepped into the door and an Anbu. Aoba still had some impression of these Anbu. They were the Anbu that belonged to the Yamanaka clan not long ago. To be precise, the people here now were all ninjas from the Yamanaka clan. When Aoba saw that everyone here was from Yamanaka's clan, he roughly understood why they found him. Perhaps it must have something to do with what happened at Konohagakure's main entrance yesterday. Aoba silently made a judgment in his heart, but he still pretended that he did not know anything. After all, he had the perfect alibi. This proved that he had been working in Konohagakure Intelligence Division's interrogation room all day yesterday. Time slowly passed by. About half an hour later, the white-robed Anbu walked in and appeared in everyone's line of sight. After his gaze swept over everyone, he nodded to everyone. This time, I called everyone here because I have a secret mission to hand over to everyone. The white-robed Anbu said slowly. As he said this, the eyes of everyone present became much more solemn. The mission this time is similar to your previous missions. I believe that all of you will be able to complete it smoothly. Now that I have said everything I have to say, all of you will wait here quietly for a while. The client of this mission will be coming to see you. After the white-robed Anbu finished speaking, he directly turned around and left. Then, the Anbu who were guarding here also left with him. All that was left on the scene were the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan. This made everyone feel strange. Apart from Aoba, everyone felt a bit surprised. After all, they were not ordinary Yamanaka clan ninjas but from the Anbu division. For them, the missions they usually did were all Anbu-related mind-reading missions, so most of them were Konohagakure Intelligence Division's ninjas, and all they did were missions in Konohagakure Intelligence Division. They basically did not carry out any external missions. Now, they actually said that they would be going to see the client. This was very new to them, including Aoba. They had never encountered such a thing before. Isn't it what I think? Aoba thought to himself. When he first came here, he thought it was related to the incident at Konohagakure's main entrance. Now it seemed that it was not the case. He could not help but be curious. At this time, everyone present was curious, but no one said anything. They all quietly waited for the so-called client to come. Gradually, time ticked by. Another half an hour passed. All the ninjas, including Aoba, were already waiting impatiently. At this moment, heavy footsteps sounded from the entrance of this white hall. Someone was coming. Everyone immediately realized this matter. They had already guessed that the person who had come here was the person they had been waiting for. Step, step, step. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. It gradually entered everyone's line of sight. Hiss. When everyone saw the appearance of the person, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Everyone recognized the person walking in front of them, and they had just seen him not long ago. Shimura Danzo. This man wearing a dark green robe walked to the front of the crowd step by step. His whole body exuded an extremely strong sense of oppression, which immediately made this place quiet down. Danzo walked to the front of these Anbu, then stopped and looked at everyone present. You didn't think that the client was me? Danzo said in an indifferent tone. After he finished speaking, his gaze swept over every single Anbu and did not linger on anyone. Actually, it is not a commission. I have a very important matter that I need to coordinate with you to help me with. This matter is very important to the village. I hope you can help me. Danzo's words were very pleasant to hear. Just a few simple words made the blood of the ninja present boil. Many of them still wanted to climb up. To them, Danzo could be said to be their life goal. This time, I won't let you help for nothing. If any of you perform particularly well, you will have the opportunity to work for me in the future. This should be considered an upgrade to your position. Before everyone could get out of their excitement, Danzo threw a big cake at everyone and slapped it on their heads. Phew! The ninjas took a deep breath and tried to calm down their messy emotions. They were all in an indescribable shock. They could be promoted. This was an opportunity that they had to grasp. Many of them had been in Anbu division for many years. Not everyone had the chance to touch the room for promotion. After all, the higher they climbed, the more crowded it was. If there were no chance, it would be very difficult to complete a transformation. But now, an opportunity had come. This was something they had to grasp. Otherwise, if he continued to stay in Anbu, he might not even know when he would die. The people present were all ninjas of the Yamanaka clan. They were all very clear. Just more than half a year ago, the incident of the remnants of the old era erupted in the village. At that time, it was Danzo who called all the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan who were among the Anbu division. At that time, he asked them to read the memories to find the key clues. The specific process was still fresh in everyone's memory. It was just that these were not important. The thing that bothered them the most was Yamanaka Midori, which they looked down on at that time. Almost everyone here knew Yamanaka Midori. That person was pompous and would jump out to say it even if he made a little discovery. In the intelligence industry, he was particularly unstable. According to the normal trend, the person who does this kind of might face big trouble sooner or later. After all, there was a high possibility that there would be mistakes in the information. If he revealed the clues before he had verified their validity, it was very likely that it would cause a certain degree of trouble for the future plans of the village. But this Yamanaka Midori still said it. After he said it, he was valued. Now, Yamanaka Midori followed Danzo and worked at Konohagakure's special organization, Root, because he made a name for himself by making a little discovery. This greatly satisfied Danzo's suspicious characteristics. He would rather kill wrongly than let this go. Danzo liked this type of censor ninja. As long as you provide suspicious points, there was no need to confirm whether it was real or not. As long as there was a little problem with that person, then it could mean that there was a problem with that person. This was the basic logic when Danzo was dealing with the internal affairs of the village. Because of this, Yamanaka Midori was put in an important position. Just when Yamanaka Midori was taken away by Danzo's people, the other Yamanaka clan ninjas gloated and felt that this was the problem of Yamanaka Midori's mouth being too loose. But when those Yamanaka clan ninjas saw Yamanaka Midori again after a few months, they finally understood how well he was doing. Now, this opportunity had come again. No one wanted to miss this opportunity. They all wanted to become the next Yamanaka Midori. They wanted to use this opportunity to jump up and then rise to the top. Their future was a smooth one. For a moment, these Yamanaka clan ninjas were eager to try, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Aoba did not observe the changes in other people's eyes, but after he heard Danzo's words, he understood what Danzo meant. It should be correct to guess that he was going to read the memories of Kumigakure ninjas who died at the main entrance. However, it's just different from running over and asking everyone. This was a different method. He issued a mission to the Anbu division for the Yamanaka clan ninjas in the form of a client. The reward for the mission was the simplest and crudest promotion. This method directly mobilized the enthusiasm of everyone except for Aoba. It was almost foreseeable that these people would put a lot of effort into the mission later. Good fellow. Aoba never thought of it. Now even Danzo began to use all kinds of bewitching methods. Only, why did this method look so familiar? Aoba immediately recalled and instantly had an answer in his heart. It should be him. This was not the style that Danzo was usually good at. Danzo rarely had this kind of euphemistic and efficient method of mixing. Most of it was direct orders. This kind of change should have something to do with someone. Harry. The name of this person immediately appeared in Aoba's mind. He had read Hari's memories and knew that the way Harry issued tasks to Kumagakure ninjas was this kind of temptation. He didn't threaten them because he didn't have the ability to threaten them. Kumagakure ninjas were all rough and reckless men. Their physical strength was very strong. Their combat strength was also very fierce. But most of them weren't very good in terms of thinking. Harry uses this method to maximize their enthusiasm and achieve a certain goal. Of course. Aoba had seen a lot of this method. Wasn't it just a cake? Was there a boss in the modern world who couldn't make cakes? This was something that could be seen everywhere. However, through this small detail, Aoba immediately realized that Danzo should have successfully read part of Hari's memory and learned something from him. I really like the way you look at me. Danzo's gaze swept over the Yamanaka ninjas present, and he was very satisfied with their wolf-like desire to complete the mission and be promoted. It seemed that this cake was quite successful. Then, Danzo waved at everyone. Come with me. After saying that, Danzo turned around and walked deeper into the building. There were many doors in this building. When they came in, the door was only one of them. However, the vast majority of people had never walked through other doors, and it was even difficult for them even to come here. Following Danzo's departure, the Yamanaka ninjas, including Aoba, followed him one after another. After passing through the door, there was a very long corridor. This corridor was curved like a ring. From the moment they entered, they had been turning slightly to the right. After following Danzo for a few minutes, a door appeared on the left side of the corridor. Danzo opened the door in front of everyone. The ninjas here were all Konoha ninjas. They were all people who had been searched through their memories and could be trusted. Danzo was not worried about this. It was just a few doors. It did not involve his core area. After everyone followed Danzo to the side door, the temperature was slightly lower. They were going underground. Aoba only felt it for a moment and knew that it was the way to the underground. After all, the first floor of the Hokage building they enter was completely platted, and it has never been uphill. Now, they suddenly went down. Then, it was certain. The place they were going to was probably the outer area of the underground area where Danzo's base was located. There were the memories of the three root ninjas in Aoba's head, but none of them knew this path. Apparently, this was the road that few people knew about. The route was located under Konohagakure. Just like his name. Root. The roots were located underground, like the roots of an old tree, which was extremely complex, with many different branches leading to different locations. There were no less than 5 entrances and exits. However, the route had a very obvious characteristic. That was, all the entrances were connected to the first floor. After entering the route, whether it was from the underground first floor to the second floor or from the second floor to the third floor, all of them had only one passage. This design made the route extremely convenient to manage. According to Aoba's judgment, right now, they should be in the area between the first floor and route base. They should be in a secret passage leading to the first floor, but they did not really reach the route base. After making a simple judgment of the location, Aoba still followed behind Danzo, and walked forward together. In fact, he didn't know where Danzo was going to take them. Gradually, as time passed, after going downhill for a short while, they arrived at a corridor. The corridor was extremely dark. All the light came from the faint candle light around them. Danzo led the group forward about 200 meters and suddenly stopped. Under the puzzled gazes of these ninjas, he raised his left hand and lightly tapped the wall on the left. Rumble. The moment Danzo tapped the wall suddenly shook. The entire stone wall rose upwards, revealing a passage. At the end of this passage was a room. It's here. Danzo said to everyone in a low voice. After that, he took the lead and walked in. The ninjas followed him one by one and arrived in this room. In the dark room, they could not see their fingers when they stretched out their hand. Even these ninjas who had already adapted to the dark environment were still staring with their eyes wide open, but it was still difficult to see everything around them clearly. Only Aoba. His eyes could still see things in this dark room. Now, his gaze swept across the surroundings. There were cold iron shelves here. It felt similar to when he first arrived at Konohagakure Intelligence Division and followed Yuta on a mission. It could be said that this was the place where the corpses were stored. There was a corpse placed on each iron shelf, and the limbs of these corpses were most likely pieced together. The air was slightly suffused with the smell of preservatives. It seemed that these corpses had been made into specimens. Not only that, Aoba could faintly smell Orochimaru's scent in this room. It seemed that Orochimaru had been here before. However, he was not here right now. It should have been in the past night that Danzo had let him deal with all the corpses here. He had already searched the useful information as much as possible and confirmed that there were no missing parts. Only then did he find them. If that is the case, Aoba tried his best to make his speculation. He felt that the memories of these corpses should have been read before. After all, the content of Kumagakure Ninja's memories was still quite big. The information that could be taken out should have been read by Danzo, so they just needed to find some special content in it. At least, Aoba did not see Kumagakure Advisor's corpse here. Not only that, he had yet to see Bray. Of course. Right now, he still did not know that Bray had already run out of Konohagakure and had finally died under the 7 ninja swordsmen. Right at this moment, Danzo raised his right hand and snapped his finger. Snapped. A crisp sound rang out. The candles around the room all shone with faint candlelight, and every candle burned up. These candles were very short and small. They looked like toothpicks. Fortunately, there were many candles here, and they could barely be used together. For ninjas who lived in the dark environment all year round, they could still make do. As the candlelight illuminated the dark room, these ninjas could see the corpses lying on the iron shelf and could not help but gasp again. These people were all dead. Moreover, from the dress of these people, they were all Kumagakure ninjas. Everyone at the scene was an Anbu. No one was a fool. Even if they were not among the people guarding the main entrance yesterday, they vaguely knew something had happened in the village. This was not a small matter but a big matter that might affect the situation in the village. Cough cough. Cough. At this moment, Danzo cleared his throat. All the attention of ninjas was drawn over. This is your mission. Danzo looked at the ninjas present. His gaze lingered on everyone for a while, and then he walked over to one of the iron shelves, pointing at a corpse lying there. I think you have already guessed it. Danzo slowly opened his mouth and explained to the ninjas present. Now he understood more and more how to mobilize everyone's enthusiasm. If it were in the past, he would not say much about the details of these tasks. Because this was not something these ninjas should know. After all, ninjas only needed to know what the task was, and there was no need to know why they did this task. But through some of Hari's experiences, it made him understand one thing. Most of the time, just saying a few words might be able to stir up everyone's enthusiasm, thus achieving a better goal, achieving better results. These corpses are not our Konohagakure ninjas. They are all Kumagakure ninjas. They are all from Kumagakure's envoy group. When they came to Konohagakure yesterday, there was an accident. Your mission is to find out the cause of the accident here. Danzo slowly said. He briefly told the things that happened at Konohagakure's main entrance to these Yamanaka clan ninjas. In fact, even if Danzo didn't say anything about it, he couldn't hide it either. These people would learn about the contents through various channels and finally obtain the corresponding information. However, Danzo simply said a few words, but he could directly win over the hearts of these ninjas in a simple and crude way. It made them feel that Danzo-sama was trusting them. Thus, they were full of energy. Yes. These ninjas immediately responded. Everyone's eyes were flashing with eagerness. At this time, they could not wait to start the mission quickly. When Danzo saw the eyes of these Yamanaka clan ninjas, he was very satisfied. Then he nodded. I am very satisfied with your performance. I hope that when you carry out the mission, don't let me down. Danzo's voice sounded again. His tone suddenly became serious, pulling back the excitement in everyone's hearts. He had to mobilize their enthusiasm, but he could not let his subordinates float. He had to control their enthusiasm. Only then would he be able to maximize his subordinates to complete the mission. Of course. Danzo had still learned some lessons from Hari's experience. He had to take a closer look. Among the people who were carrying out the mission, were there any people who seemed to be carrying out other missions? Gasui. He was the most typical example. Danzo had already accepted Hari as his aide, and whenever he had the time, he would communicate with Hari. Correspondingly, Danzo promised to help Hari find the person who gave Gasui the mission. Because of this, Danzo wanted to investigate these Kumigakure ninjas. Not only did he want to investigate Kumigakure, but he also wanted to investigate Kirigakure. Before you carry out the mission, I will remind you a little more about the things you need to pay attention to. Maybe it will help you. Danzo's voice became much more serious, and he looked even more serious. The place he was talking about now was the key point of this mission. You have to dig into the memories of these Kumigakure ninjas as much as possible and find if they have any other secret missions on them. It is best to find the person who gave them the secret mission and what the secret mission they are going to carry out is. You have to break the fixed and habitual thinking. You have to know that the mission on them is not only issued by Kumigakure but also by others. If you can find it, I believe you all know what you will get. After Danzo finished setting up the mission requirements, he did not forget to draw a cake to increase their motivation to carry out the mission. Yes. When these ninjas heard Danzo's words, they once again responded passionately. Everyone already wanted to start quickly. They even saw what they looked like after they were promoted. Aoba stood there quietly. He looked at Danzo, who was not far away from him. He had already understood what Danzo was looking for from the mission that Danzo had issued. It seems Danzo had already entered the trap he had set up. He thought that Kumigakure's actions were nothing more than this master's issued mission. Now, they were going to find this master. Chapter 272. Danzo looked at the crowd's expressions and was very satisfied. He nodded to these ninjas and then walked toward the door behind him. Under the gazes of the crowd, Danzo walked to the door but suddenly stopped. He turned his face slightly, and the eyes that were exposed to the outside suddenly flashed with a very cold light. After saying so much, it's time to talk about the unpleasant parts. Danzo's voice suddenly became extremely cold. In an instant, it seemed as if the temperature of the room had dropped a lot, causing everyone's excitement to calm down. Everyone present knew Shimura Danzo was an existence that could not be easily provoked. They would rather not have any credit than do something that made Danzo unhappy. You can freely divide yourselves into groups here and form a team with the person you think is the most helpful so that you can complete the mission more efficiently. I am more interested in the elites who can cooperate with the team, and I don't want to see any disputes or fights between you. You can try your best to improve your efficiency, but you can't disturb other people's efficiency. Am I clear enough? Danzo's indifferent voice echoed in the room and clearly entered everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone's excitement was slightly reduced. Understood. After hearing Danzo's words, everyone immediately answered, but this time the voice did not seem so passionate. All of a sudden, everyone began to think about their teammates. Ninjas always paid attention to teamwork. Since they could choose their own teammates, everyone paid more attention to teamwork and tacit cooperation. There were many things that needed to be considered. Everyone's thoughts started to become lively. Each of them had different plans and began to think about complicated things. A group will be composed of 3 people. After forming a group, no matter what happens, you cannot leave the group. If you find anything, inform the ninjas here immediately. Your whole group will come to me. As long as your discovery is valuable enough, then your entire group will be rewarded. Danzo said to everyone. These words of his expressed a very important meaning. Thrive together. Suffer together. This was to bind everyone in the team, allowing everyone to carry out missions together, thus achieving better efficiency. Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. They all understood what Danzo meant and gradually began to have favorite teammates in their minds. After all, they were relatively familiar with each other. There is one last thing. Danzo's cold voice sounded again. This time, his tone became even more serious, with a strong warning. Before the mission ends, you are not allowed to leave this room, especially outside the corridor. Otherwise, you will pay the price for your stupid actions. After Danzo gave his last warning, he directly stepped out of the room. At this point, only these Yamanaka clan ninjas were left in the room. Ah, this. Who should we tell after we finish forming the team? Danzo-sama left just like that. Is this grouping segment? These ninjas made a questioning sound. They were all very puzzled and did not know what to do next. In fact, this really was not their fault. Danzo really did not explain the specific process of the matter so clearly. Because Danzo was not telling them the process of the task at all but to stimulate their enthusiasm by drawing cakes. The task of drawing cakes was over. Now, there would naturally be other people coming to explain the mission process to these ninjas. Just as everyone was puzzled, a ninja walked in from the door. This ninja was wearing a root ninja uniform and mask. Even so, Aoba could still recognize him. This person was Yamanaka Akira. Aoba had close contact with Akira in the information that the advanced paper clone had brought back from imitating the 2 root ninjas. At that time, it just so happened that Akira was the one who read his advanced paper clone's memories. It was precisely because of that memory reading. It allowed his advanced paper clone to muddle through and successfully sneak into roots. Finally, he successfully found Harry and completed his arrangements. From a certain perspective, Akira was still the key person that completed his arrangement. Behind Akira were 3 root ninjas wearing masks. I will be responsible for your mission. Akira spoke slowly. His voice was very light and indifferent, and it sounded as if there were no emotional fluctuations. It gave off an extremely steady feeling. Now is your time to divide into groups. After you complete your groups, report the names of the groups to me. After I complete the registration of your groups, you can choose the corpses you want to read first. You have to pay attention to this place. The order of the corpses selection is in the order of the group registration. The first registered group will be the first to choose. I still have to emphasize this. It is not always the first to choose will be the best. No one knows which person has intelligence in their head. This is mostly based on your team's luck and fate. However, the group who chooses first has a chance to choose their own fate. The last one is. This mission allows you to work on your own if you wish. Let's start grouping now. Akira said to everyone. The last sentence he said that allowed himself to work alone was actually a patch for the grouping situation of this mission. When he came in, he roughly looked at the number of people. If they were divided into groups of 3 people, there would be 2 people left in the end. Then these 2 people could form a group together, but he was still willing to give them a chance to be alone. After all, for the 2 people to remain, it could be said that no one was willing to choose them. Therefore, it was better to provide them with a chance to fight on their own. Maybe at that time, the efficiency of a single person would be higher than that of two people. When you are reading memories, if you find anything, you can report it to the three people next to me. After Akira finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed at the three people beside him. They looked over. They couldn't see their faces at all because of the mask. They didn't know who they were. However, the three of them gave everyone a familiar feeling. They are your old acquaintances. Behind the mask, Akira revealed a meaningful smile. However, no one could see his expression through the mask. They are the three people who found the key clues in the remnant of the old era last time. Now they are my assistants. I hope that some of you will appear and stand in their current position. When Akira said this, the ninjas at the scene instantly became motivated. Yamanaka Midori. They were all aware that one of the three who was relatively small in stature was Yamanaka Midori. It had to be known that a few months ago, Midori was still among them. They all saw him calling them seniors, and now he had become their senior. This kind of stimulation. It directly made these ninjas' hearts go crazy. They all wanted to stand in Midori's current position. In an instant, they became even more expectant and longing for the task of reading memories. Other than Aoba, no one else considered this a boring task. They were all ready to do their best to read memories without holding back. After all, when they participated in this task last time, basically, they were all slacking off. No one was willing to expend too much energy. This time, they all wanted to seize this extremely rare opportunity. Now, you can freely form teams, Akira said to the ninjas present. Just as he finished his words, all the ninjas in the area began to move, and they began to look for their teammates. Among them, a few ninjas directly took off their masks and revealed their faces so that they could find their teammates more clearly. For a moment, it was extremely lively. Aoba did not participate in the search for teammates. Instead, he slowly took a few steps back, quiet and out of place in this noisy environment. Aoba had no intention of forming a team with others. He felt that the rule that allowed him to form a team all by himself was specially tailored for him. Very perfect. Aoba was very satisfied with this way of carrying out the mission. He could fish quietly by himself and then leave when the mission was over. In the crowd of ninjas, people began to form groups with their teammates quickly. They were looking for the most suitable partners for each other. Among them, the two ninjas walked together. They were Aoba's two teammates in the last mission, Izumi and Shinichi. Izumi and Shinichi walked together. These two were both ninjas with extraordinary strength, and they both had some thoughts of climbing forward. In addition to their previous cooperation experience, the two of them still recognized each other's strengths very much. Izumi, are we still going to look for Aoba? Shinichi stared at Izumi and asked. He saw that many people were quickly matched with the teammates they had met last time. This way, they could quickly complete the team. However, Aoba was really a bit too short-sighted, making him a little embarrassed. No. Izumi shook his head decisively. Without any hesitation, he stared at Shinichi for a while and said, if you and I still want to get on this ride, then we absolutely cannot team up with Aoba. Not only will he not bring us positive help, but he will also become a burden to us. It shouldn't be like this. A bitter smile appeared on Shinichi's face. The cooperation between him and Aoba last time was quite cheerful, but at that time, he didn't have any ambition. I didn't say no. Izumi rolled his eyes at Shinichi. He hadn't noticed it after the last time. However, after knowing that Midori's position had been greatly promoted, he had already regretted it. At that time, he had discovered something, but he was stopped by Aoba. He even said that it was better to do nothing than make mistakes. He had always remembered this matter in his heart. He then said, you were influenced by him a lot last time. This time, he didn't take the initiative to look for us. There is no need for us to look for him. All right. Shinichi was already a little hesitant. In his heart, he already had the idea of not bringing Aoba along. However, he was too embarrassed to do so. Now, Izumi's words just happened to give him a reason not to feel so uncomfortable. That's right. It was not that he did not want to team up with Aoba. It was that Aoba did not come to find them at all. With Aoba's identity and status, they wouldn't take the initiative to look for Aoba, would they? Thinking of this, Shinichi was instantly relieved. In the corner of the room, Aoba did not know that Izumi and Shinichi had just talked about whether to bring him along. However, even if the two of them came to look for Aoba, Aoba would not join their team. He was not such a person who wanted to save face, saying no to them has no problem at all. He had already decided to be alone. Then no matter who comes, he will not join their team. What's more, Izumi said was true. If Aoba were to team up with Izumi and Shinichi, it would definitely affect the promotion of these two people. However, his guess was right. But his reason was wrong. The reason why Aoba could drag down these two people was not that his strength was not strong enough, but because he did not want to stand out at all. Gradually, as time passed, these Yamanaka clan ninjas quickly formed a three-man team. In the end, there was only one person left. After that person saw Aoba standing in the corner, he did not go forward and chose to form a team with Aoba. After all, under such circumstances, forming a team with others was not as easy as being alone. The reason why that person could be overlooked like Aoba was the same as the reason why Aoba was not chosen. That was that his strength was not enough. It was just that Aoba was pretending to be weak, and that person's strength was really not good. In a short time, after completing forming a team, these ninjas went to Akira to register their team. As long as they completed the registration, they immediately went to choose a corpse. Now they could not care about the problem of fate. The earlier to choose and read memories, the faster they could get results. That way, they would gain the upper hand. In the last mission, they did not care about this matter. Now, they did not want to miss this opportunity again. The team who formed first could choose the corpse first. For Aoba and the other ninja who had not been selected, they were completely unqualified to choose. They had to wait until all the teams had chosen before their turn. When Aoba and the other ninja arrived in front of Akira, Akira raised his eyes and looked deeply at Aoba. Then he looked deeply at the other ninja. Are you really planning to team up on your own? Akira asked in a daze. He had only said that just now, although he had already expected that someone would make such a choice. But two people were standing in front of him, one person and one team. It still made him feel a bit inconceivable. This was simply like playing around. Yes. Yes. Aoba and the other ninja nodded at the same time. The two of them spoke in unison. On the contrary, when it came to answering this question, it revealed a rare tacit understanding. After Akira heard the words of these two, he instantly fell silent. Now that he had asked this question, he should agree. But, you should know, Danzo was still very fond of his subordinates working together. If you do this, it can be said that you have given up the room for promotion. Do you understand? Akira tried to use this method to see if he could make these two people change their minds and start to team up with each other. This way, it would be better to team up with two people, which was better than being alone. Understood. Understood. Aoba and the other ninja spoke in unison once again. The two of them shook their heads at the same time as they spoke, revealing a rare tacit understanding once again. This was the tacit understanding between the salted fish. The corners of Akira's mouth twitched violently. However, he still felt that there was a possibility that these two people could form a team. After all, these two people showed an extremely rare tacit understanding. Look, there is still a very rare tacit understanding between you two. Do you want to try forming a team? Akira took a deep breath and asked tentatively. He decided to ask this one last time. If they wanted to change their minds, he would give them a chance. If they were not willing to form a team, then this matter would be over. No. No. Aoba and the other ninja spoke in unison once again, and the two of them continued this tacit understanding. It was a tacit understanding of disliking each other. Sometimes it was like this. If the two of them disliked each other, they might even have a more tacit understanding than liking each other because there was no need to hesitate at all. They just did not want to work with each other. Of course. Aoba couldn't be considered to dislike him. He didn't know this ninja at all. He simply wanted to be on his own. So, he wouldn't be in conflict with anyone with radical thoughts, and there wouldn't be any problems. However, Aoba didn't know that the other ninja recognized him. Moreover, this ninja really despised Aoba and did not want to team up with him at all. In his opinion, if he team up with Aoba, it was really worse than him forming a team by himself. When Akira heard the reply from Aoba and the other ninja, he instantly became even more shocked. They could actually dislike the other party like this. He originally thought that only the strong would dislike the weak, and the weak would form groups for warmth. From the looks of it now, he was wrong. The weak would dislike the weak more than the strong. Now, there is a problem between you. There is only a corpse left. Akira looked up at the two people. After all, the number of people and the number of corpses here matched each other. Otherwise, they could not have asked 3 people to form a group from the beginning. If these 2 people were in the same team now, it was not a problem. This body would belong to this team. But now, these 2 people each became a team. Then the remaining body could only be handed over to the first person, but even Akira could not tell who was the first one to come. Do you want to reconsider? In his heart, Akira still suggested that the 2 of them could form a team. That way, they would be able to complete the mission better and not cause waste of manpower. No. No. Aoba and the other ninjas shook their heads at the same time. After both of them rejected the request to team up, the 2 of them looked at each other. Aoba looked at the other ninja. The other ninja also looked at Aoba. Then, the 2 of them spoke in unison again. Give him the body. Give him the body. Aoba and the other ninja raised their hands at the same time and pointed at each other. They both made a concession. When Akira saw their actions, he instantly understood that the ninjas who had been rushing to form a team earlier were all soldiers who wanted to be generals. They were prepared to give their all for this opportunity to be promoted. But the 2 people in front of him, they were 2 salted fish. They did not have any ambition at all. They belonged to the type that did not plan to advance at all. The 2 of them had been fooling around. Good. It was true that the dragons and phoenixes were all gathered together. Since the 2 of you are so modest, why don't you 2 form a team? Since both of you are salted fish, why don't you form a group together? Akira said in a mocking tone. No. No. Aoba and the other ninjas shook their heads together. After shaking their heads, they pointed at each other again, and their eyes were filled with disdain. I would rather be a salted fish myself than be a salted fish with him. The other ninja pointed at Aoba in disgust. Anyone could hear the disdain in his tone. I don't want to team up with him. Aoba said at the same time as the other ninja. At this point, the tacit understanding between the 2 of them was broken. You. Anger flashed in Akira's eyes. He repeatedly persuaded these 2 people to team up. Now, these 2 people not only did not team up but also openly despised each other. They looked like 2 clowns, which made him particularly unhappy. Go and take over the body together. As for who goes first, it is your own business. Don't waste our working time here, and don't delay others from reading memories. Akira snorted coldly. He was not in the mood to play this boring game with the 2 people. As he spoke, he waved his hand and directly sent the two people away. Humph! The other ninja rolled his eyes at Aoba as if doing a mission with Aoba was a very shameful thing. The other ninja was called Yamanaka Kaze. He was also famous in the Yamanaka clan. He was a trash ninja second only to Aoba. It was different from Aoba pretending to be trash. This Kaze was really trash. There was nothing wrong with his body. Just like normal ninjas, he was able to extract chakra normally and successfully graduated from the ninja school. His original starting point was higher than Aoba's. But ever since Kaze graduated from the ninja school, the family discovered something very strange. This ninja, other than the three most basic techniques of the ninja school and the few secret techniques of the family, he could not learn any other ninjutsu. It was not the kind of waste that he could not learn. It was simply impossible to learn. No matter how he learned it, he could not use it. Finally, after confirming that Kaze had no way of using ninjutsu other than the basic three-school ninjutsu and secret technique of the family to complete the mission, the Yamanaka clan decided to send Kaze to Konoha Intelligence Division. Kaze was 1 year younger than Aoba. In the Konoha Intelligence Division, he was still in the semi-new state that had just passed the test. Just now, when they were forming a team, he still wanted to join the big shots team with hope. However, gradually, he found that no one wanted him at all. He was just thinking too much. Finally, after all the team had been formed, Yamanaka Kaze focused his gaze on the remaining person like him. At first, he was in the mood to team up with that person. However, when he saw the cat-faced mask, every cell in his body was filled with rejection and completely gave up the idea of forming a team with this person. The reason was very simple. He knew that the owner behind the mask was Yamanaka Aoba, who was even more useless than him. Aoba did not expect that someone would dislike him so much. However, he did not care about this matter. After all, the effect he wanted had been achieved. Therefore, even if Kaze was groaning there, he did not make any response. Then, under Akira's lead, Aoba and Kaze arrived at the edge of an iron shelf. There was a burnt corpse on it. It was dark and no one could see it. Aoba looked over. He didn't feel that this was a person at all. If he hadn't known beforehand that this thing was a corpse, he might think it's burned sticks in a blackened ball. Now it seems that round ball should be the head. This is the corpse that you are going to read memories. You will split the time to read its memories. Remember, do not argue or fight. Akira said coldly. You call this a corpse? The corner of Kaze's mouth twitched. He had never seen a corpse like this. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at the black thing on the iron shelf. He had no idea where to start if he wanted to read its memories. Cut the crap! Akira glared at Kaze, then rolled his eyes at Aoba before turning around and returning to his seat. As a member of the Yamanaka clan, he knew Aoba, and he also knew Kaze. As a person who wanted to climb the peak, he scoffed at the attitude of the two people. Being trash was not your fault. It was your fault to be willing to be trash. Akira directly left. He did not want to look at the two people anymore. In his heart, he had already determined that these two people would be mediocre for a lifetime. It was impossible for them to make any progress. You go first. After Akira left, Kaze looked at the charred corpse. He already understood why these people did not choose this corpse at all. Could this thing really be read and extract memories? Now he was afraid of dirtying his hands. He did not want to read its memories at all. Aoba raised his eyes and looked into Kaze's eyes. After confirming that Kaze did not dislike him this time but felt that this corpse was very disgusting, he slowly nodded. All right. Chapter 273. Cough, 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 cough. Just as Aoba and Kaze had returned to their positions, Akira, who was in charge of this place, immediately cleared his throat and pulled everyone's attention back to him. Right now, I have something very important to tell you all. Akira's voice rang out, clearly entering everyone's ears. Instantly, all of the ninja present movements stopped. At this critical juncture, no matter how anxious they were, they wouldn't be short of time. It was more important to listen to important things first. At this time, they all knew that they could not miss anything. Any information could determine whether they would be promoted in the end. Now that each of your teams has chosen a corpse, this corpse can be said to decide your fate. Akira's voice slowly rang out. His bright eyes looked at the many Yamanaka clan ninjas present. There was a meaningful look in his eyes. Of course. He did not look at Aoba and Kaze. Your group will be responsible for digging into the memories of the corpses you have chosen until you find useful information. But I will also provide you with the opportunity to exchange. If you feel that you have almost dug out the memories of this corpse in your hands and there is no way you can get any more useful information, then you can exchange the corpse in your hands to other groups. The premise of exchanging the corpse is that it is the same for the other group. You can exchange countless times until you find important information. But I have to emphasize it. The exchange of corpses is based on the willingness of both parties. If one party is unwilling to exchange, then the exchange cannot be done. Let's begin now. Akira announced the rules of the exchanging of corpses and caused everyone to nod in agreement. This rule was not something he had thought of. It was something that Danzo had come up with. This matter was still very important to Danzo. He did not wish to hand the fate of a corpse to a single team. After all, the corpses of these ninjas were unrecognizable. Perhaps, after exchanging the corpses, it could be of a better effect. Only then did he come up with such a method. It could allow every group to dig deep into the memories of the corpses in their hands, and it could also provide them with other opportunities. In this way, killing more birds with one stone. After Akira finished announcing the rules, everyone in each group began to read memories. Would anyone want our corpse? Yamanaka Kaze pointed at the charred corpse with disgust in his eyes. If he wasn't wearing a mask, one could see the twisted expression on his face. I'm going to read its memories first. Aoba did not pay attention to Kaze's ridicule at all. Instead, he said that he should go first. He had already seen from Kaze's eyes that this person was not only a good-for-nothing with weak ability but also a good-for-nothing with his own small character. There was no other way. If he was not afraid of being dirty or tired, perhaps there was still hope. There was nothing he could do now. Aoba could almost foresee that in the near future, Yamanaka Kaze would most likely be eliminated. Most importantly, being trash wasn't the scary thing. But he still thinks that others are even more trash than him. That was the scary part. Aoba lowered his head and looked at the corpse's bones. Now that he carefully observed them, he could already discover that these bones belonged to the same person. 2 arm bones. 2 leg bones. There was also a skull. The rest of the bones were not there. He didn't know if it were deliberately not displayed here or couldn't find it. At least the bones that were placed on this iron shelf now were all bones that belonged to this person. From the degree of this bone carbonization, it was already obvious. It should be a person that was closer to the explosion zone. Moreover, the bones were very thin. It could be seen that this person was not that strong. A strange thought suddenly appeared in Aoba's mind. Could this person be one of the staff officers in Kumigakure's envoy group? At that time, when he attacked Kumigakure's outpost using his advanced paper clone, the Kumigakure envoy group had already arrived. He paid special attention to it. There were a total of 3 staff officers in the envoy group, which could be seen from their clothes. Good fellow. He won the prize as soon as he arrived. Aoba originally thought that all 3 staff officers had been put away by Danzo, but he did not expect that he would directly meet one of them. Of course. In Aoba's current knowledge, the Kumigakure envoy group had 3 staff officers alive. As for the rest of the matters, his information had not been refreshed in time. Then, Aoba calmed himself down, raised his right hand, and grabbed at the charred head, or to be precise, a charred skull. Just as Aoba's palm touched the head, his hand trembled slightly, and then a crisp electronic prompt sounded in his mind. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, spiritual energy increase. Aoba did not even need to check the memories. Just from the electronic prompt, he could tell that the person who died was a staff officer. Unexpectedly, he actually won the prize right from the start. Aoba felt that Danzo's goal was to find these staff officers and read the memories in their heads. However, because this person had been burned so severely, Danzo's men directly discarded the corpse and did not take it seriously. Only then did it fall into Aoba's hand. Aoba could clearly feel the memory fragments being loaded into his mind. However, he didn't check it now. He was going to use the Yamanaka clan secret technique to try and see how far he could use it in this kind of not-so-decent corpse. He immediately mobilized the chakra in his body and attached it to his hands. Then he stretched out his left hand and placed it on the charred skull with his right hand. Aoba immediately used the mind-reading secret technique to control the chakra within his body and immersed it into the latter brain. Then, Aoba used chakra to explore the brain of this person. This was a little bit in the scope of medical ninjutsu, but it was not for treatment but for inspection. The brain was already burnt. The brain had been destroyed because of a hot temperature. At this moment, Aoba seemed to see the appearance of this person before he died. When the explosive tags exploded, the scorching flames directly engulfed his entire body, instantly turning his eyes into water vapor in the billowing flame. Because of this skull felt like a kettle that had been burnt. There is no way to read this thing's memory at all. No wonder they didn't choose. I'll leave it to you. Aoba directly withdrew his hand. His fingers were still stained with black charcoal, but he didn't care about this. He just clapped his hands and took a few steps back, giving this place to Yamanaka Kaze. Ah! After hearing Aoba's words, Kaze was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Aoba to be so fast. He just got up as soon as he crouched down. You can't read it. Kaze took a step forward. He looked at the cops with trembling eyes. He had never encountered something like this that needed to be read. It was a little difficult to get through. We are not teammates. Aoba did not say anything more. Instead, he sat on the ground and took a resting posture. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and began to check the memories of this staff officer. At this time, the other groups were carefully digging out the memories of their corpses. It was just the beginning. No one would give up the corpse in their hands at this time and choose to exchange it for the other corpses. Of course, no one would come to exchange corpses with Aoba's group. In this way, Aoba was also happy and idle. He didn't need to care too much about it. He could just wait quietly in this anxious and tense room for the mission to end. He was very clear. Even if the people here had exchanged all the corpses, they would not come over to exchange for the charred corpse in Aoba's hand. After all, it was a charred corpse that was hard to read and retrieve memories. After Aoba sat down, not far away, Akira glanced into Aoba's area with eyes full of dislike. He had no hope for these two people at all. Even if the corpse in their hand was not so easy to read, they should at least try a little. But they did not even want to fight for a chance to get promoted at all. After Aoba closed his eyes, his mind began to check the memories he had just obtained. Scenes after scenes played in Aoba's consciousness. This is... Aoba's heart suddenly beat fiercely. At this time, he had a feeling that he had won the lottery. Good fellow. This person is the Kumagakure advisor. It was not Kumagakure's staff officer, nor the Country of Lightning's staff officer, but a higher position, almost equal to Hari's status. One had to know that an advisor's position corresponded to the current Koharu and Homura, and when Uzumaki Naruto became the Hokage, then it was Narashikaku. This was a person who had the core information in his mind. Aoba never expected that they would directly send the Kumagakure advisor skull to him without even choosing. The key was that other than him, no one else could successfully read this corpse's memory. Interesting. Aoba suddenly felt that this trip was not in vain. It seemed that choosing corpses was really a matter of fate. Wasn't this fate? With so many teams choosing first, no one chose this charred corpse. Just like this, it fell on his hand by accident. Instantly, Aoba began to look through Kumagakure advisor's perspective to see what happened recently. The memory time went back to 2 days ago. Aoba was not in a hurry to look at Kumagakure advisor's mission. Because the mission had failed, it was useless to be anxious. What he wanted to know first was what happened to them after he attacked them and left. In a split second, Aoba was directly brought into Kumagakure advisor's perspective. The Kumagakure advisor led the envoy group toward Kumagakure's outpost in the Country of Fire. There were 8 people in Kumagakure's envoy group, including the Kumagakure advisor. The other 3 staff officers were all Country of Lightning's staff officers. They did not belong to Kumagakure but to the Country of Lightning. The remaining 4 people were guards. The 8 people from Kumagakure's envoy group arrived at the outpost early in the morning. They had just settled down and were ready to rest for a while. However, at this time, the ground of the outpost started to shake. From Kumagakure advisor's perspective, everything had happened so suddenly that there was no time for them to react. Aoba could see the fear in the eyes of the other 3 staff officers in this memory. When the ground shook at this level, normally, it would not cause too much panic. However, Country of Lightning was located in the mountainous region. The overall terrain was relatively high. Whether it was Kumagakure or other villages, they were either built at the foot of the mountain or at the top of the mountain. Only a small number of them were built between the mountainside. Most of the time, they would travel using suspension bridges and hanging cables. It was a region with a more severe terrain. Because of this, the Country of Lightning was more afraid of earthquakes than the other countries. Once an earthquake occurs, even if it were just an earthquake of a low degree, it may cause the collapse of the mountain and the destruction of the village. The village built at the top of the mountain might slide down the foot of the mountain along with the gravel. The village built at the foot of the mountain might be buried by the rocks falling from the sky. As long as it was an earthquake, it would add a very strong sense of fear to them. As Konohagakure's ground shook, the Kumagakure's envoy group and ninjas all felt a strong discomfort. However, this was not the end. Just as they were feeling fearful, a tsunami-like flood flooded them. This part of the memory was very exciting. Aoba could clearly see that the world in front of him had instantly turned into an ocean, and Kumagakure advisor was drifting along in this ocean current. Because the impact of the water flow was too sudden. As a result, Kumagakure advisor drank a lot of water in big mouthfuls. In addition, they had been traveling for a long time. It made his body feel extremely uncomfortable. Just like this, he soaked in the water for a long time. From his memory, it was only a few minutes. But for Kumagakure advisor, it was like a few centuries of time. This kind of extremely sad feeling, it was deeply engraved into his bone marrow. Then, accompanied by a vague roar, the water disappeared. In Kumagakure advisor's memory, Aoba could clearly feel that this person did not hear the voice outside clearly. This should be related to strength. Aoba felt that the leader of Kumagakure's outpost, Bray, still heard the self-reported identity he played as Gosui and the Satsuma Rentaro he played as the ninja of Kirigakure. As the water flowed away, Kumigakure advisor had been drenched like a drowned rat. There was not a single place on his body that was dry.